All right, all right. I think we are good to go, friends. Let me double check my camera real quick for the guest box. And then let me get the YouTube, actually both YouTube streams should be up now. Let me get the TikTok stream started. Let's see. Oh, I'm logged into the wrong account, friends. Oops. I'm still logged into Unapologetic. I need to log into Deconstruction Zone on TikTok. Well, we almost did it. Well, welcome in, friends. If you give me just a moment, we'll have the TikTok stream open. Both of the YouTube streams should be rocking and rolling. And let me grab this. I think today's Monday, isn't it? And today should be Monday. Well, happy Monday, everybody. The weather's nice, but the leaves are finally starting to do some turning. It's starting to look and feel a little bit like fall. So that's kind of exciting if you like the fall weather. I'm one that really enjoys the fall weather, so pretty pumped about it. All right, I think all the streams are up and running now, friends. Fantastic. Wunderbar. And let me make sure the guest boxes are open. Okay, guest boxes are open. Fantastic, fantastic. I think Dalton's here too. Dalton, my
Hey, you
friend, how
like the
are
new
you?
profile picture?
I actually really like it, yeah. That's the dude bro Jesus.
Yeah, he's the Bible guy.
Actually, before I forget, I need to double check the Windows mixer. Yep, Windows mixer is good. I think everything's ready to rock and roll. Well, welcome in, friends. Thank you for being here. Should be a fun time. Um, so let's see now. We've got a couple super chats to read off, and I think we've got a guest in our YouTube guest queue already. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen up here and up here. And if you click on, it's also in the description of the video. If you click on it, you can get into the guest queue. If you're watching on TikTok, I mean, you don't need any further instructions. You guys already know what you need to do over on TikTok. Hit that guest request button, and we'll get you into the conversation. Lord Allu, oop, I gotta, sorry, 1 second. My, you can't read that. 1 second. There we go. Lord Illuminous Poo, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. Lord Illuminous Poo says, say my name 3 times, and like a curse, I arrive. Lord Illuminous Poo, Lord Illuminous Poo, Lord Illuminous Poo. Hey, you're here. One could only conclude that the curse worked. Although, Lord Illuminous, you are not a curse, my friend. You are a blessing. Dex, great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted DZ debate memberships. I super appreciate that. And Gretchen says horizontal. Fuck the what? Okay, so I changed up the horizontal stream so I'm not using animated backgrounds. I've got some concern from the artistic community that the animated backgrounds are problematic because it steals people's intellectual property. And while most of my backgrounds don't actually do that, I mean, don't actually engage with AI. Actually, a lot of mine comes from a membership that I pay to various pieces of software. But nevertheless, I think I'm going to start changing it up and using a more modern layout without backgrounds. We'll see how it goes. You know, I know Razor. A lot of people
It,
love the
it looks
backgrounds.
good.
Some people do. Some people don't. Right. But
I mean, you got books in the background. It makes you look smart.
I know it
I mean,
works
but you are.
well.
But you know,
The horizontal stream layout works very well. It's just hard to do it on vertical. I think I'm going to have to set up a second camera for the vertical stream because the only way to do it, vertical and horizontal, is just to zoom in on my gigantic head. So my head fills up like 3/4 of the screen. So I'll get a second camera set up so that I don't look like just a gigantic head on a screen. You know what I mean? But Gretchen, welcome in. Good to hear from you. Helping make a deconstruct. Thank you for the super chat. It says praise Doug and Sharon for this barbecue and for fighting Christian nationalism. Absolutely helping make a deconstruct. That's what we're here for. And Lennox, good to see you, Jay Lennox. Thank you for the face paint over on TikTok. And last super chat for now from our friend Lord Luminous Poo again says, bought a Ouija board. My Roomba summoned my grandpa. See, you got to be careful. You can't just leave them laying around. Like you know what I mean? The Roombas will open a portal to alternate dimensions if you're not careful. And
M's is in the box.
yeah, I saw that. Let me grab Ems real quick. Ems, what's up, buddy?
I came up to tell you that the writing "Your God is imaginary" is being covered by like the whole like bloatware of TikTok at the top.
I figured that. Let me see. I can move it and shrink it. Is that a little better?
I think that is better.
Okay. Is the guest link readable?
Yeah, you want to bring it back down on your hair.
Okay.
I think that is better.
I'll set up a second camera for the next stream so that I'm not having like stuff just on top of my face. But it'll be fine for now.
I think you're gonna figure it out. Yeah, but this is better than how it was. I'll be in the comments.
Hey, thanks a ton, Ebs. Love you, buddy. All right, with that, friends, let's grab our first guest. Looks like Jeffrey is waiting for us in the YouTube queue. So we're gonna grab Jeffrey and we'll get the conversation started here. Welcome in, Jeffrey.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So yeah, I just have one simple question.
Well, we've got some starters first. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yes. Yes.
A slight echo.
Yeah, I hear that actually. I think it's his connection. Do you have headphones in right now?
Yes, I am using headphones.
Interesting. I'm gonna switch it real quick. Hold on. See if that fixes it.
Hello?
Yep. See if that's any better. No, not so much.
I just have one simple question.
All right, so we'll try this from the top. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes.
Awesome. And is it a specific God or a generic God?
Just it's a Christian God.
Awesome. So you're a Christian. What do you think is the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Yeah. Before that, I just want to ask. It's about the resurrection of Christ. So, can you tell me where the body of Christ is? If
can you tell me where the body of King David is? Can you tell me where the body of Mary is? The Catholics say that Mary was assumed into heaven. Do you think she was assumed into heaven?
Yes, definitely.
Oh, so you're Catholic.
Also,
Yes.
what a silly question to ask about where the body of Jesus is, because if Jesus didn't resurrect from the dead, we wouldn't be able to point to a body either way. It's been 2,000 years. It'd just be bones. If that.
Yeah. Show me the body of Aristeas. Can you do me that?
No, but there are testimonies, right? The body of Christ is gone.
I know. Yeah, you've got fables. Right. I'm asking you, can you tell me where the body of Aristeas is? Because if you can't, it can only mean that he resurrected.
No, well, those two are different things. You got to realize
they're not
that.
different. There's a multitude of witnesses that saw the resurrection of Aristeas. Many people spoke to him after his resurrection. They even set up a statue for him in Rome.
No, definitely not.
Oh, they did. Yeah, it's recorded in like 5 different accounts by the Roman historians. Herodotus wrote about it, although he was Greek. Pliny, Apollonius, Diodorus, Plutarch, all the classics.
No, don't you think you just hate the idea of a God? Is why you're doing this?
No, not at all. I love the idea of truth. It sounds like you hate truth. Why do you hate truth?
No, I just think you guys just hate the idea of a God. Probably you guys.
Oh, no, that's certainly not the case. That's certainly not the case. Let's talk about the actual subject. No one cares about like your meta commentary. It's been my experience that Christians don't make good psychologists, so maybe you should stay on track. So what's the evidence that Jesus rose from the dead? Because that seems to be your claim that's
Yeah.
the evidence, right? The missing body is the evidence that Christianity is true.
If you can tell me where the body of Christ is, then we could start from that.
Oh, it's almost like you didn't hear what I said. Knowing where the body of Christ is irrelevant. Not knowing where a body is has nothing to do with whether or not the individual resurrected. Again, you can't tell me where the body of Aristeas is, but you don't believe that Aristeas resurrected.
We have actually 500 testimonies.
No, you
where
don't.
Jesus,
Name a single one of them.
there are. I know you know the Bible, right? You should know
I know. That's why I know you don't. Because if you knew the Bible, you wouldn't have said that. You just stepped in it, buddy.
Could you give us one name of one of the 500?
Oh, he just dropped.
Oh,
I guess he didn't know any of the
quick
names.
win.
Chalk went up. Okay, then. Well, we've got 2 guests waiting to get in. We'll grab them in just a second. Let me grab the super chats. Peter, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, happy Canadian Thanksgiving, Justin. And you know what? When I spent time in Canada a lot, I loved the idea that I got 2 Thanksgivings. I got to celebrate the Thanksgiving and the American Thanksgiving because they weren't on the same day. And so all I can say is happy Canadian Thanksgiving to you, Peter. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you eat till your belly bursts, although not the like the, you know, Agrippa type of bursting. Piao says, give Justin this. He has a real bookshelf, whereas Wi-Fi Gospel had a green screen and vomited pre-sup. I know, that was the funniest thing about that debate. The guy couldn't muster up a couple books for a background. He had to do a virtual library. Thank you for that. Steve Gear says,
they're either the people with the green screen bookshelf or they're the people with the bookshelf. The books on the bookshelf are just like one solid piece that's just decorative.
Yeah. Steve Gear says, Jesus loves me, but I make him wear protection. Jesus loves you and makes love to you. Remember, Jesus wants to come inside of you, friend. This is what's happening. And Gretchen, again, thank you so much for the 311 says, shit, I totally forgot to add chuckle fuck. We gotcha. They actually on AXP last night, they warned us. They're like, I don't know if we could read the super chat. And I said, no. It's an inside joke with me and Gretchen. We got to read it. So they thought you were making fun of the host. We knew you weren't making fun of the host. Good to see you. And Timothy, thank you for the super chat. Hail Doug, mind outside of the mind, unlike Yahweh. Amazing use of words. That was really good. I really appreciate that. That's good. Contra Christos, great name. Thank you for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that, friend. And Mellow Matt's back with us tonight. Mellow Matt says, if Mary had an abortion, would she be pregnant again 3 days later? I feel like that has to be the case. Because you can't kill it. If Jesus is a god and you can't kill him, that can only mean he's going to resurrect from where he died.
Oh my God, I love that.
I mean, what? Yeah, I feel like the only answer to that question has to be yes. Great question. And Lord Illuminus back again says, where's the body? Y'all ate him. Communion, duh. That's actually a really good observation. The cannibalism within Catholicism is crazy. We know exactly where the body is.
Man, these super chats are so on point today.
Super chats right out of the gate, nailing it. Right out of the gate. Metronome says, this just in, Metronome is now happily deconstructed. Hell yeah, Metronome. I'm glad to hear it. I am glad to hear it, my friend. And thanks for letting us know. I got 2 more, and then we'll get our next guest in here. Arlen, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, this past weekend, I told my parents in church about my spiritual exit, the Spexit. I like that one. I know it's trademarked to you. I can't use it anymore, but I like that. My wife has been extremely kind and supportive. Well, good. That means you married a good one. Congratulations, buddy. And Carlos, thank you so much for gifting out 20 DZ Debate memberships. We're actually going to be pretty close now to getting as many memberships on DZ Debates as we do on the main channel. I'm curious to see who wins by the end of the year. Thank you so much, Carlos. I appreciate that. That's 20 more people with access to the cheat sheet. So big W. And with that, we're going to grab Bigfoot. After Bigfoot, we'll grab Simon. Welcome in, Bigfoot.
Hey, thank you. Greetings.
Bigfoot,
So
are
I
you
actually
at least
got
18, and do you believe in
well,
God?
so I got your membership on YouTube to
Mm-hmm.
get the deconstruction cheat sheet,
Mm-hmm.
and I was wondering if you could like I guess at some point like clarify it a bit better because like I just see like kind of like an idea and then like a bunch of links. It's hard to like understand what it's trying to say.
It's not trying to say anything. It's a resource. It's a catalog, right? So the goal of the cheat sheet is to have readily disposable information for people that are either deconstructing or engaging in deconstruction conversation. So it's like a quick reference. There's not like a
Uh,
stated goal of the cheat sheet. It's just raw information.
Got it. So like I was looking for something along the lines that like would clarify like what's the contradiction or like like why this reference is like needed.
That's in there.
But
Yeah, if you go to the tab that says contradictions, it'll give you the contradiction, and then quite often why it's a contradiction if it's not obvious.
and so the other tabs are for
For what? Have you read it, bud?
yeah, so what are the other tabs there for? I
Do
mean,
you
so like there's
do you
the
have it open?
contradictions tab. Well, I don't have it in front. Um, I'm, I think if I kind of go, if let me.
Okay. Well, listen, bud. I'm not opposed to helping somebody out with the cheat sheet. I could put it on the screen here. But the cheat sheet, I mean, it's like as far as I can tell, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's a cheat sheet. The goal is to have data quickly available to you, so that you can get what you need and get it fast. You know what I mean? Well, he teacupped. He's going to look for it. Okay.
Oh wait,
Well,
yeah, sorry. Okay, you can hear me now.
yeah, I can hear you.
So,
But I don't know where you keep disappearing to.
oh,
But basically, the cheat sheet is laid out with topics. Okay, the first tab are all the horrific shit in the Bible. The second tab is contradictions. The third tab are references to the Apocrypha because it's a hot topic in our community. Then I've got a
what
tab for
is the
scientific.
apocrypha?
Well, if you don't know what Apocrypha is,
Oh,
that's not for you yet.
okay, got it.
Yeah. When you figure out
Uh-huh.
what the Apocrypha is, you'll want that tab. You'll like that a lot. But either way, I've got the tabs are the topics. I've got the prophecies of Jesus listed in here, along with refutations. I've got arguments for the omni paradox, failed prophecies, the manuscript data for the New Testament. I've got everything. It's just a reference sheet. Like it's not there to teach you how to like deconstruct. It's just a reference for those who are deconstructing.
Got it. Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, cheers. Thanks for subscribing. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, thanks for all your good work. Yeah.
All right, cheers. Dalton, am I crazy? Is the cheat sheet not self-explanatory?
No, it's fine to me at
Huh.
least.
Okay.
I
Well,
mean, everyone keeps subscribing, so obviously they're liking it.
I guess so. Well, thanks for subbing. All right, I guess we'll keep on rolling, friends. I think somebody was rolling just a minute ago. Varen, thank you so much for the super chat. Though, Justin, is William Dever a good source for secular biblical studies? Well, I would say yes. He's not a secular, but he is a pure academic. William Devers is neither a minimalist or a maximalist. William Devers, his goal is he's a little bit like the Old Testament version of let's see, who could I compare him to? Because he does mostly archaeology and he does mostly Old Testament stuff. But I have to think about that. Nevertheless, he's somewhere in the middle. Like he would say he believes in the Abrahamic God, but I wouldn't classify him as a true, like a standard Christian. Even if he thinks he is a Christian, there's a lot of things that he believes that Christianity wouldn't accept. But that's because he's a real academic. He believes whatever the data tells him, you know?
Yeah, Varen, good luck in all your endeavors.
Indeed, yeah. But he's a good resource. I would definitely read his stuff. I've got a bunch of his works. Ice Cream Assassin says, what version of the Bible would you recommend for best balance of accurate translation and ease of reading? Recovering Catholic, looking to laugh and mock the world's greatest fan fiction. I have a preference for two. I like the if you're going to get a study Bible, get the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. 6th edition is forthcoming. You can pre-order. It's going to be out this spring. The 5th edition is out and it's excellent. 4th edition's excellent. The 3rd augmented edition's excellent. The other that's in the NRSV updated edition, or no, the NRSV not updated. The 6th edition will be updated. However, the Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition is in the NABRE, and the NABRE's fan-fucking-tastic. You'll love it. So either one of those two translations are super readable, but really faithful to what the original is trying to say.
I've always referred to the NABRE as the neighbor Bible.
That's a perfectly way to phonetically say it. Melanitis, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Melanitis says, if Mary had an abortion, would the death of Jesus then fulfill all 300 prophecies? And would he come back the third time? I have to imagine that he would only fulfill those 0 prophecies because, the virgin did conceive, theoretically, if you're in the fanfic, but he wasn't born.
And depending on how the abortion was carried out, he could be pierced for our transgressions.
That's true. Yeah. We don't know how they were doing it back in the day. Last one for now. Chipmunk, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Chipmunk says, hey, Phil, bro, you think you can't arrive at this moment if there's an infinite past. P1, you were here yesterday. P2, there have been an infinite number of moments since yesterday. Oops, wait, where did Phil go? Where did Phil go? I mean, yeah, the Phil Bro arguments against an eternal time is ridiculous. I'll never understand why they think that's a convincing argument. But I said I'd bring Simon in. We'll grab Simon, and then we'll grab Disciple Derek after that. Welcome in, Simon. Simon, I don't think your audio's turned on. It shows here that you've got a sound foam bolt, whatever that is, and I'm not getting any audio from it. There you go.
Yeah?
I can hear you.
Okay, hi gentlemen, how are you?
It sounds like you just had the audio turned down a little bit.
That's right, I had it on no audio in the settings, yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, well, we got you now. So, Simon, welcome in.
Yeah, hi.
Simon, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes.
Awesome. And is it a specific God or a generic God?
Well, we spoke a couple of days ago. I'm Muslim, if you can remember. And unfortunately, at that time,
I talked to a lot of people, so I apologize. So you're a Muslim. So what would be the greatest? Wait, did we have a full conversation?
No, we were just starting to get warmed up, and my battery died, and we lost contact.
I think I kind of vaguely remember the conversation now. Okay.
My argument was that the scientific miracles.
Oh dear God.
Okay.
Oh boy, we're gonna do the scientific miracles again.
Were you the one that we talked about the expansion of the sky? How it's not actually in the Quran?
Simon? Simon?
Um,
Simon? I think you're losing your connection,
that's
friend.
right.
Simon? Simon? Simon, buddy.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Barely. You're cutting in and out.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, you're cutting in and out, bud. Simon?
Hello?
I think we had the same problem last
Hi,
time you
can
were
you
up
hear
here.
me?
No. Simon, you gotta get a better Wi-Fi, okay?
Okay, let me
Sorry.
just
Sorry, bud.
connect to my Wi-Fi.
Well, he froze and he's stuck. Oh boy.
You know, this is the perfect time for me to make a note that Muslim apologetics for God are a lot like Muhammad's bride, not all that mature.
Yeah, I think that would be the case. Although I can imagine these apologetics are younger than 6 years. If I had to take a guess, these sound like newborn. All right, Simon, did you connect your Wi-Fi?
Yeah, am I back in now?
You're back in. It looks like your connection is a little bit better. You got green bars instead of red bars.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that.
So you want to talk about the miracles of the Quran, huh?
Yeah, that would be impossible for Muhammad to know at that time, therefore would be evidence of God.
What would be impossible?
The multitude of scientific miracles.
Well, you have to actually list one. I can't. We can't talk about a miracle until you tell me which one.
Okay, so
That is my
we
favorite
already
topic.
had a discussion regarding the expanding universe.
What about it? It doesn't say
It
universe.
doesn't say that, no.
Well,
And it
like I
doesn't say
mentioned
expanding.
last time, there is a very linguistic, the linguistic definition is clearly
Simon,
distinct between the sky itself and also the cosmos and the galaxy and things like that.
Sure. Let me just grant that. It doesn't say that it is expanding.
Okay, so let's go to another one. The universe.
No, we
being
can address
small.
that.
but
We can address it.
also, this wasn't new with the Quran. The Bible already said this. This was like the common cosmology of the ancient world. So this is not something that Muhammad just magically was able to get from Allah.
The
You
Arabic doesn't
said
say
about the
expanding.
sky expanding, though. The sky, not the cosmos or the universe expanding.
Yeah,
There's a
Simon,
linguistic
Simon.
difference in the Arabic.
Simon, the Arabic is saying was-sama, which means the sky. That is number one. Number two, it is God referring to how He is the expander of the sky. He doesn't say that it is expanding in the continuous sense. He says that He has expanded it in the past tense.
Okay, so there's one of the list.
Let me
Let's
let
go
me
to
ask
the
you a
next
question,
one.
Simon. How many errors are in the Quran?
See, that's a good question. I would say it's infallible
Okay, so
because
if
shouldn't
we
the
showed
word of God be infallible?
if we showed you one error in the Quran, what would that mean?
Is it the same one you produced last time? Because it was
No,
extremely
we've got a
weak.
bunch of them. We got a bunch. So the question again is, if we showed you an error in the Quran, what would it mean?
Okay, so can you show one, for example?
Which one
Not
was
until
last
you
time?
answer the question. Stop running. Just answer the
I'm
question.
not running.
If you saw,
Okay, it
if
would
there,
be contrary to my.
All right,
It would be
so
contrary to my belief that the Quran is infallible.
yeah, interesting. That didn't answer the question yet. What would that mean for the Quran if there was an error in it?
That would mean that it is fallible, then, wouldn't it?
Oh, okay, yeah. Would it mean that it's all still true or only partly true?
Well, it depends on whether the be mistaken. You present
No,
your case.
it doesn't, Simon. I know you're dying to get to it, but I'm going to make you be honest before we show you stuff. So
Believe me, you never meet anyone as honest as me on these live streams.
I
I've
believe
had
that.
the
Okay, so
people
if there's an error in the Quran, is Islam still true?
That's quite a broad question, isn't it? It's difficult to answer that.
I mean, it is answered in the second page of the Quran if you've read it.
Simplify the question.
Doesn't the Prophet tell you?
What do you mean?
Simon, could you read the second page of the Quran? Just quote it. The first sentence. The second page. Just quote the first sentence.
This is a book in which there is no doubt. Yeah. And I would agree.
A better translation is like, this is a book with no error.
Okay.
It is literally the second page of the Quran.
Okay. So if there's contradictions in the Quran, can we conclude that it's not from God?
But I don't know which direction we should take it. Should we look at the numerous amount of scientific miracles?
No, there's neither
one. We're going to look at the doubts and then throw it out that way.
There's no scientific miracles in the Quran. Like you're not gonna find me a single passage in the Quran that's a scientific miracle. Whereas I can show you like definitively the easiest passage in the Quran that shows that it's bullshit. You want to see it?
Yes, please.
Okay, the Quran 16:15. Give me a second. I'm gonna pull it up and put it on the screen.
Hey, what chapter is that?
It's gonna be Ad Dariyat. Did I say that right?
Ad-Durriyat.
I have a little bit of trouble pronouncing the names of the chapters because I don't speak Arabic.
I do not blame you. It's a weird word, Ad-Durriyat.
But what it says is he has placed into the earth firm mountains so that it does not shake with you, as well as rivers and pathways so that you may find your way. The mountains don't prevent the earth.
You just pulled up another scientific miracle from the Quran.
No, it's actually not. So what I'm demonstrating here is that the Quran thinks that mountains are actually like holding the earth together, keeping it from shaking, when it actually does the opposite. Literally, mountains are formed from earthquakes. The earthquakes are doing the thing.
Okay.
In fact, it says the same thing in 21. In 21:31 in Surah, let's see. It might be the same chapter. It says, pull it up here real quick. It says, we have placed firm mountains upon the earth so that it does not shake with them, and made in it broad pathways so they may find their way. But that's just not true.
Could you read the next verse?
Yeah. Let's see. What did I plug in? That was 31.
32.
Yeah, let me grab 32 as well. And we have made the sky a well-protected canopy. Still, they turn away from its sides. The sky's a well-protected canopy, huh? From what?
Well, you'd have to dig into Arabic linguistically, to define those terms, canopy. And...
You know what? Hey, we are in luck because, as it happens, my friend Ems is a native Arabic speaker.
Okay, so is he a Muslim?
No, he just speaks Arabic natively. You don't have to be a Muslim to read Arabic.
No, but you'd need to be a Muslim to define what the Arabic means from the Quran. Surely.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
That's crazy. No, you don't have to be a religion to know what words mean. That's silly.
Yeah, but the context, because
he knows the context.
I used to. Did the knowledge just
Yeah, all you need is
used to be a Muslim.
all you need is reading and like basic comprehension.
I don't trust his translation. I don't understand what's his agenda.
Well, we don't trust yours, being that you don't actually speak Arabic. So, If we're going to be talking
Yeah,
about the translation, I'm going to take it from the guy that actually speaks Arabic.
that's fair.
Simon,
Yeah,
do you speak
that's
Arabic?
fair. No,
You're the wrong person for that conversation then.
absolutely, absolutely.
Do you mind me asking, why do you not speak Arabic?
I would say because the community in my small town, there's not a lot of resources. I could travel, I could use online, but
You could travel and do it online. Do you think there's an
yeah,
excuse for a Sunni Muslim in 2025 not to know Arabic?
no, there's no excuse, and no one
And
holds
it is
themselves
mandatory to know Arabic. You realize it is mandatory to.
absolutely. I know the qaida, the basics, but I don't know the meanings of the words. But I can read Quran.
Can you read it?
What would you like me to read? Fatiha?
Al-Baqarah.
Baqarah
Uh-huh.
or Fatiha? Anyway,
Al-Baqarah.
we're trying to define if God is imaginary or not. So me reading Quran, it's just a waste of everyone's time.
Yeah.
It is a waste of time. But I was
curious. Reading the Quran in general is a waste of time if you want to know what's true.
So on point.
But what about these scientific miracles? I'd love to hear about these scientific miracles.
Okay, what about the
give us more.
the process of the fetus and the growth of the fetus?
That gets it wrong.
I mean, is there not a?
It gets every step wrong.
How about you quote the passage for us? Also, Simon, it's really hard to hear you. I don't know if your microphone's terrible or if your connection just sucks, but like you gotta, if you have a microphone, you gotta get closer to it. Still there?
Is that better?
No, it's way worse.
Oh, really? I'm using a Bluetooth headset.
I tried to get closer. Hey, take it off. They usually suck.
Okay,
yeah, your Bluetooth sucks, man.
Hello?
Yeah, that's better.
Better, yeah.
And Justin, have you already done the whole backbone thing?
The what?
Sorry?
The backbone thing.
No, we didn't. We didn't do the sperm coming from between the backbone and the ribs just yet.
Because he mentioned that he brought something last time. Yeah.
Embryology.
So, Simon,
embryology, please.
We can talk about embryology. Yeah?
Yeah, what about it?
Could you please explain to me how any of it is accurate?
This is not from me. There was a scientist.
Keith Moore. He said, get this, Justin, I would love to just share this quickly. The guy goes on record, he's recorded saying that this information could have only have come from God, and that there's no other explanation as to how Muhammad would have had this information at the time of writing the Quran. And then, in the same breath, he's asked, then why are you not a Muslim? And recorded as well, he says, because I do not think I need to become a Muslim when I could remain a Christian and still practice worship God. Could you please explain to me how does that work? So how do you say that Prophet Muhammad actually got revelation and then refused to believe in his religion and say you're going to stay a Christian?
Did Keith Moore not convert to Islam? I thought he converted.
He's never been a Muslim and he never would. Keith Moore refused to join Islam, even though he said that, quote unquote, what is mentioned in the Quran could have only been known at the time to divine revelation.
Yeah. And
which tells you how much of a hack he is.
Wouldn't
he? Say that again?
He would be a lot more qualified to determine that. than any of us on this live stream.
No, I would be more qualified than him.
You would be.
Yeah.
Why?
Do you know why? Because I speak the language and I have a medical degree and a social work degree.
A medical degree.
Uh,
Yes,
Does that
my degree is in
cover
medicine and surgery.
physiology?
My degree is in medicine and surgery, and I speak the Arabic language.
Isn't that great? Someone who actually knows embryology is up here. Maybe you can teach the good doctor how the Quran is actually right on embryology, not wrong.
I'm not that arrogant, believe me.
That is good, but my point is again, Keith Moore doesn't speak Arabic, so he's relying on what he's being told by the people who brought him over to Saudi Arabia and paid for him and took him to the hotels and paid and sent him money and whatever. He's relying upon them and what they tell him about the Quran to build up his understanding. I do not need that. I can read the text.
This is one of numerous scientific miracles. So how are we going to throw them all out?
Because there are none. There are zero, by the way.
If this is a scientific mistake, it's a scientific butchering of the embryonic the process. It butchers embryology, beginning to end.
Okay. So what about
Do you believe that? Let's take it step by step. Do you believe that you are a collection of semen in the womb that lasts in the womb 40 days?
Say that again, sorry?
Do you believe that you are a collection of semen that lasts in the womb for 40 days?
I don't understand.
Do you
It's a simple question.
Do you believe
that
you, at the beginning of conception, were just a collection of semen that has been preserved in the womb for 40 days?
I thought it was an easy question. I don't see what the problem is.
I don't understand the context of the question.
I understood.
You don't need
I
context.
understood the question.
It's a scientific
you guys
question.
would because you were on his side. So of course
No,
you would
it's just
agree
a simple scientific question. What you're trying to do is you're trying to like get ahead of the question. You feel like you're getting trapped. So you're like, oh my God, I can't answer the question because I don't know where he's actually going with it. But the reality is we all see that that's just you like being afraid. Like if you have the facts on your side, if your God is real, you could confidently just answer his question and we can move on.
Yeah, I'm just a layman. I'm not like fully educated in the Quran. I'm just
That's
saying
fine.
that I find so many.
I'm a layman and I understood the question.
You're a little bit more educated than me in those regards. So no, I don't believe that I'm a collection of semen. Whatever the question was, can you repeat it, please?
Sure. I'm going to assume there is a no to my answer, or a no to my question. The Prophet said, based on the verse in 23:14, which is the verse about embryology, when it says that we have collected the human as a drop inside a lock secure place. He said, this place is the womb and it is holding the semen, which is a white liquid produced by the man for 40 days. Is that accurate?
I don't know.
It is not accurate now. Semen does not remain in the womb for 40 days. Then the next step, after 40 days, the Prophet says, or your God says in the Quran, that this drop of liquid then turns into blood, and congealed blood specifically. And then it remains blood for 40 days. The Prophet also said, as response to this specific verse, he says that after the semen, which has lasted in the womb for 40 days, ends its period, then the semen is turned into blood. The semen never turned into blood.
Okay, can I ask the question then, please?
No, we're waiting for the answer still. We're waiting for the answer to the question.
Okay, he's a medical, a qualified medical. He's got Arabic language. Of course, I have to take his word for it. So I believe he is right.
I mean, you still didn't answer the question yet. We're just waiting for an answer to the question.
And this is very basic. I don't think you need to be a doctor to know that your womb doesn't have blood. Like Your fetus is not a congealed piece of blood between the days of 40 to 80. You don't need a medical degree for that.
Okay. Okay, so let's say I'm going to throw out all of the miracles, all of what I believe.
Which miracle? But you have to prove, my friend Simon, you need to prove the existence of a miracle before you can throw it out. You're saying I'm going to throw out all these scientific miracles. Could you establish one being a miracle first before you throw it out?
Okay, what about the universe once being smoke? Dukhan.
The universe was never spoken also, and also in that same passage, Simon, in that same passage, just 4 verses down, it says that he has made the earth first, and then he has put the blessings on the earth, totaling, again, 2 plus 4 equals 6 days, and then he has made the universe after he has made the earth. Is this accurate?
What verse is that, please?
Al-Fusailat 12 through 15.
12. So can you give me numbers, please?
I do not have the numbers memorized. We do not do that in Islam.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's Fusailat al-chapter.
Surah.
Al-Fusailat.
Fusilat.
Uh-huh.
What's the ayah number?
What is the what?
Ayat.
Yeah. Read from 12. It is going to tell you that he is who made the earth in 2 days, and then placed the mountains and the blessings on the earth for 4 days, and then he turned to the smoke of the universe and told it, "Come he turned to the universe and he turned to the earth and said, "Come willingly, or do not come or come unwillingly." They said, "We will come willingly." And then he goes to the universe or the sky when it was smoke, and then he separated it into 7 heavens after he has made the earth. Meaning the universe came after the earth.
Oops.
And it is said that in the tafsir, it actually says that the reason God made the earth first is because the earth is the foundation. And you need to have a foundation before you can build the roof.
That's not good.
Okay, so let's say I was wrong in my estimation.
The estimation of what?
They can be clearly debunked. Yeah. So then, logically, my follow-on question would then be: so, what was the intention of Prophet Muhammad to be, describing all of these scientific miracles? To what end? What was his agenda? What was his, what was he going to gain from this?
To sound cool. But a lot of people came to the Prophet and they asked him to sound cool. Like, for example, one time a guy comes to the Prophet and asks him, "Oh Prophet, could you tell me where the sun sets?" And then the Prophet said, "The sun goes and sits underneath the throne of Allah, and then it asks him for permission to come back up."
That's crazy.
It's just a guy sitting in the desert.
Those things are
say that again?
They're always metaphors when they're not true, right?
No, metaphysical. They're like, I'm trying to talk about science, things we can prove.
This is something that is observable. He said specifically that the sun is following a course in the sky, and then when it sets, it goes underneath the throne of Allah and asks for permission from Allah to rise up again. He's saying that the sun is itself moving towards the throne of Allah.
Sounds like something an ignorant man from this 4th or 6th century would say. Yeah.
And also when a few people came to him, I'm telling you, he's trying to act like he knows more than he does. Like again, when a few sick people came to him, they were sick, they had a fever, etc. The Prophet told them their medicine is by drinking the urination of camels.
Oh.
What's this gentleman's name whose face I can see?
Camel urine?
Sorry.
Camel urine. And then I think you know the hadith Justin, it's the one where they end up killing the shepherd, and then he goes after them and cuts off their arms and hands on both ends, and then burns their eyes with a hot molten piece of iron, and then throws them in a ditch to die of thirst.
They stole something.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I've got it pulled up right here. See, it's Sahih al-Bukhari 5686. Should we read it?
I have one question.
Yeah,
Then.
could you read the chapter first? The name of the chapter.
Yeah, the name of the chapter is called Medicine. That's not a great look. It says the climate of Medina did not suit some people, so the Prophet ordered them to follow his shepherd, i.e. his camels, and drink their milk and urine as medicine. Oh, there's a scientific miracle for you. That's poison, by the way. Like you.
That's a hadith, though, not a Quran. So that's not. I'm not referencing those scientific miracles.
Right.
Sure,
okay. Sure.
The same source. But you should have continued reading, Justin, like the horrific part at the end.
Oh, there's more. That's right. Yeah, sorry. I got distracted by the camel urine. You don't read that every day. So they followed the shepherd, that is the camels, and drank their milk and urine till their bodies became healthy. Then they killed the shepherd and drove away the camels. When the news reached the Prophet, he sent some people in their pursuit. When they were brought, he cut their hands and feet. Their eyes were branded and with heated pieces of iron. So he literally took a hot poker of iron to somebody's eyeballs. What a merciful Prophet.
Okay, we're getting far away from the scientific miracles of Quran now.
Yeah, I don't think we've heard one yet.
But yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So my ideas have been debunked. So my question would then be, what's Prophet Muhammad? Why is he mentioning these things? What ends? Like, what is his desire?
Because it sounds cool. It literally just sounds cool in the book. It sounds cool in the book.
Okay,
Simon, it's a very important lesson, and the lesson is people will do almost anything for power, money, and bitches.
Okay, that's so shallow, though. Why would billions of people?
Yeah, Muhammad was shallow.
We agree.
They've never seen it. They've never seen it.
Shallow is marrying a 6-year-old.
Okay.
Yes, he was shallow.
Okay, so why would billions of people follow him if he just wants to sound cool?
Because they're gullible.
No, it is because they had a sword upon their necks since
that too. That too. It was spread by the sword.
Okay, so what about the height of the Islamic Empire? How many scientific, advances?
No. Name a single Islamic golden age scientist. Just name a single one.
The guy who created algorithms, algebra.
Al-Khwarizmi?
We had algebra back in fucking Sumer.
No, like algorithms, like Al-Khwarizmi. Good for you that the Muslim scholars have said that he's an apostate.
Oh, really?
He's not a Muslim. Yeah.
Yeah, to be sure, the Islamic Golden Age ended because of religious fundamentalism took over.
And the scholars have said that the vast majority, like for example, Avicenna, when you think of him, Avicenna was very, very popularly an atheist. Or not an atheist, he was irreligious.
He wanted to sound cool. That's what that guy said. The billions of the rise of the Islamic Empire was because
it rose because they had swords.
Yeah.
No, but you're saying that all these people were
because they kill apostates, by the way. That's why the religion is so popular. Is because if you leave, they murder you.
Because in that time that would have been considered.
The because is irrelevant. We don't care about the because. That's why it's popular.
What's the modern punishment for treason?
Murder.
This is not treason, by the way.
So apostatism in that time.
Apostasy is not treason.
It would have been considered treason on that level.
Sure, if I consider stepping on a Lego treason, does that give me the right to unalive anybody that steps on a Lego?
Are we talking about Lego?
I'm giving you an example. Considering something to be something does not make it so. If I consider the action.
came
I do not care at the time. I do not care at the time. At the time, Christians, Habibi, listen. At the time, the Christians were leaving, for example, their faith, and it wasn't considered treason. That could have happened in Islam. But instead, what happened was that in Islam, the Prophet just simply decided one day that whoever is going to leave Islam, they have to be unalived.
Did the Prophet just decide that one day? You make it sound
He
so
did, yes.
trivial.
It was trivial for them, yes.
So why would people have came and joined and made allegiance with the Prophet if he was so trivial? People were gullible.
Because he was threatening them. Because he was threatening them.
He was threatening them.
Yeah. The same way they do now. Nothing's changed.
Simon, do you remember the story of Safiya bint Huyay?
No, can you remind me, please?
The daughter of the chieftain of the Jewish tribe that the Prophet genocided.
Oh, yeah, because of treason.
Because of treason. And then what ended up, what did he do with the woman after he has unalived her father, the chief, and her husband?
I might not be talking about the same thing as you.
He married her.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So after unaliving her father and her husband.
I told you.
Wasn't that commonplace, though? Wasn't that commonplace?
Money, power, and getting laid. That's what this is about.
Fun fact, yeah. The story went that after his men unalived the chieftain, they saw his daughter and they were fighting over her, who's going to take her for himself as a concubine. And then one of the companions of the Prophet said that, no, she's too high rank and too beautiful for any of us to take. I'm going to take her to the Prophet.
Okay.
That's crazy.
No, that's commonplace.
And then he marries her.
That's common sense.
No, commonplace in those days.
It's also called rape.
And by the way, it is said that the Prophet spent the last of his life apologizing to her for the unalivement of her father and brother.
Yeah.
This is only proving our point, by the way. You just saying it's commonplace at the time just proves our point even further that Islam was spread by means of violence.
Yep. It's weird how God's morals are identical to the morals of the people at that time period. It's like God couldn't think of something better than a bunch of 6th century desert warlords.
Sharia law stands the test of time. It's relevant today.
Oh no, it certainly hasn't survived any test of time. It's been forced on people. Forcing something on billions of people is not standing the test of time. It's just enforcing your will.
Okay, so let's say, for example, in the 21st century,
If you're going to make the argument that it's stand the test of time, therefore it's true, then you might as well just opt to be Jewish or Christian, because those are older than your religion.
It's true.
No, so look. Hear my argument, please. The 21st century, I believe the fastest growing religion was Islam. Now,
yeah, because you guys kill people that leave. To be clear, you have more babies and you kill people. That's why. I don't know how many times we can say this. The growth of your religion has nothing to do with the validity of your religion. It's because Islam is violent.
Is it not converts?
They're not.
They're not converts, no.
Okay.
And technically, Simon, I have my ID with me right now, and if it wasn't doxing, I would have showed you. My ID says I'm Muslim.
Okay.
So I'm counted as part of the count.
Exactly. On the census, they're going to count M's as Muslim, even though he's not.
Okay, so what made you decide to leave Islam? Anyway, that's a different topic. It's probably not the
intelligence.
Intelligence, but wasn't there great intelligence in the Islamic Empire?
No.
No.
Universities, hospitals, those kind of things.
To be sure, Ems knows the Quran. It's probably one of the deciding factors for why he left Islam, because the Quran is such an obviously outdated and barbaric ancient text that no one should be living by.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it grows with time and more scientific discoveries.
It doesn't.
What was in the Quran.
And name a single one.
Okay, I know it's going to be difficult for me to. I'm outgunned here by an Arabic speaking. Okay, so yeah, um, I guess the final question would be is why Muhammad? What to what ends did he name all of these numerous scientific
Pussy.
possible miracles? Wow.
I'm telling you.
So we sort of
The Quran literally. Okay, let me just explain myself to the panel and to the chat. The Quran, the book that didn't have the time to mention do not keep slaves, do not unalive people, tells you in this book that the prophet has the right to marry as many number of women as he wants. And it says this is only for the prophet. And it also says that his wives are not to marry after his death. And it also says that his wives are in the same sense as mothers to Muslims, making them illegal for them to ever touch them after the prophet is gone, which made Aisha be a single woman from 18 up until her death in the 60s. And the
okay.
Quran also
Now,
says that any woman, that the Prophet can sleep with any woman he wants without a dowry.
okay, didn't Prophet Solomon have many wives?
He didn't exist.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Or at least even if he did, we don't have any reason to believe he really had that many wives.
It's also
At the best,
super
it's
irrelevant.
legendary. Yeah, that's you're just making a you're just giving us a reason to not believe in Islam or Judaism. So congratulations.
The problem is that the Quran doesn't care to mention anything that is of value, and it goes ahead and mentions all the women that the Prophet can sleep with. It has an entire chapter, 66:1, in which the Prophet has forbade upon himself sleeping with one of his concubines. And then, because Hafsa found out, and he told her, please do not tell Aisha that I've been sleeping with her. And then he says, I promise I'm not going to sleep with her anymore. And then the Quran comes down and says, O Prophet, why do you forbid upon yourself what is allowed for you? Continue sleeping with her. Like, this is God talking down to humanity. And the best he could say is, O Prophet, continue sleeping with her.
I came on this to speak to the other guys, not to this M's guy.
I wouldn't want to talk to the guy that knows Islam either.
No, he just talks over me. He doesn't let me talk and things like that. I've lost
you say?
so
He's not
many.
talking over you.
He just talks over me.
No, he does. He definitely is not talking over you. It's just that you keep talking while he's talking, and so you can't hear him. But I suspect I think it's because your connection is so bad that it's delayed.
Okay, sorry. Okay, well. So basically, Muhammad tried to spread the words of the Quran because he wanted pussy. Most people who follow the Quran are gullible. So
And
billions
power.
of people that are converted and power. But if he was 40 years old when he got the revelation, died when he was 60 something, what benefit has he made from the power of Islam or the power of the spread?
But with
Surely if he
benefit,
wanted,
you realize how much they sucked off him.
Don't speak over me. I'm trying to get my point out, please. I would say if he wanted power, he would have just joined the Quraysh. He would have
No.
just
So
stood
what?
In
the
Quraysh.
Quraysh tribe at the time. He interrupted the economic establishment.
Would he be the head honcho if he joined the Quraysh?
Well,
No.
he was up there. He was quite up there with the
No, he wasn't. He wasn't at all. He was a Hashimi, and a low tier Hashimi at that point. He was a mere merchant when his cousins and uncles had pretty much millions.
Yeah.
The Prophet was employed by a woman, which was an insult at the time.
Yeah, that's fine. But if he wanted power, surely he would have tried to climb the ranks of the Quraysh. He would have tried to go that way if he wanted. They promised him.
No, it's so much. It would be so much easier to create your own system where you're already at the head of it instead of climbing
Your own
the ranks.
system, when opposing you, sends you to hell. When opposing the person who made the system, sends you to hell.
Would be easier. That was that guy's argument, the Bible guy.
Yeah, it's easier to create your own religion and be the head honcho than to climb up the ranks of another existing group.
Uh,
Wow, that's incredible that that would be your argument.
I mean, that
Yeah.
is the case. The Quran is clearly saying things that are not true. The prophet didn't do anything that would warrant his reputation, although his reputation outside of Islam is warranted. That guy was a pervert. But within Islam, he didn't do anything to warrant the reputation that he's got. He was a
Yeah, no,
pervert
but
warlord.
by the
when he
way,
addressed,
did I tell you that it is said that the prophet used to have like a little cloud following him around on top of his head?
A cloud?
okay, yeah, we're not talking about those things. We're talking about science and rationale and logic. Let's not get
That's
into the
crazy.
weeds.
Yes, I would ignore the superstition too if I was
Yeah,
talking
Oh, and
about
by
the
the way,
Quran.
one
get there
time when a camel was unalived, and then the prophet came into the room and she came back to life and told him who was mistreating her.
If I wanted to prove my ancient book to be true, I would also ignore all the magical, silly bits, and then in favor of the
Did I tell you
semi
about?
vaguely sounding scientific bits.
I
Justin,
wasn't
did I
trying
tell
to
you about the one time that the prophet was urinating in a bottle, and then one of his maids came and drank the bottle?
Oh no.
Muhammad was into some freaky shit.
Dude was
Okay, so
freaky
He
if
was
he,
an
if
deaky.
accident,
he was
though.
into if he wanted power and pussy, then why would he be doing weird stuff?
Because he's a freak. He was in that shit.
And you know, the Quraysh, they humiliated him all the time, calling him,
What
all sorts.
my question, Simon, is why should I believe, like, if I'm going to believe in Muhammad, why not just believe in Joseph Smith? Like, there literally is no difference between the two of them.
Joseph Smith, is that the Mormon
The
guy?
founder of the founder of Mormonism. He had a vision where he was met by an angel, received a revelation, had multiple wives, started this like final claimed to be the final prophet, the final revelation from God. Like, what's really the difference between you and between Muhammad and Joseph Smith?
Because Muhammad came with the evidence the same as the previous prophets. They
He
came
had
with
no
No, he
evidence.
didn't. Muhammad
Let's
never
Justin,
think.
performed a single miracle.
Can I just finish, please? Like Moses came with the staff, Jesus could heal the
proof,
blind and
proof,
things like that. Okay,
What?
so the proof is
proof.
the Quran. The Quran is the proof.
No,
The
it's not.
Quran is not the proof.
And
The
is there?
Quran
Can I
doesn't look
ask
any
Mims?
different than the Quran doesn't look any different than any other ancient text.
Can I ask Mims one question then? Mims, is there
I think
anything
that's me.
linguistic? Yeah, is there anything
Uh,
linguistically about the Quran that is different from the language at that time? Because there's a
oh, I
strong,
can show you. I can show you. Yes,
strong culture of poetry. For example, they were strong at
I can show you.
poetry, and the Quran was distinctively different than the
Buddy,
It was,
language.
yes.
nobody
It was
cares.
distinctively horrible. Let me show
That,
you.
the fact that there's poetry in the Quran is the most irrelevant talking point ever.
No,
That
you're
would
not
in
letting.
a million years that would never get you to the Quran is true. That's
Check this
utterly
out.
insane.
I didn't say
That's
that.
that's
And
embarrassingly insane, actually.
I didn't say that. I said at the time their
Check
culture
this out.
was
Check this out.
strong in poetry. I'm asking linguistically, the Arabics in the
Linguistically,
Quran,
yes.
they knew it was different. The
No, they
Quraysh
didn't.
knew when they listened,
So,
they knew
They
that
didn't know any of that.
they did.
Justin, if you
They
keep
could tell it
repeating a
was
single word, if you keep
in their
repeating a
language.
single word over and over again, is that good poetry?
I'm not talking about poetry. I'm saying the Arabs had a strong culture of poetry. The Quran came and it was different. The linguistic layout of the
Yeah, it was
language.
shit.
Yeah, it's hard to follow because you need context and tafsir. That's why you struggle when you read
Yeah,
it.
So,
you need an additional book to tell you how to interpret it. Yeah, but it was written really well, I'm sure.
and by the way, it randomly jumps between topics. Like all the time. Like,
Yeah,
you could be
there is
talking
no
about something,
Yeah, there's no
and then it jumps
context to
to
be had. It just jumps from one line to another. There's no flow. There's no narrative in the Quran. It's horrible writing. When I was in the 5th grade, I wrote better narratives.
Yeah, because it's not written. Quran was actually more so the vocal rather than the
No,
written.
that's not why. The reason is because a bunch of people after Muhammad died said this is what Muhammad said, and then they collected it and threw it into a book. That's why it looks like a disjointed collection of random sayings, because it is. It's a disjointed, random collections of memoirs of what people believed they remembered he said. Not a single word of this was written or uttered by the Prophet himself. I have no reason to believe that the Prophet even said half the shit in this book.
Okay, Mims, what was the reason for the revelation?
All right, listen,
Sure,
Simon. Simon, you're really boring and you don't respond to anything we say. So I'm gonna end the call, okay?
Okay, thank you. Bye.
In future, Simon, just know if when you're having a conversation, you actually you need to respond to what the other people are saying. You can't just keep jumping from point to point like you're in a panic, because it makes for a really shitty conversation, right? Because you say things and then we respond directly to what you say, and then we say things and you ignore us like we weren't even there, and then you just move on to the next talking point. That's not how conversations go. That is, however, how conversations go when somebody's dishonest and they're in a panic to prove that their religion is true when they know that it's not. That's most likely what was happening.
But he was very quick to concede everything.
Yeah. I love that Ems calls people Habibi. I might start calling people Ahuvi Hebrew. Just they can match the energy.
I'm a little cruel. I refer to the Islamic people when they're mean to me as Habibti if they're a male, just to see if they'll lash out, but we'll see.
Well, they probably think that
if you know, you know.
You're getting the pronouns wrong.
What's that?
They probably think you're not doing it on purpose.
Yeah, they probably see a white guy and they think, "Oh, this guy doesn't know what Habibti means." So they you're right. They probably don't even realize I'm insulting them. Even better, it's fine.
Well, not a lot of moments for me to talk to a mean Jewish person. Doesn't happen a lot. I'm not going to get the opportunity to say Ahuvati to them.
Yeah, we don't get that opportunity very often. Although, yeah, every once in a while we get one. Yeah, sorry. During that guess, I was kind of fucking around with my second camera. I was going to see if I can get a second camera involved so that it wasn't just my giant head on the screen, but the camera's acting up. I don't know if it's overheating or what. I can't get it to stay on very long. I might have to get a different cable maybe. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends, and we're going to get... Oh, Disciple Derek left. I guess he didn't have any power.
Could you bring up, like when you're done with this super chats, could you bring up 3354? No, 3353. So 3353.
So...
You've read it. But I just want to show Dalton in like the comments. Like this is supposedly something said by God, like the creator of the universe.
Chapter 53?
3353.
Okay, hold on. Chapter 33, verse 53. Okay, I got it. Give me 1 second. We'll throw it up on the screen here. It says, "O believers, do not enter the homes of the prophet without permission, and if invited for a meal, do not come too early and linger until the meal is ready. But if you are invited to enter on time, if you are invited, then enter on time. Once you have eaten, then go on your way and do not stay for casual talk. Such behavior is truly annoying to the prophet, yet he is too shy to ask you to leave." That's crazy. But Allah is never shy of the truth. And when you believers ask his wives for something, ask them from behind a barrier. Oh my gosh. This is purer for your hearts and theirs. And it is not right for you to annoy the messenger of Allah, nor ever marry his wives after him. This would certainly be a major offense in the sight of Allah.
Hey guys, it wasn't me. It was Allah who said it. I'm just saying, don't shoot the messenger.
I mean, what? It's a cult of personality. That's crazy. The prophet of God's too shy to let you know his wishes. He has to send messengers, has to send his henchmen out to do his dirty work.
No, it's the he's too shy. So God is telling you instead.
Oh,
so
yeah.
The creator of the universe is telling you instead.
Muhammad doesn't have the balls to say that he has a problem with like small talk after dinner. So he has to make the claim that God says not to do it.
That's crazy. That's crazy work, actually.
That's so
I
funny.
don't think
That's
we've
gotta be
looked
the
at that
funniest.
yet.
That's gotta be the funniest Quranic passage I've ever read.
Oh, good grief. All right, let me grab our super chats. Disciple Derek left, so I guess he's not going to get cooked today, but I'm sure he'll be back for a crash out in the future. Although he was pretty dead set on the world ending, and that didn't happen. So I guess I'm sure there's a new date coming. Herbie Shine, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says the ridiculous claim that atheists hate God is so weak and pathetic. Get better apologetics, for fuck's sake, theists. I'm not a fan of autumn and winter as it affects my depression. I'm sorry to hear that, actually. Moan, moan, moan. Rock hard for Doug. Well, listen, I mean, everybody has their own thing. You know, I can't expect everyone to think like I think or to feel like I feel. So, listen, if you don't like autumn, then no problem with that. You do you, boo. And Tim, thank you for the super chat, says, if you're going to magic food. Wait, what? If you're going to magic food, what does that even mean? If you're going to magic food
Yes.
into existence, loaves and fishes, I think we need some commas in here. What are we? Budget miracles, steak and lobster. This is actually a really good point. When he multiplied the loaves and fishes, he didn't have to do that. He could have just clicked his fingers and had like a 5-course meal appear for every individual. Like there's no limits to what he could have done, which in retrospect, Tim, it makes it feel like the loaves and fishes was kind of like, I don't know. It was like he was holding back.
If you read Harry Potter, Gam's law says that you cannot create food from nothing. You have to use pre-existing food and multiply it. So it's just his wizard powers, not, the limits of wizardry.
That's what it was. Minuteman says, hey, my next anti-God song to recommend. So, by the Subhumans, a little angry, but that's okay. I like it. Some angry music. Praise Doug and fuck the patriarchy. Well, thank you, Minutemen, and fuck the patriarchy. And thank you for the song recommendation. I think we got a list going. Somebody DM'd me a list of songs in the Discord the other day. So, but if you're keeping track, we need a thread in the Discord for atheist music. Let us know, mods. If you're a Discord mod, we got to make this happen. I don't even know how to make new threads. Hammond says, hi, Justin and Dalton. Why don't you guys use Ezekiel 20, 25 through 26? God admits he made people do evil, even sacrifice firstborn. Well, I mean, we use it for other things, like when we're talking about child sacrifice. But, I mean, the reality is when we're looking at the Bible and saying, well, look at the horrible shit God did. Well, it's kind of silly because, I mean, it's not silly. It's just that there's so much to pick from. That like it's a bountiful harvest. Like there's a never-ending list of shit God did that's horrific. I mean, I'm sure eventually we could bring that up in conversation because it is forced evil.
I do bring it up whenever I talk about the inconsistency of God's commands in the Old Testament, because Jeremiah says the thought never even entered my mind, said God, but no, here he commanded it. So yeah,
right. And man with a stoat thought on his head, through his head, formerly taxicillibate, says, to be honest, the cheat sheet is not immediately intuitive. My advice to new users is to just click on things and use it, and it'll come pretty quickly. Happy Turkey Day. Well, thank you for the feedback. I think it was when it was just like a couple tabs, it was easier. People just knew. Now that we've got many tabs on it, I can see why someone could get lost in it. So thanks for the feedback, though. And Mr. says, Justin, what do you think of the percentage of Christians that are flat earth weirdos? And do you think the cult sector is growing? I think the cult sector is growing, but I think conspiracy theories have always been popular. Prior to flat earth theory, there was all kinds of other conspiracy theories. There's a huge, if you did a Venn diagram of religious belief and conspiracy theories, it would be like nearly like a circle. So
I think since 2016, we've seen a definite rise in like public acknowledgement of like conspiracy theories because of who became president in 2016. It made them feel comfortable to be stupid in public.
That's it.
Did you hear that Trump got his COVID booster and his flu shot when he went to the checkup last week?
What a traitor! He's supposed to be vaccine free. Oh, well. We'll see what happens. His followers still won't get it. They'll get everyone else sick. It's fine. Mr. Big Murph, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That is huge, my friend. Big W for the super chat. I appreciate that. It says, Mr. M, love ya. We all love M's. Can you please move the mic half an inch away from your mouth, please? Maybe. We do need the mic close to his mouth because his vocalization doesn't project as much as some. So unfortunately, we do
I
need.
do not have my mic with me today, so I'm just using my phone. So,
Yep.
But hopefully the popping isn't as bad.
I can hear you, though. I can hear you fine. No co-apostate. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W friend says, hey, Justin, happy Monday. Great show already. Been looking forward to more Monday Madness. It is Monday Madness. Well, thank you for being here, Noco. I really appreciate that. And also, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debates memberships. I super, super appreciate that, friend. And I don't know if you guys know this, but did you guys hear there's a new Rapture prediction coming? Anyone?
Already?
Yeah.
Set for when?
November 2026.
Next 2026. Okay.
I don't know why November, but that's what we got. All right, let's grab our next guest. I think it's going to be Kava from the YouTube queue, and then we'll switch back to the TikTok queue. We had 2 people waiting in the TikTok queue that were in line first, but then they dropped. So now it looks like Kava's next in line. So let's. Hopefully, I pronounced that name right.
Oh, it's Kaya. Hi.
How you doing?
I'm Kaya. Thank you for taking my
Kaya.
call.
Sorry about that.
Yes. You're waiting for a Jew. I'm that Jew.
That's fine. In the guest queue, now that you're on screen, I can see it. But in the guest queue, the text is small and it drops the end, like the tail of the Y, so it looked like a V.
Okay.
So now that you're on the screen, we can say, okay, well, welcome in our friend. So you are at least 18, we presume?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you believe in the God of the Hebrew Bible?
Correct.
Awesome. And do you think that there is evidence or a good argument for that God existing?
I think there's a lot of evidence. I mean, I grew up ultra-Orthodox, so obviously I have been learning these things ever since I was born. So the way I think might be different than other people that weren't brought up religious, I guess. I am aware that the way I think is because the way I grew up, and if I would have grown up in a different religion, maybe I would think differently. But I think that Judaism has different things than other religions. In the fact where Judaism had a revelation to many people versus other religions was like a singular event. And I think it's a little hard to be able to make up a religion that they claim 600,000 people saw Moses on Sinai. So I think that's a little bit hard to explain or to falsify such an event.
Well, what would be the evidence that the event actually happened?
If you have 600,000 people seeing an event and then you go and you say, oh, 600,000 people saw the event, don't you think people would come out and say that never happened?
No, not if it happened, not if the claim was hundreds of years later. Also, according to the Hebrew Bible, it was like 2.5 million people because there was 600,000 fighting men, it says in Numbers. So, I mean, you've got a radius of about 19 miles worth of people wandering the desert. You would think that somebody would have wrote that stuff down on clay tablets.
I hear that, but also Judaism has this thing where things have to be brought from father to son, father's son, and they're very into that. Everything is, how do I say this? Everything.
You're talking about the chain of the oral tradition.
Yes, there you go.
That's true for Rabbinic Judaism, but we don't have any reason to think that this was true of the ancient Israelites. In fact, all of the data seem to support the idea that the Torah was written and compiled during the 6th century BCE while the Jewish people were in Babylonian exile. There are many hints within the Torah itself that seem to indicate a much later date.
Within the Torah itself, it says that Moses went up to God on the mountain and wrote everything down with God. I am aware of the documentary hypothesis, I think it's called, but Orthodox Judaism does not believe that to be true. We believe that Moses wrote everything down and the whole Torah was written by Moses through the divine word of God.
Sure, we know that's what you believe. I mean, a lot of Christians believe that too. I think the problem is there's no evidence from the book that that is the case. It keeps talking about Moses in the third person, which is weird, and then it uses a lot of anachronistic phrases that Moses wouldn't know about. Like it talks about the Chaldeans throughout Genesis, but the Chaldeans were the name for the Babylonians that were given by the Greeks. So the Greeks didn't exist in Moses' time, so Moses certainly wouldn't have used the word for the Chaldeans.
One of my favorite actually
Interesting.
is Genesis 14, which mentions that
The
Abraham
tribe of Dan.
pursued Lot's captors as far as Dan, which Dan wasn't an area of Israel until after Moses' time.
Interesting. And what do you say about certain things within the Torah that couldn't have been known outside the Torah? For example, it says about fins and scales for fish, and they have not yet to find any fish that don't have both. Or the Torah talks about animals that have split hooves and chew their cud, and it
Oh
lists all the
no.
animals. And
That
you know what I'm
there are
talking
fish
about?
that don't have that there are fish that don't have both fins and scales. Catfish,
No,
for example.
no, it says that, okay, I'm not very familiar. I am a girl, and growing up, I wasn't allowed to read the Torah like the males. So I'm not very familiar with exact words, but I'm just like quoting what I learned that either whichever one has fins automatically has scales, or whichever one has scales automatically has fish, not both.
You mean there's no scaleless finned fish? Am I hearing this correctly?
No, so I'm not sure which one it is. It's either if the fish has scales, then it will have fins, or if it has fins, it will have scales,
Oh
but
no!
not vice versa.
Leviticus 11 actually just says that the only fish that the Jewish people were permitted to eat are fish that have both skins and fins and scales, and that you cannot eat fish that only has one or the other. That's what the Torah prohibits.
Okay, I don't know. I understood from what I learned that the Torah predicted that there was no fish that didn't have both, I guess, and only a divine presence would know that. So I guess I misunderstood that, or I'm not remembering, but it did say something about chewing its cut and split hooves.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm
Have you?
talking about?
Yeah, and I think the problem with the cud passage is it references animals that chew cud that don't. Like if you go to 4 and 5, it talks about rock badgers and rabbits chewing their cud, but they don't chew cud at all.
So you're saying that's not true?
No.
Yeah, there's not a single species of rabbit anywhere on the planet that chews the cud.
Is it possible that the words that you have don't translate well from Hebrew?
Well, we can look at
Well,
the Hebrew.
I mean, are you positing that rabbits is translated as the wrong animal and rock badgers are the
That's
wrong
what I'm
animal?
asking.
Well, I don't
I mean,
know
I
of
don't
any
know.
I don't know of any reason not to. Like if you look up the words in like a Hebrew lexicon, they're all going to come up with the same animal. Now the King James version I think uses the word hyrax, but a hyrax is just a rock badger. It's the same animal. That being said, I've never seen a translation, whether it's Christian or Jewish, that said anything other than rock badger or rabbit. It seems like if there was another animal that it could have been, it's lost to history. Nobody knows.
And there was another thing where the Torah mentioned a animal that lays an egg but is a mammal. And for centuries, they had no idea what that was until they discovered the platypus, way past the Torah.
Which
I'm
verse is
not
that?
aware.
I don't know exact passages because I didn't learn it within the Torah. But I
So
remember learning that.
yeah, it sounds like some of what you've learned is not from reading it, but from people telling you.
Yeah, because the way it works in Orthodox schools is girls aren't allowed to learn within the passage. Um, we're taught, like our teachers teach us the words, the passages, but not from inside the book.
Yeah, it's similar to old school Catholicism. So, like, when you look at the Torah, there's only one passage that mentions eggs. It's Deuteronomy 22, and Deuteronomy 22 is maybe my favorite passage. But it says, "If you come on a bird's nest or come upon a bird's nest in any tree or on the ground with fledglings or eggs, with the mother sitting on fledglings or on the eggs, you shall not take the mother with the young. You shall let the mother go," so on and so forth. So, um, if there's another passage in the Torah that mentions eggs, I'm not aware of it.
Okay, so I don't know exactly which one it was. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Yeah.
Um, okay, I appreciate that. I have another question.
Hmm.
It might not be like prophecy or whatever, or it might be prophecy, but the fact where God told the Jews that they will be for all eternity, and in our history, everyone who tried persecuting us, so many of these people are gone, but the Jews are still here. What do you
Hmm.
say to that?
Well, I'd say it's impressive, but I don't know if it means anything in terms of prophecy, right? Because there are other civilizations that have similar prophecies. Like if you look at the prophecies of the ancient Greeks, there's all kinds of prophecies that seem to have come true as well. It's just kind of one of those things where if you give enough prophecies, eventually something is going to come true. But I would say this: I've had a lot of people talk about like the perseverance of the Jewish people, and I think one of the things that helped the Jewish people survive was the fact that they had this promise. So they thought that came from God, right? To me, I
Mhm.
feel like it's a little bit of a I want to use the word placebo effect, but I don't want to use it in a pejorative term. So like when people believe, there's a study that's been done, a bunch of them, where when people believe they're giving performance enhancing substances, even though they're not, they perform way better in athletics, right? I think there's something to be said about a people group that genuinely believe that God is going to preserve them, that helps them to draw tight bonds between each other and help each other survive, rather than just like abandoning each other and running off doing their own thing for survival. So you could say it's partially self-fulfilling prophecy. You could say it's maybe a placebo effect, but either way, I mean, I'm an atheist, but I think it's impressive that the Jewish people have actually survived the way that they did. No one can take that away from the Jewish people. They've overcome more than just about any people group I can think of.
And what do you say
Now,
to the anti-Semitism? Like everyone hating on the Jews all the time. Sometimes
Mhm.
they deserve it, and most of the times they don't. Like people, they're like the scapegoat.
Well, I think the problem, like, so when we look at the promises of the Bible in regards to God's people, right? I find a lot of issues. Like, so for example, if you go to Isaiah 54, this is just after the Babylonian exile. God promises that he'll never rebuke his people ever again. He'll never put them to shame. He'll never abandon them. In fact, let me grab the passage and put it on the screen. So, post Babylonian exile, this is what God said. He says, "This is like the days of Noah to me. Just as I swore that the waters of Noah would never again go over the earth, so I have sworn that I will not be angry with you, and I will not rebuke you. For the mountains may depart and the hills may be removed, but my steadfast love shall not depart from you," so on and so forth. And so we have like these really lofty promises of God, um, like after the Assyrian invasion, after the Babylonian invasion, that God's going to restore them and make them prosperous and numerous, and He's never going to be mad at them again. And then they, unfortunately, war happens, and the Greeks beat up on the Jewish people, and then the Romans beat up on the Jewish people. It seems like there's so many like failed prophecies in the Bible that it's when some of them do come true, it's hard for me personally to take it seriously.
I
you know
hear
what's funny,
that.
Justin, is that you pointed to you were thinking Isaiah 54. I was thinking Isaiah 52. I was thinking the same
Oh,
exact thing because it says, "No more shall the uncircumcised and the unclean come unto you," but that didn't happen because of the Greeks.
right.
So if you're saying that you don't believe the Torah to be true, wouldn't that like basically say Christianity and Islam isn't true either?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, we're a million percent on board with you. Yeah.
Isn't it a little crazy that so many people believe some part of the Torah and it's not true? Like, how do you suppose so many, I don't want to say smart people because, like, I can't rank people, but people who, like, philosophize and think, and some of them, I mean, they all believe some part of the Torah to be true, right? Whether they're Christians or Islam, because it all started from Judaism. So
Mhm.
are they all just, like, imagining things?
No, I just don't think that they have any actual reading experience with the Bible. So, for example, like we've done studies where we've examined how much Christians actually read the book, and they don't. Most Christians haven't read anything in the book, and if they have, they might have read like the Gospel of John, you know, and that's like
Right.
it. And then with the Hebrew Bible, it's been my experience that unless you're in a rabbinic school, like you're actually training to be a rabbi, most people aren't really familiar with the text. They go to service, they go to synagogue, and they participate in the community, but they're not really reading it in their free time. So my personal opinion is a lot of people like really believe in their religions, but most people aren't believing it because they read the text and they said, yes, this text is true. They've heard about the text from their teachers and they've bought into it, if that makes sense.
Interesting. And what would you say to people that, okay, they'll say, fine, the Torah isn't true, Christianity isn't true, but I still believe in, like, a higher power. I believe in the universe or manifestation or law of attraction or things like that.
Well, I'm typically, I try to be pretty kind to those people. I've got family members that kind of believe along those lines. And the reality is, for some people, it's helpful for them. Like if you need to believe there's some powerful force outside of you that enables you to be happy when you wake up and not do illicit substances, then more power to you. I think the reason why we do a lot of these live streams, one, because I think truth matters, but also because I look at the history and I see formalized religions have brought so much suffering that to me, I'm just like, we don't need it. It's not really benefiting humanity at this moment. Maybe it did at one point. I don't see how it benefits humanity right now.
And what do you say to the people that have NDEs and see God or see Jesus or whatever?
Yeah, so I've been studying NDEs for quite some time. When I left religion, I thought NDEs were intriguing enough to hold on to the idea of God, even though I left religion. And to me, when I was looking at the research that we have for it, I kept finding more and more research suggesting that these are hallucinations. For example, when somebody has a near-death experience, it very much correlates with their cultural background. Like a Hindu person, if they meet a god in the afterlife, it's always one of the Hindu deities. And there's lots of near-death experiences of people meeting the prophet from Islam. And then obviously in the Western world, we have a lot of people having NDEs meeting Jesus. And so to me, I think this is kind of a hallmark feature of like your brain is filling in the gaps for you. It's just like when you're dreaming at night. Obviously, it's not the same as you're dreaming at night because your body is doing different things. Your brain is dumping DMT. You got all kind of chemicals going crazy in your brain. So it's obvious your brain is doing something abnormal. But as far as we can tell, it doesn't look like anything is actually happening outside of the brain. It's all inside the brain.
And what about reincarnation stories of kids that can remember things that they shouldn't be remembering?
Yeah, so those are really interesting. If you look at past life regression, most of the accounts of past life regression appear in the Eastern mysticism or in Hinduism, where they already believe in reincarnation models. I don't know of any Westerners that have documented any good past life regression cases. I know there have been some, but none of them have actually been good cases. There's been one or two cases out of India that I've read before that like they sound really convincing. Like there's no lie. But the problem is with past life regression, I have no way of validating if the story is true or if they made it up. That's the hard thing with these types of personal experiences is there's no way for me as a human being to determine if what they're saying is true because I'm over here and they're over here, over there. Like if I had my own experience, then perhaps I could be convinced of something, but as of yet, no such thing.
I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. I love listening to you. My husband's sitting right next to me. He's a huge scholar. He always reads the Torah. He reads the Talmud all the time, and we always argue. And he
We
wants
love
to
it.
talk to you. Is that okay to
That's
give over the
perfectly
phone to him?
fine. Yeah.
Okay. I don't
It's
take
good to talk to you.
responsibility, though. Thank you.
Hey,
Shalom
what's going
Chaim.
on? Ryan? What?
How you
Howdy,
doing?
partner.
Okay. Well, first, I want to say all hail Doug because I fucking love you guys. You guys are
Praise
fantastic.
Doug.
Okay. Okay, no, praise Doug. So I know you guys don't like talking to fellow atheists that much, but you like talking to people who are against your views. I would say as follows: I do love my wife listening to you guys because I'm not the bad guy. I'm not the guy who's like shitting on her beliefs, like, oh, you stupid believing that. So it's like at least it didn't come from me. And I've also tried not to really impose my views. I'm way past that. I'm a yeshiva student. I grew up that way. My wife,
Very
I didn't
cool.
really want to push it on her. I grew up in like Brooklyn, but either way, I have so many things I want to ask you, but I don't want to waste your time. So first of all, where did you get your degrees from? Because I'm dying to get those. Like, I have zero secular education. Like, I don't even have a high school diploma. I don't have any of that. I just happen to grow up in that kind of culty environment. So
I get
I
it.
would love to know, where do you learn that kind of stuff? Like, to hear you
So-
speak is so knowledgeable is amazing.
So I went to Bible college and seminary. My Bible college was Bethel. It was Bethel College. Now it's Bethel University. And I went to seminary, which is a master's program at Ashland Seminary. It's in Ashland, Ohio. And they're not all Bible colleges and not all seminaries are created equal. Some of them you don't actually learn all that much. I actually knew a Catholic friend who went through Catholic seminary, dropped out, and never became a priest. But he said, I went through seminary and never actually read the Bible. I said, that's crazy. You went to the wrong seminary, friend.
Wow.
Because if you go to a good seminary, you go to like Notre Dame or Franciscan or something, you're going to read the Bible. But the reality is not all of them are good. So the hallmarks of a good seminary is that they give you all the tools you need to do your own reading and your own interpretation rather than telling you what to believe. You need to learn Greek, you got to learn Hebrew. Sometimes you get to do a third language. My third language was Akkadian, but you could very well do Latin or Egyptian. And then you've got to do all the history work. You got to do all of the comparative culture work. And then you've got to do your theology work. But if somebody goes to a school that's really dogmatic, where like, this is what you have to believe or you're not a real believer, I wouldn't send anyone to that kind of a school because they're looking to indoctrinate people. They're not looking to equip people.
Right. Yeah, that makes entirely sense. I'm like I said, I'm having a hard time in general, like finding good data out there. Especially the world I come from is super extreme. Like the environment is super extreme. It's not like like Christians. I always see this. Like they're very like, easygoing. Like, oh, okay, it says this, it says that. They're not a big deal. In my world, like my parents, my brothers, my siblings, my whole family, most of my friends in the community, they're all like super religious. We're talking. I don't know how you're familiar, like with the Hasidim in Borough Park in Brooklyn, and like in the upstate area, like the black hats. Like that's my family. That's the people I talk to about this thing.
I was a Ben Noach, so I know exactly what you're referring to.
Exactly. So where did you grow up in?
Texas, but I'm very familiar with the Jewish community.
Right. Yeah, a complete guy. But I would say, I'm sorry about that. That's
No, it's fine.
No, it's accurate.
It's true. It's true.
So I talked to my family, and I think my wife made this point. The minute I mentioned the documentary hypothesis, they simply blow it off like, I don't believe in it. Almost like, hey, I can show you that the words don't make sense. And their answer is like, well, this is what it is. And I've actually seen it. There's a debate between Rabbi Sachs from London and who was it? Some atheist, I forgot. Richard Dawkins. And Richard Dawkins asked him a question like, oh, why did it take humanity so long to come on the scene? And he said, well, this is just what it took. This is what it takes. And And sometimes I've asked them like, hey, like you said, why does it refer to Moses to be the most humble person? It's kind of strange. They said, well, that's what God told him to write, so that's what he writes.
I know, right?
They don't the details or the evidences that we see that would indicate that it might have been written by other people. They brushed it off. So I've never had any success. Have a conversation with them about the documentary about this. It doesn't work.
If you want a really good like Jewish source for deconstructing, like for example, the 13 Principles of Maimonides, there's a really good book called the Limits of Orthodox Theology by Mark B. Shapiro, and he goes through a lot of the assumptions in orthodoxy, like the idea that the Torah is eternal, or that God doesn't have a body. And he goes through all the ideas about Mashiach, and he goes through all the different principles and sort of talks about how they evolved over time.
Right. I have a bone to pick with this Mashiach stuff because right now, through the whole war, all my friends, everybody's like, he's right here, he's coming.
I know. I've got a
I
good
told
friend
my
who's a
friend-
rabbi in Israel right now, and he believes the Messiah's imminent.
Oh yeah, I have a very close friend actually. I probably shouldn't say this. He's a White House correspondent, very ultra religious guy. You'll see him. If you look through the photos, yeah, you'll know who he is. He's on a weird trip, and I told him, hey, I'll bet you $1 million. I'll put $1 million right now in an escrow. All right, and give you 10 years till the Messiah arrives. You know, he's like, no, I can't do that because money won't be worth anything when the Messiah comes. So I'm like, I don't know how to play that
Should be an
game. I
easy
don't know
bet, then.
what to bet.
Yeah,
It should be an easy bet, right? But anyway, look. Oh, also one final thing. Have you ever heard of? I don't want to call him a rabbi, but I think he's a despicable human. Rabbi Joseph Mizrahi. I don't know if you've heard him, an Israeli.
I've heard of him, but I have yet to actually do the deep dive. I went through like the online bio, and that's it.
Right. So he has quite a lot of YouTube videos. Where he's very aggressive. He's very, very aggressive. He debates Christians. He debates an atheist, a few of them. But he's an Israeli rabbi, extremely aggressive. He has no shame of saying that, like, the millions of Jews who died in the Holocaust deserved it because they didn't listen to God.
Fuck.
Like that kind of rabbi. Very aggressive. I was just wondering if you like heard of any of stuff, but if not, that's fine. And
Not
anyway,
yet, but
look,
it looks like I got some videos to watch later.
he got some videos. Yeah, it will make your blood boil. Trust me, the nasty things he says.
Oh man.
Yeah, he said some nasty things about people born with Down syndrome too. What did he say?
Oh no.
I didn't watch the video. My wife just told me
That's
something about it. They
aggravating.
did
That's
something in their
upsetting.
past lives or something. Yeah. So but he said, but the good thing the good thing with him, I think, is that he's super fundamental.
Right.
So it's easier to point out where he's wrong. Like people who are fluffy, fluff, it's harder to like pinpoint where they're going wrong. Anywho, look, I wish I could pick your brain one day. Like I wish you, just me and you, I just sit there, list a million of questions. I'll just pick your brain because this is so amazing to me that someone
we'll
who is
do,
outside of the system.
Yeah, we'll do some live streams in the future for some live Q&A.
Right. No, but I do
I know
feel guilty, like hijacking an hour of your time of a live
That's
stream.
okay. It was a good conversation.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
So I wish I could just pick your brain. There's so many questions I got. Like I'm just like, I never gone live with anybody really, so it's like my brain is like hyperventilating at the moment. No offense.
You're doing great.
So look, we're listening to your stuff. We actually drove down to Florida a couple of days ago from New York, and we listened to quite a lot of your stuff.
I appreciate that.
If you can, this is just a personal favor to me, if you don't mind, just 1 hour solid video shitting on the Torah, but not like silly things. We're talking like hard data, like hey, the rabbit doesn't chew its cud, and this thing's bullshit. Just so I can have more sources just for myself to research and look. I would love that. Yeah.
I got you, friend.
Everything's Christianity. Fuck Christians.
We'll definitely make it happen.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, sir. All right. Thank you.
Great to hear from you.
Hard to see
Cheers,
you
friends.
on the screen. Yeah, I don't know. This guy on the screen is super small. The other guy that I was speaking
Dalton.
to. Yeah. And thank you so much for your time, guys. I really, really appreciate you guys. You guys are amazing. All right.
Thank you,
Keep on
Fred. Have
telling
a
my
great
wife
one.
that there's no such thing as higher powers. All right.
Shalom.
Sorry.
She'll get there. She'll get there.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. Noah, say bye. All right. My daughter just ran out.
Bye. Oh my gosh, that little kid was so cute.
They were fun. Jewish
That
people
was
are just
fun.
nicer to talk to. I don't know what it is.
I agree.
I just jive with them better.
Well, they also don't think that atheists are dirty, rotten, hellbound people. So they're just, they're not worried about that. Herman Preet, thank you for the super chat. It says, this gives the vibe of Justin After Dark. Tagline, you've never deconstructed like this before. Yeah, so I'm trying live background on it. Better for the horizontal. I got to get my second camera set up for the vertical so it doesn't look like my giant head. But just because I think I don't know if the animated backgrounds are too much. I'm running some experiments. I've had some feedback on them. Some people love them. Some people hate them. So like you guys know me, I'm an engineer. I have to try stuff out. Got to test shit out and see what happens, right? So just know, like, when you guys give me feedback on the stream, I do take that feedback eventually and make adjustments here and there and see what works and what doesn't work. I'm very much concerned about looking at the numbers and the data.
People keep talking about the cauldron. All I've really taken into consideration is you have a Paleo Hebrew chart in the background.
Yeah, I charted the Semitic alphabet, really the Phoenician alphabet, all the way from Phoenician all the way through Proto-Sinaitic, through Hebrew, through Paleo Hebrew. I think I've got some Egyptian partial glyphs on there as well.
What a nerd.
I know. I got problems, guys. I got huge problems. It's a great reference, though.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what I would hang on my wall.
I just took a gold marker, one of those gold paint pens, and a yardstick, and started going at it. It was a good time. For 4 hours and the price of a black canvas, you can have yours too. Abraham the Chaldean says, I thought Jesus's body was vaporized by those high energy gamma rays in France. Pretty sure I heard it left a shadow on some old cloth. I think that's about right. Either that or Caucasian space Jesus never made it past the Van Allen belt. It could be, we'll see. He could have hit the firmament on the way out too. I mean, depending on what kind of speed he had on the way out, if he hit the firmament at a real good speed, I don't know what that's going to do to his spiritual flesh, being that it is fine. Thorian says, could you explain Isaiah 9:6? Does it truly equate the Messiah to God? No, not even remotely the case. So Isaiah 9:6, I think, is either one of two occasions. It's about Hezekiah, or it's possibly about another king. I think it's about Hezekiah, and here's why I think that. I think it's either a birth prophecy or an enthronement prophecy. I think it was written after the initial Assyrian invasion. You guys got to remember, the Assyrians invaded the northern tribes, but they didn't immediately demolish all the northern tribes. They went in. The northeast got devastated. Zebulun got crushed. Dan, the region of Dan, got crushed. But they didn't go in and completely conquest yet. It was multiple incursions. This prophecy appears to be written during like a 15-year gap between the various Assyrian conquests, most likely about when Hezekiah would have been born. And if he was going to be the new heir, if they knew when he was born that he was the next heir, you would have this type of theophoric naming in the prophecy for the next king that has now been born during this period that they think is at peace. They don't know the Assyrians are coming back. They don't know that yet. But Hezekiah, if you remember, Hezekiah actually kind of quasi defends the Judeans against the last onslaught of the Assyrians. Now, in doing so, he basically gave up the ship. Really, he became a vassal state. But the reality is he's remembered as a great king who did reforms throughout the land and prevented Judah from falling into the hands of the Assyrians. So you would imagine that of the prophecies, the kingly prophecies that they would keep, this would be one they would want to keep.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't realize that because they think that this is something only other nations did. But the kings of Israel were also seen as being sort of semi-divine. If you read the Psalms, for example, David's said to be begotten by God. Solomon is said to be the son of God in 2 Samuel chapter 7. And we even see in the Psalms that the king of Israel, Solomon, is referred to as Elohim. And it is not meant to be that they are God ontologically, but this is more adjectival. It's meant to describe that like they are like divine in nature. So Hezekiah being called El Gibor is not an indication that he is literally the mighty God.
Yeah, that's certainly true. It's also the case that these types of theophoric titles were not unique. We find them all throughout the ancient Near East. In Egyptian writings, we find the same thing, where there's a new pharaoh, or will be a pharaoh, and they give them 4 to 5 theophoric names. That for a long history, scholars have believed it was because they thought the pharaohs were gods, when in reality they were just kind of like semi-divine figures. But the reality is these theophoric names were common for anyone that was going to take the throne, because you're in partnership with God. And so you got theophoric names, not representing necessarily you as the new king, but what God is doing with you. It's about God. It's not about you. These names are not necessarily about the individual. That's why they're theophoric. So yeah, it's not a great argument. If you know the context of Isaiah 9, it's clearly a real king, not a metaphorical king, because he's going to sit on the throne of King David. And there's going to be peace, and obviously that never happened.
And of course, a child has been born to us, but if you're reading the NIV, it kind of ignores that language, doesn't it?
NIV is not a good translation, friends. It's in the past tense. The child was already born and already given. Both those verbs in the past tense. CW says, I just had someone dear to me suggest going to church to find self-forgiveness. Your thoughts? Well, my thoughts would be, it sounds like you're projecting. I don't know what you did that you need self-forgiveness for, but I'm okay. Don't worry about me. Worry about you. That's what I would say.
And even so, you can get that from therapy. You don't need to go to church for that.
100%. Dr. David says, hi, friends and fellow Dougites, rock hard for Doug. So glad to catch this live from the UK. Great job, Justin et al. Love the cookout tonight. Almighty Doug, too. Thank you so much, Dr. David. Great to hear from you. I hope you're doing well, my friend. And we got one more super chat. We'll bring in our next guest. Actually, Doctor sent a gifted membership. I just noticed that. Thank you so much, Doctor. We appreciate that. And the Duke says, are those pretzels certified halal? Listen, you know me. I don't have any halal food over here. These are legit pretzels. I don't know if they're kosher, but they're delicious. Although I have to admit, I need to restock. I need to restock my real pretzels. Duke, good to hear from you. Thank you for the super chat. And it looks like we've got somebody in our queue that's finally gonna bring down the ship. They're finally going to end Deconstruction Zone forever. I mean, I'm terrified. I'm about to have an entire loss of income. I was just getting
comfortable too.
Yeah, Dalton. I mean, welcome in, Jesus Warrior.
What's up?
Jesus Warrior, are you at least 18? And do you believe? I assume you're a Christian. Do you believe in the Trinity?
There's no Trinity. What Trinity are you talking about?
So you don't believe in the Trinity?
There's no Trinity. Show me where the Trinity is.
I didn't say there was. You have to pay a little bit of attention. I asked you if you believe in the Trinity. It sounds like the answer is no.
No. There's no Trinity, so why must I believe in that?
I never said you did. I'm not a Christian. I think you're lost. So what would be the most compelling evidence or the best argument for the Christian God existing?
The earth you're walking on. Who made it?
Oh, Jesus. Look at the trees. That's your argument?
No, the earth. What is your understanding? The ground you're making a house and everything.
I've got the earth right here. Yeah, this is God. Prove me wrong.
Bro, I don't see nothing on the picture. Why are you in the dark?
There you
go. This is God. Prove me wrong.
What is God? I'm not seeing nothing.
God is this rock on the screen. The proof is that you're on his creation right now. You're standing on Doug's creation right now. That's proof. Look at the ground. Jesus Warrior, look at the ground. This is proof that Doug is God. Look at the ground.
So that's your God? Oh,
Yeah.
I know. You're pagan. You pray to stone. I know, right? Yeah.
Actually, I'm
I
overdue for some incense. I got to get the incense going for Doug. I don't want to get behind on
so
my
you're,
offerings.
you said you were atheist, right?
It's almost like you weren't even listening to the conversation. For all the dirt you were talking in the
No,
comments, it's almost like you're in a different world right now. Do you get lost in the way in?
no.
Because it
I
sounded
want
like
to
you
make
knew what
it
was
clear.
happening in the comments when you kept shouting over
My
and over
brother,
again that I'm
shut your
terrified of
mouth and
you.
listen for a moment. Why you gonna? You see, this is the thing. If you're an atheist, do you know the word atheist means eat shit, and you're
That's
doing
not
it
at all what it
right
means.
now?
But it
Well,
sounds like
scribble
you
the
got a
word around.
mouthful of it.
I know you got a mouthful of leading people straight and
Could you
thinking
Well,
tell
that
us
prove
you
what
me
the
can
wrong.
make them good.
Prove me
Listen,
wrong,
you're
Jesus
trying to get.
warrior.
Hold up, shut up and
Prove
listen.
me wrong,
did he
Jesus warrior.
Listen, you're trying to drag
did
people
he say
along because
atheist
you
means
know the
eat
It's
shit?
crazy that he thinks, yeah, he's going to
thing.
get up
Listen
here
to
and
why you
tell me
mute
to
it
shut
now.
up on my own
Why you
live
mute
stream. Jesus warrior, you are completely confused
so
if you think you get to go to other people's live streams and tell them to shut off. Shut up.
you know atheist means eat shit, right?
Watch, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, the thing they could do. Run.
I don't even know what the Greek word for shit would be. Wait a
Isn't it
minute. If
something like
atheist means eat shit,
it's
doesn't that mean theist means just shit?
I mean, theoretically, if atheist means eat shit, then I can only assume that theism is something about shit as well. This wasn't a well thought out argument.
Yeah, you
Jesus.
scared of me.
Oh, there you
You
go.
scared.
There, you figured out how the mute button works. Yeah, no one's scared of you. Sounds like you don't even know what planet you're
Yeah,
on right
listen,
now. So
listen.
we're
Let me
still
tell
waiting
you
for
something.
the argument that ends in your God
Listen,
being
my brother.
real,
Listen.
because right now the argument that you've given has nothing to do with your God being real.
So you just wanna disprove God, and you're walking on His land.
No, no,
So
no.
you
We
know you're
want
gonna get burned
we
very
want
bad,
you to
right?
provide an
You know you're
argument
gonna
for your
get
God
burned
being
very bad,
real.
right?
Can you do it? Or are you too scared? Are you a coward?
Oh, I already told you the proof. When you look outside, the sun and the moon, everything above you
Yeah,
in a system.
that's
That's how
proof
it's
that
work.
Doug is God.
Yeah, that dog is your God. I know you pray to sticks and
That's
stone.
proof
I
that
know
Doug
that.
is God. Prove me wrong. Prove that Doug's not God and that your God is
So,
the real God.
so is Satan paying you, my brother?
Satan's paying me really good.
Yeah, I know. I know.
It's almost
For
like
you to
Satan's
get
winning
burned.
because you don't have an argument. Why are you getting your ass kicked by Satan's minion?
You're saying you scared of me. You know that. A lot of time you scared of me.
I'm waiting
You
for
don't
you to
like
provide
that.
an argument. No one's scared of
No,
somebody
I
with no
already
argument. We're waiting for the
provide.
argument.
Listen. I already provide the argument to you. What you doing? You're running. Look what you're trying to do.
If your argument can be applied to literally anything, it's not actually a valid argument. If I can apply your argument to a rock with googly eyes on it, it's not a good argument. Do you have anything else? You can't honestly think that look at the trees is going to be the most
Okay.
powerful
You want
argument.
a good listen. You want a good argument? Can you tell me why you switched from a believer to an unbeliever?
Yeah, because it wasn't true.
What wasn't true?
The Bible. Jesus fulfilled 0 prophecies. The Bible is full of filled predictions. It's full of bad science. It
No,
contradicts itself. You want to see the evidence?
stop. Yo, the evidence you have to go look up is Revelation 13, 16 to 19, 17. What
Oh,
is happening right now?
you don't think Revelation 13 is evidence of anything? Oh
The mark of the beast.
no. Oh no. What do you think Revelation
The
is?
lion and the Bible.
What in Revelation do you think is coming true? Tell me.
The chip that are planted in your hand, you already took one,
Wait,
right?
where does it say anything about a chip in Revelation
There's
13?
no
I
chip
don't
in
remember reading
Revelation.
that.
Go read it. Go read it.
You haven't even read it yet. Tell me where it says chip in here, because this talks about the mark of the beast, and the mark of the beast is not a device. The mark of the beast
Okay,
is
so read
is
it.
the
Read it,
number
my
of
brother.
a
Read it.
human
See.
being, And just so you
Read
know,
it. Read
Jesus
it.
Warrior, no one can hear you while you're talking in the
Read
background of
it.
me
Stop
talking.
talking and
You
read
can
the
talk all you
scripture.
want, but nobody can actually hear you. In fact,
You're
I'm going to
getting
keep
cooked
talking
right
over
now,
them.
and you
Put a
know
1
that.
in the comments if my microphone is louder. If not, I'll
Yeah,
make sure and turn it
you're
up. That way,
listen, you're
every
getting
time he
cooked.
tries to interrupt
Read
me,
it.
you'll just be able to hear him
Read
mumbling
the
in the
scripture.
background.
Read the scripture.
It
Dumb
sounds
dumb.
like
Read
everyone
it.
here is just you mumbling in the background. You're wasting
Yeah.
your breath. Are you ready to have an adult conversation, or do you
No,
want to
you
keep
can
getting?
have a
Do you
dog. You
want to
just
keep
yapping
crying
off
in the
your stinking
background?
mouth. Look. You're acting like a weird idiot.
Buddy, you're the
Read the
one acting.
scripture.
You're the one acting like a
17.
2-year-old up here.
Bro,
In
read
fact,
the scripture.
when my
Read the
son was
scripture.
2, he was better behaved
Read
than
the
you are,
scripture, my
actually.
brother. Read. Bro, you're an idiot, bro. Read the scripture. You're
He's
yapping
really
your
doing.
mouth.
He's
You
really
have
doing
no
Christ
com-
proud near. Apparently, you did not read Colossians 2 when it told you how Christian behavior is supposed to be.
Wow.
What
You
does
see?
Colossians
This
2
is
tell
the
you?
this is APS style, ramping all over the place.
What does Colossians 2 tell you? These guys never read his
Getting
book.
crushed.
So
Yo, next 2
I'll read
weeks,
it for you. It
it's
says, "This
gonna
calls
slow
for
down.
wisdom. Let it." And just so you're aware, every time you
Next
talk while I'm
2
talking,
weeks.
no one can hear what you're saying. So if you want to make it so nobody ever hears you,
Bro,
please
read
keep
the
talking while I'm
scripture.
talking. It says, "This
Read
calls
the
for wisdom.
scripture.
Let anyone with understanding, which is not you, calculate the
Bro, you
number of the
don't have
beast,
none.
for it is the number of
You're
a
working for
person.
Satan
Its number is 666." So the question you have to ask yourself is, which person
Bro,
could this
read
be referring
16 and
to?
17.
The question is,
Read
what is
16 and
666?
17. You don't know what is 6, right? 666.
Everything that Justin just read, I don't remember seeing anything about a chip there. It mentions a
Oh,
charagma,
read
which
from
is a
16. Read
mark.
from 16. It says, it caused all, both small, great, rich and poor, both free and bound, to be given a brand. What scripture are you reading? That's not right.
A
Let me
mark.
get my scripture. That book
A mark.
is a false book you're reading.
Oh, let me guess. You only read the King James Bible?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that.
Oh, this is sad.
Yeah. First rule of the Dunning-Kruger Club is you don't know you're in the Dunning-Kruger Club.
I know why you turn an atheist, my brother. I know why.
Because I actually have
So let
reading
me-
comprehension and you don't.
Okay, you really got reading comprehension, reading a false Bible that disprove what the Bible said. Come on.
What do you think's false about it?
That Bible doesn't say nothing about how it was supposed to be said.
What? No,
And
what's
you're
false?
reading it.
What's false about the Bible I'm reading right now?
Nothing. I'll show you just now what
Nothing.
it says.
Nothing's false about my Bible. You just said it's a false Bible.
No, I'm gonna show you. Listen, my brother. Listen. I don't have time
I'm
to
waiting for the
argue.
answer. What's false about the
So
Bible that I'm
listen,
reading? Tell me what
listen
needs to
what
be
it-
translated properly. That's what I want to know.
Bro, shut up and listen. to read scripture.
Listen.
You got
Don't
hook
talk
on
on your own
brother.
live
You
stream.
get
Listen, let me
angry.
yell over you.
You're getting
Let
hooked.
me just yell over you for
Listen,
Christ.
you see?
Shouting
You're
for
scared of the
Jesus.
truth.
Yeah,
You're
shouting
scared
for
of the truth.
shouting for Jesus.
Listen. Let me read the scripture, my brother.
What you
And
need
he
to read
caused
is
all,
Colossians
both and
3:12.
small.
What does Colossians 3:12
No,
say?
shut up and let me read the
It says,
scripture.
"Therefore, as God's chosen ones, holy
all
and
think
beloved,
it's
clothe
book?
yourself with compassion,
you're
kindness,
getting
humility,
hooked.
meekness, and patience." Do you think right now that you're
Because
clothing
they are
yourself
both small
in
and great, rich
compassion,
and
kindness,
poor, free and
humility,
bound,
meekness, and
will
patience?
receive a mark in their right hand and their forehead. So where you
Justin,
gonna
this has got to
receive the
be the
mark?
whiny. This has got to be the whiniest
Yeah,
Christian
you
I've
guys
heard
getting
on your
cooked
live.
right now with your own.
Yeah,
You see the
this
books
guy,
guys.
this
Guys,
guy, I
people
think
don't
needs
follow people like this.
some
It's leading you to destruction.
assistance from a qualified licensed therapist.
Yeah.
There is a therapist in our
Right.
community if you want to talk to somebody
You
to
gotta
get your
cook on
aggression
your
out.
trainer. You just want to
Do
hide
you
the
need
mark
to
of the
do you need to
beast.
talk to a
You just
professional?
want to hide it. So it says, and he caused it all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bound, to receive a mark in their right hand or their forehead. Come on,
Yeah,
what
a
you hiding
mark.
that for?
A mark.
Yeah, you know what's it a
I
mark?
don't I don't
It's
know
a chip.
I don't know if you know this, but
Yo,
microchips aren't marks. They don't even leave marks.
Yo, brother, do you know RFID?
I
The
do. I'm an electrical
RFID.
engineer. I get to design RFID systems.
Yeah,
Yay!
so they're
I
gonna
know a
put
lot about
one up in
RFID
your,
systems, and what I
they're
know
gonna
is
put
that
one in
people
your
aren't
right
taking
hand.
them in
I
their
think you have
foreheads.
it already. I think you have it already.
I think you're
Yeah.
confused. So there's no
I'm not
RFID
talking.
chips that's going in anybody's foreheads. That's entirely
Stop
nonsense.
lying. Go look. It's all over the world. People laughing
The
at you
idea
for being a
that
moron.
somebody could control you using an RFID chip is the craziest thing ever. Have you ever heard of an RFID copier? Do you even know what they are? Like the idea that you
Brother,
can do any type of security with an
listen, you're
RFID
getting cooked
is
right
crazy.
now.
For
So
$5, you
you're
can go
gonna
on
get getting cooked.
Amazon and just buy an RFID chip copier and make
Listen,
100
let me
copies
read
of any
17.
passive
Yo,
RFID chip on the
let me read
planet.
17.
I don't know if you
Yo,
know this.
stop rapping around.
Do you know what
Let me
passive
read
RFID
17.
is? Jesus Warrior, do you know what passive RFID
Yo,
is?
let me read 17.
Jesus
You're getting
Warrior,
cooked, right?
Jesus Warrior.
After today, this
Jesus, you can't cook anyone because no one's heard a word that's left your mouth this entire conversation. Just to be clear, nobody's
hey,
heard
dummy,
anything you've said for the past
you're
5
getting
minutes
cooked.
because everything you've said has been while I was talking, and nobody can hear you while I'm talking. So the question that I was asking was, do you know what a passive RFID chip is?
Roast.
Yeah, caller is a child.
Listen, let me read 17.
So what I need for you is to answer the question, because the question relates to the question that you brought up, and that question is, what is a passive RFID chip?
Let me read the thing for you.
I'll try this again. The question is, what is a passive RFID chip?
Look. This is this is atheist.
That didn't
This
answer
is
the
what they-
question. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you the question, and every time you don't answer it, I'm either going to mock you or mute you. Those are the two things that are going to happen. Now you can do this all night long. You can not answer the question for the next 3 hours if you think that's what you need to do. But the reality is you're never going to say what you want to say until you answer my question. So the answer to my question is, do you know what a passive RFID chip is?
Bro, listen, let me read 17 for you.
So the
and you
answer is
understand.
no. So we'll try again. I'm going to start counting the dodges. I'll put up the tracker on the board so you can keep track along with us. Don't worry, we won't leave you out. We'll make sure everyone can see how many times you dodged the easiest question on the topic that you brought up, not me. This was your topic. This wasn't my topic. You wanted to talk about RFID chips. The question is, do you know what a passive RFID chip is? That's the question we've got right now. Do you know what the answer to that is, Jesus Warrior?
Yo, RIP it's a rice grain that put in your hand so you could pay
All right,
and
we'll
pass.
try this again. Nope, that's not the answer to the question. At least you didn't
So
get
you
another
get
dodge on the board. You can say I don't know.
you're
If you
getting
don't know what a
cooked,
passive
yo,
RFID chip is, you can
after
say you
this
don't
week-
know.
Yo, after this week,
Just-
this panel
just-
won't be working
Just to
anymore.
be
I'm
just to be
telling you
clear,
that.
you can say I don't know. That is a possible answer. I think the possible answers are yes, no, or I don't know. Those are all fair answers. I'm feeling, and I could be wrong, but I'm feeling like the answer from you should be I don't know. So we'll try this again. Do you know what a passive RFID chip is?
Brother, it's a rice grain that's gonna be implanted in your hand.
Dodge number 4. We'll try this again. Do you know what a passive RFID chip is?
One down. Listen what it is. That no man might buy or sell, says he
Dodge
that
number
have the mark.
5. Do you know what a passive RFID chip is?
You're running, you're whining like a little girl.
I'm trying to address the talking point that you brought up. Laughing like a madman is not going to help your argument.
Look. You see how atheists be? Like a
So
little
I'll
girl.
just
They whine.
I'll give you
the
the
only person
answer
who's been whining
since you're not actually old enough or mature enough to tell. A passive RFID chip is an RFID chip that has no active power. It receives power from what? What does it receive power from?
look.
We'll try this again. A passive RFID chip receives power from what source? Why is it called passive RFID? This guy hasn't read his book. There's no way he's read anything about RFID technology.
Well, why does he
no
laugh?
Mark of the beast. So why are you discussing
so-
about the
I'll just give you the answer to the question. So the reason why passive RFID chips are important to this conversation is because the little grain of rice that you've been quoting that they're going to be putting in people's bodies is a passive RFID chip. It's not an active RFID chip, which means the read range for this RFID chip is only about maybe a half an inch to an inch, meaning the only way that this thing does anything is if you put your hand directly on the reader. Now, being that we don't have any RFID chips in people's foreheads, no one's going around putting their forehead on POS stations. Nobody's going to be walking around with a chip in their forehead trying to scan their merchandise at Target. That's the most insane thing that anyone has ever said. The reality is passive RFID chips are really only good if you have some sort of low frequency wand that can activate the chip and gather the data on the chip. And just so you know, because it's a passive RFID chip, it can hold a minute amount of data. It can hold almost only a fraction of data that you would think. It can hold maybe an 8 or a 16 character number, and that's basically it. You're going to get like a hexadecimal readout from a passive RFID chip. They can't store your data on there. All it's good for is giving an identifying marker to somebody, and nobody is going to be forced to take one in their hand or their forehead. It hasn't happened yet, so what you're suggesting is that because it could happen in the future, that this must be the mark of the beast. But the reality is it's not the mark of the beast. And the mark of the beast is clearly just a reference to Nero. If you do Nero's name in Hebrew gematria, it comes out to 666, which is ironic because if you take the Latin spelling of his name and do Hebrew gematria on it, it comes out to 616. And as it turns out, if you read the Latin manuscripts of the book of book of Revelation, it turns out that it doesn't say 666, it says 616, because the authors of the manuscripts knew, in fact, that this was a reference to Nero, which is why in the very same chapter, it talks about a guy being mortally wounded and coming back from the dead. That's something that people believed about Nero. The legend of Nero being revived from the dead is called Nero Redivivus, and it was so famous that the Roman government had to kill Nero imposters all the way into the middle of the 9th century, or the 90s in the 1st century. So
go ahead and take it, but don't leave no one down.
All right, so Jesus Warrior, no one heard a word you said. Are you sure this is the conversation you want to have? You just want to talk in the background of me talking, or did you want to save some of that for when I finish what I was going to say and engage like an actual adult?
Oh, was he talking? I didn't hear a single word he said.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything he said either. I'm sure he said a bunch of stuff, but nobody actually heard him say anything. We already went over this at the beginning of the call. No one can actually hear you. No one can hear you. Nobody heard a word you said. Nobody heard a word you said.
You think it don't hurt? Look what's
Nobody
going
heard
on
a
in the
word you
chat.
said.
Stop spamming.
Put a JW in the comments if you actually heard anything this goofball said while I was talking. I want to hear it. Also, welcome in from the Ian raid. Good to have your friends. Yeah, put a
you're getting cooked.
Yeah, they didn't hear anything you said. Yeah, I'm sorry, no one heard you.
Guys acting like a clown and has got a maniacal laugh to go along with it.
Yeah, this guy's not stable at all.
You stable and you're ramping up like a little girl? Come on, man.
Ramping up? What do you think ramping up is?
I don't know.
I'm calmly explaining to you why your interpretation of the Bible is childish, and you're talking in the middle of it, which is why you can't actually get any words out.
Bro, you see how you're doing like a little girl? Every time I speak, you're speaking over me. You're getting cooked right
you've been
now.
talking over me
right?
the entire time. You don't even know what you cooked me on.
I cooked you on the same mark of the beast because your Bible
certainly
said a
did
different
not.
story. And when I
No,
brought mine,
you didn't.
You got cooked. And you start doing like
why
a
in the
little
world
girl.
would
Every time
why
I
in the world would anyone prioritize the King James Bible?
Only that time we heard it.
That's all anyone heard from you is blah 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 blah, because no one can hear you while you're talking while I'm talking. So why in the world would anybody want to prioritize the King James Bible? Why would anybody? We'll try this again. So the question that I'm trying to figure out right now is why would anybody want to prioritize the King James Bible? I'm assuming that you've never learned any Greek or Hebrew,
So,
yet I'm sure that you're certain that the King James Bible is
so
the best translation of the Greek or Hebrew. So I'm trying to figure out why is it you think that the King James Bible is better?
King James is the best version because your one is
Based
trying
on
to
what?
lead people into.
Based on what?
Listen.
Based on
Your
what?
Bible is trying to hide the more.
Based on what? Repeating the same bad talking point doesn't help. Based on what evidence is the King James Bible better?
Stop using you like a little girl, man. Be a
The
man.
KJV is not even based on the best manuscripts we have available to us.
Yeah, not even remotely the case. They didn't even have a full collection of Greek manuscripts. They had the backwards translate parts of John and parts of Revelation from the Latin manuscripts into Greek so that Erasmus would have a complete New Testament for his initial critical edition, which he didn't have. But listen, Jesus Warrior, the reason why no one heard a word you said is because you're a child and you can't control yourself. So the reason why you're getting muted is because you can't control yourself. If you would shut up for 5 seconds, we could actually have a conversation. But you're not actually capable of doing that. But you can go tell your friends you cooked Deconstruction Zone now. Show them the video on YouTube and tell all your friends that you came and you cooked DZ, okay?
Imagine spending all that time in the comment section begging to come up, only to come up and embarrass yourself like that so thoroughly.
It's pretty crazy, actually, to think that you're going to spend all that time waiting just to shout endlessly into the void. No one's ever going to hear a word you said. Wild. Well, at least Jesus is proud. Jesus up in heaven clapping for Jesus Warrior. Katie, thank you for the super chat. Says my dad was raised Muslim and he detested the religion because it was forced. It is forced religion. Just because something is spread by the sword doesn't make it true. Couldn't agree more, Katie. I've known quite a few Muslims that were Muslim in name only because if they came out publicly, well, we know what they do to apostates according to Sharia law. And Dr. Fudge, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, why start a violent cult to get women when you can be rock hard for Doug and sinfully wet for Sharon? Exactly. You don't need a cult for that. You just turn to the rocks of ages, my friends. And Lord Luminous Pooh says, religion is just an MLM. Why do you think the top guy is called prophet? I love it. I feel like I should have heard that joke before, but I haven't. But religion is 100% just an MLM. I mean, that's just...
I've heard the joke, Jesus saves, but Moses invests.
Oh, gosh. Oh, good grief. I do have a good list of Bible jokes we'll have to go over sometime. Dr. David, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, all hail Doug Almighty. Justin, is that incense or burnt sacrifices to Doug from this cookout? I don't know how Muslims also do so much pretzelization. I'm sorry. Is it, yeah, you don't know. Well, I mean, some of them do and some of them don't. I feel like the Muslim callers we get, I feel like they do less pretzels and more lies. That's just my take on it. Simon surprisingly wasn't. Simon wasn't up here lying, which is impressive. He was just saying things that were
incompetent.
Yeah, he didn't know any better. Jennifer says New Testament Arabic. I don't know anything about it. I mean, I haven't read any Arabic New Testament. That's not something I have any expertise in. I can't read Arabic, unfortunately. But certainly, yeah, we do have documents in Arabic. Noko says it's true because it says it's true. Oh, I didn't think about that. Sorry. I mean, Noko, I wish you had reminded me earlier. We could have just ended the live stream and we'd be in church next Sunday. I mean, thanks for the heads up, Noko. I don't know how it slipped by me. Love you, Noko. Mo says, please ask Ems to say, come on down to Justin's Hyundai and Subaru, where all leases are 20% off last year's models. Everything must go. Is this a cameo? Is someone trying to get a cameo for the super chat? What's happening right now?
Right. This guy owns a dealership somewhere.
That's what I'm thinking. The dude owns a dealership. Funk God, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, if there is a God, I think he would prefer me over a theist because I never ask him for anything. That's actually a really good point. You're not bugging this thing. And if I had to compare you as an atheist to the last theist caller that we just got up here, yeah. God's going to take you every single day of the week. I know Jesus Warrior thinks that he's got Jesus on lock, but Jesus don't want nothing to do with that clown.
Yeah,
Lock for... Oh, so go ahead.
I'm saying the one thing that they'll never be able to, theists will never be able to answer is whether or not, what if God does exist, but he created all these religions to see if you're just a sycophant for an evil God, and you failed the test. Like, they can't demonstrate it.
Well, it's just like, I mean, obviously God planted the dinosaur bones. He had people plant the dinosaur bones to see who would be deceived by it. There's no real dinosaurs, friends. Lock4E, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, my friend. That's generous. He says, thinks different due to early age doctrine, admits it, still believes. Genius. Yeah, Simon sounded like he was trying to be honest, but like, man, it's weird. To be fair, nobody leaves their religion in a moment. It's a long process, but I hope he does think about the conversation at least and apply some thought to like, well, why don't my bullet point arguments work? Like, because theoretically, if you have truth on your side, your argument should just work. Like it shouldn't be so easily dissolved. Rick Sneed said, shout out to Doug. And I love your stuff, Justin. Your methodology is great. Well, hey, thank you, Rick. I really appreciate that. And praise Doug and Sharon Stone. Also, Billy Bob's with us tonight. It says, if God created birds, sea creatures, and land animals on day 5 and 6, is it a contradiction when in Genesis 2:19 created them again, this time partners with Adam? It comes across that way to me. It is, Billy. And this is the one contradiction between the first story and the second story that changed me from a compatibilist to this is a real contradiction. Now, my opinion for a long time has been that Genesis 2 wasn't trying to give an orderly account of creation. It was really about the creation of mankind. The whole focus of that chapter, of that creation account, was about mankind. So you can go into it and say, well, listen, he wasn't intending to give an exact account of the order from the first creation. He just wanted to get you fast forwarded through that to Adam. You can hold that position, but the animals still pose a problem because it just flatly says that he created the animals after Adam and then Adam got to name them, which is not even remotely true in the first chapter.
Yeah, my way of coping with this when I was a believer was that in Genesis 1, God created humanity and animals, and then in Genesis 2, he creates a specific man, and he creates specific animals around him. Yep. Yeah, it's so cringy.
I see people on TikTok saying that you need stickers, and friends, I don't know what happened to the stickers. I went into the account. All the stickers are still there. There's no missing stickers on the account. So I don't actually know what's up. I might have to, I don't know what you mean by reload them. You mean delete them and reload them? I don't even know if I still have them. And they don't let you download them. I'll have to take a look at it. So TikTok is fucked up? Is that what we're learning right now after the big update? Okay. Well, I'll see if I can wipe them all out and start over again. I guess that's probably the only thing we can do. But I didn't remove them. I didn't take them anywhere. I didn't realize there was a TikTok glitch. Thanks for letting me know. I'll take care of that tomorrow. Cascade said, so many theists attack science, but don't realize they're misassigned cause to effect. Lightning strikes ground. Zeus is pissed off. In my humble opinion, these beliefs are archaic attempts at scientific method. I couldn't agree more. And even like biblical scholars agree. Like if you read the Zondervan Illustrated Bible Background Commentary on Genesis from John Walton, he says that Genesis functioned like a science book, like an explanation for how the world is the way it is. And I agree, that's clearly what it's doing. It's a etological narrative trying to explain why things are the way that they are. Yes, It's Me says, can the mass rapture hallucination the Christians recently experienced be compared to New Testament mass resurrection hallucinations? Yes. We actually have a lot of accounts of mass hallucinations. They're pretty common, even of UFOs and Bigfoot. Like there's, and Elvis sightings. We've got mass Elvis sightings. Like there's no limit to what people won't see that don't really exist. All right, last super chat for now from Gene. Thank you so much, Gene. Says, listening to you break Jesus Warrior's brain until he transformed into a little cryptid was easily the highlight of the day. The legend of the godly giggler begins today. Listen, Jesus Warrior was wild. Could you imagine like being related to that guy and having to talk to him at like Thanksgiving dinner?
At first I thought that his laugh was like something pre-recorded that he kept pushing, But no, that was really just his laugh, which is wild.
Yeah, he was clearly out of his gourd. Welcome in, Zach.
Howdy, how you doing?
Good, how you doing?
Well, I had to sit through that whole last thing, so I wouldn't really call that a debate, but I'm doing good otherwise.
No, that certainly wasn't a debate. It was baby's internet temper tantrum. But Zach, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I am.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I'm an agnostic theist. We actually talked the other day. I don't know if you remember.
I talked to a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. So, what do you think about Gödel's ontological argument?
I don't think anything about it. I don't even know what it is, but I'm sure it's horseshit.
Well, it comes from Anselm's ontological argument, which was reformatted by Leibniz, and then Gödel kind of formalized it in the end. But it's pretty much the same as Anselm's argument, just logically formalized.
That'd be meaningful if I knew what the argument was. What's the argument?
Yeah. So, I actually have it written up on the board here. I don't know if you want me to go through all of it right now, but I can.
I've got a notepad. Start with premise number 1.
Okay.
Also, I do have a timer for such discussions, and philosophy arguments only get 10 minutes apiece.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. The first axiom is, if a property is positive, its negation cannot be positive. Would you prefer the modal logic, or would you just want the verbal axioms?
So I'll give you the warning ahead of time. The way that these conversations work is, if your grandmother doesn't know what those words mean, most of the audience doesn't either. So every time you use a phrase that isn't part of the common vernacular, you're just losing time on your clock. So how much time do you want to waste on definitions?
I did not understand a single thing he said, so make it so that I can understand it.
Well, I think the specifics are pretty important, but I guess we can go to the Anselm's version if you want.
You can go to any version you want to, as long as you say something coherent.
All right. Let me pull out some notes here.
Try to avoid specialized language.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if I walked into a room and I started talking about Ohm's laws and how we could merge it with Joule's law to come up with a power formula, and I explained the whole thing for you, how much of that are you actually going to get?
Well, I would probably get it because my day job, I'm a nuclear chemist, but this is just fun for me.
Right, but you understand the average person has a common vocabulary?
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll start with the, I'm going to go with the Anselms because it's shorter, but essentially that than which nothing greater can be perceived. The implication is if that something has a positive property, then it necessitates that positive property exists, and therefore the existence of God is necessary.
Yeah, that's crazy. So this is you can dumb this claim down to say, if it's possible, it's true. Yeah, I reject that outright.
Well, that is has been a criticism of the philosophical argument. But if you look at Anderson's emendation, he amends that and he says, if something is necessarily possible, then it must be true, which is, I think it's consistent with physical principles, right? If you look at probability theory, there's a probability of something happening, then it will happen, right? It's consistent with Anselm's, Leibniz, and Gödel's argument.
Yeah, you're still limited by physics, like you can't just say if something's. First of all, we don't know what's necessary is the other problem too. Like, I assume you believe that God is a necessary entity, but he's not.
Say that again? Let me write that down.
Yeah, you probably believe that God is a necessary entity, but he's not necessary for anything.
Well, here's where my other part of my argument comes in, is that I think that Christianity is useful for society, And so I think that people should.
That's a whole different argument. You want
That is a whole different
Yeah,
argument.
yeah.
So
Okay, so the next
my
one,
philosophical
okay.
belief is I'm an agnostic theist. I don't think the
It sounds like you're a
existence of
Christian.
Christ-
Sounds like
I
you're an
don't think the
agnostic Christian.
existence- Yeah, I don't think the existence of the Christian God can be proven. So I think that's an article of faith.
But that's the one you believe in.
That is, yeah.
So you're a Christian, okay.
And yeah, I think Christianity has had the best effect on the world as far as religions go.
Yeah, it's crazy. How could you possibly do that equation? Because they spent like, I don't know, the better part of about 1,200 years murdering everybody in sight, even their own people.
Murdering everybody in sight. You're going to have to narrow that down a little bit more.
Heretics. Murdering heretics.
Murdering heretics. Gotcha. You'd have to pull up specific instances. I do know there was a lot of intolerance that went on in
William
the church.
Tyndall.
And I don't think that intolerance is a good thing. But if you look at the civil rights movement, the abolitionist movement, women's suffrage, all of those are Christian movements.
No, they certainly weren't Christian movements. Slavery was a Christian movement.
Slavery was around before Christianity. True or false?
Slavery was, and who perpetuated it? Christians.
Who abolished slavery?
Not Christians.
Was Frederick B. Douglass a Christian?
Frederick Douglass didn't abolish slavery.
Were the Quakers who perpetuated the abolitionist movement, were they Christians?
No, actually, no. Quite literally, you wouldn't accept most Quakers as being Christian if you knew what they believed.
I'm not saying they're Christian. I'm saying that. I guess I am saying they're Christian. Sorry.
Christian when it
I am
counts.
saying that the abolitionist movement was a Christian movement. That is
It
my
wasn't.
claim.
You'd be wrong.
Okay. What about the civil rights movement? Was Dr. King a Baptist?
Dr. King was. What about it?
Okay, so
Was
doesn't
Malcolm
that-
X a Christian?
You understand that the people that were against Dr. King were Christians? You understand that the largest denomination in America, the Southern Baptist Convention, started to keep slavery and to keep Jim Crow laws in place?
I'm not saying that there hasn't been Christianity has been used to perpetuate evil. That's been the case
Right,
for
so-
Christianity. That's been
so
the
that's-
case for atheism. If
So
you
that's
look
why
at
this argument's silly, because you can't just say, look, there's some Christians that did a thing, therefore Christianity good, because Christians did evil shit too, right? And it also has nothing to do with whether that Christianity is true, by the way. Like, I think Buddhists have done some good things, but I don't think Buddhism is true.
I think Buddhists have done good things too, and I think that it's a valid religious framework. But my point here is that I think all of the best progresses in society have come from Christian people.
Yeah, I
If you
disagree.
look at-
I think most of the progress during the Enlightenment period was from humanists that were only loosely affiliated with the church because they'd be ostracized, kicked out, excommunicated, or murdered if they disassociated.
Are you talking about Erasmus and Sir Saint Thomas More, who were both Christians?
No, I'm talking about a ton of people in the Enlightenment period. And Desiderius Erasmus was barely a Christian at best. If you actually looked at his work, he was a humanist first, Christian second.
What about Galileo, Kepler, Newton?
What about him? No one
They're
cares.
all of these people are Christian people.
No one cares.
And
It's not
Galileo was
relevant.
also.
I
Yeah,
think it
Galileo
is
was
relevant.
also
Yeah.
was also like harmed by the Christian Church as well.
I agree, and like I said, Christian tyranny is a great evil. I'm not arguing
Well,
that fact.
But what you want to do is you want to say, look, here's a Christian guy that did something good, but let me ignore all the evil shit that Christians did. That's why this argument fails, because I don't think there's a net positive. Just because somebody who's believes in a particular God did a good thing has nothing to do with whether that religion had anything to do with it.
Well, then you have to compare the alternative. So if you have atheistic states, look at the Soviet Union, communist China.
Finland, Russia, Scandinavia, Denmark.
Yeah, we always
Yeah,
going to pick
they're doing
the
fine.
atheist nations that are the ones we don't like.
Sorry, you cut out. What was that?
Are we only going to pick the atheist countries we don't like and ignore the ones that are
No,
doing really well for themselves?
I'm making the same argument you're making. I'm saying that atheism has also been used for evil. So I'm saying we got to take the good and the bad.
So it seems I would say we have people who are leading movements. They are Christian and non-Christian, and it's not Christianity which is fueling these things. It's just that there are good people and bad people.
There are good people and bad people, you said?
Yeah, it's independent of the religion. People are you have good people and bad people who are religious, and good people and bad people who are non-religious. They're going to use the religion or lack thereof in order to like bolster like whether or not they're good or bad.
Where would you say that moral framework comes from? So I'm kind of making
not from Christianity.
Not Christianity? You don't think so? You don't think Western morals are inherently Christian?
No, they're certainly not. Name a single law from the Hebrew Bible, because there's really almost none in the New Testament. Name a single law from the Bible that we follow in America that we couldn't have found prior to the Bible or outside of the Bible.
How intertwined is the story of Western history?
That's wild. They didn't answer the question at all. Name a single law. Name a single law that the Western world has that we actually like that comes directly from the Bible that we couldn't have gotten anywhere else. The closest you'll find are like the Sabbath laws that we don't keep anymore.
Hey, I'm not an ex-seminary. All I'm saying
this was your claim. I'm addressing your claim. If you're not prepared to talk about it, don't bring it up.
My claim is that Western history and Christianity are deeply intertwined, and our moral framework that
no one cares
love.
That's a meaningless statement.
Yeah, my moral framework doesn't come from Christianity. I, for example, believe in the freedom of speech and freedom of religion, both of which are contrary to Christianity.
Yeah. Dalton, who was it that opposed women's suffrage the most? Which organizations?
It was a Christian organization
because
the Bible doesn't support it.
Yeah, what about that? The reality is, no matter what you think about Christianity, the Bible, first of all, just isn't true, and it's a horrific guidebook for morals. Like, do you think that it was ever okay to stone women for not bleeding on sheets when they consummated their marriage?
Obviously not.
Right. But the Bible clearly thinks that it is. Like, the God of the Bible doesn't even know that most women don't bleed on their first time.
The worry that I have as a theist is when you get rid of the Christian framework, it looks like you have violent revolutions throughout countries. It's kind of, I don't know if you've ever
because you never get violence from Christianity, right?
Well, you get violence from Christianity too.
Yeah,
I said that earlier that all
so you get violence with and without Christianity. So what is Christianity adding?
The abolitionist movement, the civil rights movement,
and you're wrong again.
Separate movement.
Was Malcolm X a Christian?
Nope.
He was Muslim. So can Muslims use that argument and say, well, the civil rights was Malcolm X, but he was Muslim, so.
Well, if they did that in countries that had Sharia law, I would be all for that. But that's a completely separate argument.
I mean, Sharia law is not any better or worse than the Hebrew Bible's laws.
That is true, but the Hebrew Bible's laws are not enacted in any Western countries.
Good. We don't want them to be because they're horrific.
Yeah, I don't want them either.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this. That's a part of Christianity.
Jesus was very pro the law of Moses.
What do you think about when Christ says you can't put new wine into old wineskins? Do you think he's obviously saying that as times change, that we got to change our beliefs with the times?
Beliefs? I mean, everything he said was you have to change your belief. Like, he was the false prophet that was warned about in Deuteronomy 13. He came literally trying to change what they believe against all of God's actual warnings not to. The guy was a heretic. No wonder they killed him.
Right. And the way I look at him is that he was a progressive, right?
No, he was a heretic, just like Paul. You can't be progressive when you're saying things that are entirely against the religion and the book that you claim to be true. It's just a flat contradiction.
That's an interesting stance to take, because I'm assuming you would also believe that the Jewish faith is not true.
Obviously not, but it doesn't matter.
Right.
If somebody builds a faith
No.
off of another fake religion and they contradict, whether or not the first one is fake is irrelevant. They still contradict.
Yeah. If you're going to take the position that Jesus taught contrary to the law of Moses, then he would necessarily be a heretic according to God. If you believe in the Hebrew Bible. Deuteronomy 4:2, do not add to nor take away from all these words of the commands which I give you today. If Jesus added to or took away from the Torah, that would make him a sinner and a heretic.
Yep.
Okay, so I don't think at this point we're going to continue to see eye to eye, but I do appreciate your time. And could I hear a little bit more about your story? What I noticed that you were an ex-seminary. You're an engineer now?
I was until this summer, and now I'm doing this full time. But I was an electrical engineer for 20 years. But I did go to Bible college and seminary after I did my my engineering classes, and it was studying the Bible professionally and actually learning the book and the history and the culture and everything else that led me to the conclusion that it wasn't true. And I think the final nail in the coffin for me was just actually my concentration when I was in school was Hebrew Bible. And once you realize that the Messiah was anything but Jesus, Jesus wasn't even remotely close to what the Messiah was supposed to be according to the Old Testament. Well, Christianity is just not true. It's not.
Because it talks about the Messiah being like a warrior. Is that what you're referring to?
Specifically mentions, yeah, he's going to defeat Israel's enemies. He's going to bring all the people back to the land. He's going to sit on the throne of King David. He's going to be like a triumphant.
Build the temple.
Yep, build a temple. Restore the Levitical priesthood.
Offer sacrifices in the temple.
Well, I would be interested in. I tried to send you a request on Instagram. I have my own STEM creator stuff that I
don't do that. Listen, if somebody finds me on like Instagram or Facebook or another social media and you message me, I love you, I will never see that message. I get messages in like 10 different locations. I answer messages in specifically 2. I answer Discord messages and I answer emails, and that's it.
I think your Discord link might not be working because I was trying to get into it the other day.
Really?
But yeah, I would be interested in hearing more of your ex-seminary story, because I don't know. I'm interested in hearing what I think more powerful than philosophical tools are like experience. So hearing your personal story would be pretty interesting to me.
Yeah, for sure. I do have a video from like 2.5 years ago when I first got online that kind of shares a brief overview of where I came from and how I ended up here on my YouTube channel. It's like the first video I ever posted on my Deconstruction Zone channel, way before I even started debating. I posted the video before I even knew I was going to end up debating people. I started debating people kind of by accident.
Gotcha. Well, I would like to try and get you to look at this one right here. I don't know if you've done much modal logic, but we could talk about
modal
this.
Logic is.
Okay. It's basically formal propositional logic. So you like write down your thoughts in mathematical symbols instead of written language, and then you can computationally verify the legitimacy of claims.
So truth tables.
Yeah, truth. Exactly. It's propositional.
Is this like almost like Bayes' theorem?
Bayes, I think, was more statistics, but I think he also did some logic. One of the biggest, like Boolean algebra, is a logical form.
Zach, were you the one on the last time we talked on the live stream where you equated slavery to military service?
I'm in the military. I said I think the slavery in the time of the Romans was more like military service
Now I
today.
remember, yeah, the slavery apologetics. Hard to forget slavery apologetics.
Well, I don't think slavery is good, but I'm saying the two things I believe are different. But
The slavery in the Bible was
also,
different from what?
I also have said throughout this entire conversation that there is atrocities in the Bible that I think we would both agree are objectively immoral.
Well, I
I
don't
don't.
believe
I
in
thought.
objective morals.
And
Sorry.
also, I don't think Jesus would agree with
I
that
would
sentiment.
believe that it's objectively immoral, and you would believe that it's subjectively immoral.
Right, but you don't believe in objective morals. You only think that you do.
Well, that's what you would say.
Because you don't want to follow God's objective morals.
Well, no, I told you I'm an agnostic theist. So I believe that Christian has utility.
What's the point of having objective morals if you don't know what they are?
We can learn to find them. I would kind of sympathize with the.
How could we know?
Said, how can we know?
How can we know when we found one?
I think human beings, our souls innately draw us towards them, but that's not something
that sounds subjective as fuck. If you have to subjectively determine for yourself what the objective moral is, you're in the same camp we are. You haven't solved anything.
But it's categorically true across multiple people, right?
Well, it's not categorically true. It's somebody's opinion.
Well, that's what you would say, but I would say that
that's
the
what
reason
you would say because people used almost universally people used to think slavery was okay, and you would say no, it's objectively not okay. But almost all of people at that time period would have said it was okay. So, like, why is it that we're objectively correct on whether or not slavery is immoral, but they were all wrong, the entire world?
Well, you can look if you think about Kant, right? If you look at his categorical imperative,
I try not to.
I can't even.
If you go from that sort of philosophy, I think that you can see that slavery is inherently wrong.
How?
I think hold yourself to any maxims such that you would wish it to become universal law. You shouldn't want other people to be slaves because you would wish that.
How is that the objective standard?
Because I think humans are drawn to that.
That's subjective. Humans being drawn to something is subjective.
Does he know what the word objective and subjective mean?
I
don't think
so. So I think that there is an objective truth, right? That's outside of all of us.
But what does
believe it all
objective
day?
mean?
Yeah.
But what do you think objective means?
I thought we were doing this in good faith. I didn't know you were going to start asking me to be a dictionary.
We are. Like, this was the topic you brought up. We're just trying to help you understand that you don't actually believe in objective morals. You only think you do.
I can give you a...
That's crazy that somebody coming and talking about Kant using words like modal logic is upset that I want you to understand the word objective.
Subjective... I can use... It's the same Socratic dialogue, right? I can use words to synonym that are synonyms for objective, right? Impartial, unbiased. But if you want me to just be a dictionary and define things that I'm not ready to give you but here, not influenced by personal feelings or opinions, considering and representing facts.
That's right. So something that's objective is completely independent of anybody's mind or brain states. It's subjective no matter what anyone thinks about it, right? Your thought process has no influence on whether or not it's true, which means if there are objective morals, as you say, that we have to find subjectively, there's no way for us to know what the objective morals actually are. We just have to go out there and find it. But the reality is you don't even believe in objective morals, most likely. I bet you believe that morals come from God's mind.
I don't think that we can know God's mind.
Well, do morals come from God's mind? Did he make them up?
Paul says you can.
God made them up.
But who can know the mind of God? Who can be his counselor? But we have the mind of Christ.
I don't even think of God like that. I told you when we begin this that I'm not really the same type of Christian that most people are. I'm more of a Christian utilitarian. Have you ever read any Richard Dawkins?
Then why be
no.
Christian? Why not just like? Because I think secular moral systems are more useful to us than Christian moral systems.
I just have not personally seen that in society. Like, name right now 3 good nonprofits for society that are secular nonprofits.
Like literally the largest one in America is non-religious. Give me a second. Go ahead, Dalton.
Yeah, I was gonna say the what's that one that the atheist experience always promotes?
Freedom from religion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Freedom from Religion Foundation is big one. World Vision International. I actually give to World Vision. That's huge. That's a big one. I don't know if you know this.
Yeah, and you have Blue Shield, Blue Cross, American Red Cross.
So no one cares.
The
This is such an
American
irrelevant talking point, Zach. This is
My whole talking
the
point.
dumbest
when I
talking
started
point
this,
that you could have brought up with the idea that there is a religious framework that either is or isn't true, and this thing that either is or isn't true. I like it because it teaches that we should do charity. It is dumb because it also said that women shouldn't be allowed to vote. It also said that women shouldn't be allowed to work. It also said that you can own slaves. It doesn't provide the utility you want it to. You want to cherry pick when it gives you the utility and then ignore all the times where it works against humanity's utilitarian benefit. This is the cherry picking. This is dishonest, Zach. I can't believe you're sitting here on a live stream right now in front of however many people are here, literally cherry picking what you think has utility from the Christian religion while choosing to ignore all of it. If you're just going to cherry pick the parts that you like, just drop the religion altogether. Don't talk about it. It's not even part of your life anymore. Just make up your own moral system. You can do it all on your own. You don't need Christianity for any of it.
you said that the Christian Bible says women shouldn't have the right to vote.
I said Christians. Christians. The Christian Bible doesn't talk about voting. Women are property according to the Hebrew Bible, according to God. That's why you can have multiples. You can sell them. In fact, you can just sell your daughter as a slave if you want to.
Yeah. The 10th commandment gives you a list of property that from your neighbor that you're not allowed to covet, and among those list of items which are your property is mentioned your neighbor's woman.
Well, I think we already agreed that slavery was immoral.
I wasn't talking about slavery. Just talking about the
isn't that just under the branch of slavery?
I mean, in a sense, they're both the owning of a person as property, and you do buy your wife in the Bible. It's actually a really interesting question whether or not marriage it basically is slavery in the Hebrew Bible. Because they're not equal. It seems like you're not really interested in Christianity so much as the idea of Christianity.
Yeah, preserving the good parts and getting rid of the bad parts. I mean, you can look. There are people today.
Just start your own religion, man.
Well,
if you don't believe Christianity is true, what's it doing for you? Just leave it alone. Just believe what you want to believe.
To say that Christianity is not true is to throw out parts that say like love your neighbor, show charity to those who need it. Do you think that that's true?
To say Christianity is not true is to say that, for example, Jesus was not the Son of God or the Messiah, or that Yahweh is like the creator of the universe. Because those things that you just mentioned are not unique to Christianity, and they precede Christianity.
Right, but if you look at the benefits that have come from Christianity, specifically from Christian thinkers, I think that those are good things, and that it would be good if society.
Only if you cherry pick the ones you like. Go read the speeches of Jefferson Davis when he validated the secession of the states over God ordaining the Negro race as being subservient to the others. Go read that. Oh, you don't like that part, right? Zach, this is dishonest cherry picking.
Okay,
this is not good.
So if you want to cherry pick too, then look at Mao Zedong.
I'm not cherry picking.
We can say that atrocities have been committed on both sides. I'm saying there are good things to preserve within.
Yeah, there's
No.
not any one correct. There's not any one correct way of being an atheist, and we don't have a holy text that dictates how to be an atheist. So it's not correlated at all.
Atheism's not a system. It's not a community. We're not in a collective.
I agree, but secularization has a tendency towards genocide.
No, it doesn't. Religion has a
Finland?
tendency of
Sweden?
genocide. Almost every genocide in the past has been religious. Every genocide up until the World War II era has been a religious genocide. The Assyrians, religious genocide. The Babylonians, religious genocide. The Canaanites, religious genocide. All of them. Every genocide that's ever been committed has been a religious genocide. Even the one happening right now between Israel and Gaza, you know for a fact, if you don't, then you haven't been looking, that a good majority of it has been driven by Zionism, which is a religious system. It's religious genocide.
What about
Muslims,
the-
religious genocide. They've been committing religious genocides for centuries.
What about the Chinese genocide of the Uyghur people?
What about them?
That's in an atheistic state. I'm saying that atrocities happen on both sides.
They're
we should
Buddhists.
keep the good. We should keep the good stuff. There's
Just
plenty
so
of good
we're aware, the Chinese are typically Buddhists.
Confucianists.
A lot of them are Buddhists.
Both.
Well, it's a
Confucianists?
mix of both.
Neither-
But the official state religion is atheism.
It's not
Yeah,
a religion.
It's not a religion. Their official position is that there is no religion.
Right. Well, my point is that you have evils on both sides, but you also have good people on both sides.
No,
and
no,
we should
because
keep the good.
atheism isn't doing that. Atheism has nothing to do with the death of the Uyghurs.
Right, but you lose all moral framework when you descend to a position of atheism.
You don't have
you
a
can-
moral framework, Zach. You only
Exactly.
think you have a moral framework. You don't. No, you personally, Zach, you don't have one. As a God believer, you have no moral framework. None.
Is he a God believer?
I thought he was.
Oh, you haven't addressed the ontological argument.
He
brought up,
he clearly is. Well, you didn't give it. You pivoted to a new argument. That's your problem, not mine.
I don't think your audience would like that, so I'm doing that as a benefit.
No,
to
they
you.
they certainly wouldn't be interested in an ontological argument. You don't have a moral framework. You only want there to be one. Any rule that you come to is a rule that you subjectively came to. You have no idea if it's an objective moral. You just want it to be objective, so then you can masquerade as having objective morals, but you don't have objective morals.
Why not just be if you believe in God but you don't believe in Christianity? Why not just be a deist and take on secular humanism?
I think that is a route I'm looking into, but I'll give you my personal experience. I've seen a lot of one of the churches in my local areas. They saved hundreds of women from sex trafficking. They have a continuing program that goes on to do that. I think that's a good thing, and I think that should continue. If I
Sure,
go
there's
and
lots
that their
of-
God doesn't exist, why would they continue doing that?
There's also the largest church in the world is currently shuffling around pedophiles.
And that's evil, and other Christians should go and stop them. But if you look right now,
Well, you can't
right
you
now
can't
our
just keep
government's in a-
cherry picking. You can't just say, "Well, this church did something good, yay Christianity," and then say, "Well, ignore these other churches doing evil shit. We don't care so much about that."
No, I don't think we should ignore them. I think we should call them out as being non-Christian churches, fundamentally.
Well, they are Christian churches.
Well, just because you name something doesn't mean it is that thing. A rose by any other name still
all
smells
that's required.
sweet.
All that's really required to be a Christian is to believe Jesus was the Christ and the Son of God. Everything else, Christianity is a very broad brush.
Well, your works have to be consistent with your faith, like it says in James, but kind of getting into a different area than I kind of lost the.
I don't know why you're quoting James. You're not a Christian.
Well, like I said, I'm struggling with my faith right now. I think that's a deep part of being Christian, right?
I think me and Justin would agree that we don't necessarily care about, even if it had utility to it. We don't care whether or not Christianity has utility to it. We care whether or not it's true, like whether or not Jesus was who he claimed to be.
Yeah. Because we could invent another religion that has all the good utility and none of the bad utility. If it's all we need is utility, we can do utility. We don't need
Dougism.
We could do Doug. We could do Dougism right now. We can give it all the utility you want. The reality is, like, people believe Christianity not because it has utility, but because they think it's true. And when you think that a God is giving you commands from on high, then you're forced to take the good and the bad. And there's been a lot of bad. That's why we talk to hundreds of people on this channel that will say, if God told me to drown my baby, I would do it. Because you can't question God. That's the danger of tying your religious, you're tying your moral framework to a religion, because now it's unquestionable. Nobody can dissent.
Well, you do have me thinking. I'm not an ideologue, so I do. My brain is churning right now,
Yeah,
and I
that's all we
do.
ask
I do
for.
want to get your. I do want to get your Discord because I do, like I said.
Yeah, well, you're probably on TikTok. So in order for TikTok links to work properly, you have to copy and paste the link into your browser. The functionality within TikTok to open links has been broken for like a year, maybe a year and a half.
Gotcha.
It's kind of a nuisance. I don't know why they haven't fixed it yet. They just haven't fixed it.
So go into computer tab.
What? Where?
Into a computer tab.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you're on a phone or a computer, but yeah, you would go into a browser tab and just copy and paste the link from the link tree into it.
Have you looked into like secular deism at all? Sorry, what's? I know your name, Justin. Who is the other guy?
Dalton's the
Dalton.
other co-host.
Dalton.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to be a deist because I don't have any reason to think the universe was created, and thus the God doesn't really serve a purpose.
Gotcha. Well, I'd be down to talk about it more if you were, but I also want to at least find that video of your history.
Yeah. Well, listen, we've killed some time on the clock. We've been up here almost 40 minutes now, so I think maybe we can terminate the conversation here and then come back, do some thinking on our conversation. Come back and we'll do it again.
Sounds good.
Sound good?
Have a good one.
All right. Cheers, buddy.
You too.
Hey, at least he was thinking about it. I mean, that's more than most guests do.
Yeah, I'm impressed actually. Yeah, most guests aren't even willing to think about some of the concepts. Now, it might be that he thinks about it and then he thinks that we're idiots, but at least he's thinking about it, and I think that's the most we can ask for. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here shortly. Hammond, good to hear from you again. It says, whenever a Muslim talks to you about Islam, you start to ask if he will do Taqiyya?
Taqiyya?
What's that?
That is, let's see.
I got homework. Hold on.
Taqiyya. It seems sometimes translated taqiyya. It comes from the root meaning to guard, to protect, to preserve oneself. Is this the idea that they're allowed to lie?
Yeah.
In order to
they can lie about being Muslim. Yeah, that's what it says. It says, while primarily associated with Shia Islam due to historical persecution, the concept is rooted in verses from the Quran and is intended as a measure for self-preservation. So you're allowed to lie about being a Muslim as long as it's like for self-preservation purposes, which is interesting. I mean, theoretically, I don't know why Christians always went to the martyr marching blocks, because like if all sins can be forgiven, then theoretically you could just deny Christ, live your life, get through the persecution, and ask for apology or ask for forgiveness.
Yeah.
As long as you haven't committed the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, you should be fine. Oh. Dr. Griff? Thank you for the super chat. It says, love your work, Justin. What's your favorite inescapable Bible contradiction to use on the fundies? Well, I can tell you the one that I like the most, because first of all, there's no good answer for it other than somebody fucked up. But I like it because It's a numerical contradiction, and a lot of Christians don't know what to do with numerical contradictions. They see obviously that it's there. They know that it's there. And so on the spot, they have to make up nonsense. So I would go to 1 Chronicles 21 and 2 Samuel 24 and show them the punishment that God gave to the prophet Gad to deliver to David. Well, the first of the three punishments is different from Chronicles to Samuel's. One says 7 years, the other says 3 years. Now, the reality is, at some point in time, they're probably just a copyist mistake. We don't know. The reality is we don't have any manuscripts, ancient manuscripts, that would demonstrate where the problem came from. So all we have is the problem. And you'll get all kinds of crazy excuses. They'll say, well, it was a prior in 2 Samuel, there was another famine, but that's chapter 21, and that's not true, because if you read chapter 21, that famine came to an end already after they impaled the 7 members of Saul's household on the mountain before the Lord. Then God heard their supplications for rain, so that famine already ended prior to what was happening in 2 Samuel 24. So that wasn't it. Or they'll say some nonsense like, well, 7 is spiritual. It's not meant to be literal 7. It's a spiritual reference. So, I mean, it's just fun to watch them squirm. You know what I mean? It's good.
I think my favorite contradictions, I got 2 that are my favorite. One's really complicated. It's the nativity stories. Everything about them, like the order of the events, the timeline, chronology of it all, super discrepancy a lot there. My favorite one, which is really simple, is did Abraham know God's name was Yahweh?
Right. I love that one from Exodus 6 and then Genesis 12 and 15 and others. One that I'm going to start running more is the missing people from Matthew's lineage. I don't think we get to talk about that very enough, and I think it's a powerful contradiction. So we'll have to.
I think a really simple one, but it's literally like an absolute contradiction. It's a negation. Is that in one passage Jesus says you can take a staff with you, versus the other text where it says literally the exact opposite, no staff. It's like an actual literal contradiction.
Yeah, that is a good one. That's a good one. I haven't heard that one come out in a while. SDG says Trump's vaccine is a special one that works. He's a bigger trainer than the Democrats. I don't know what that
Traitor.
means. Oh,
They meant traitor.
oh, you meant traitor. He's a bigger traitor than the Democrat. Yeah, yeah. He is a traitor. Listen, this is not a guy who means what he says. He says things and then behind closed doors does another thing. I'd be surprised if this guy was ever even a Democrat or a Republican when he first started. I think he was just doing what was expedient for his career, and I think he hated Obama.
I finally saw him say a truthful thing for once. He was on a plane, and he said to the press he doesn't think that he's heaven bound. I was like, well, he's on.
He got one thing right. Jeffy Peanut Butter says, I got nothing to say, just a little Korean won to help with the Kraken fund. I mean, Korean won? Thank you. I appreciate that. Also, hi, Dalton. Have been watching your lives and loving the work, duder. What big W? Well, Dalton puts out good work. There's no doubt about that. We really appreciate Dalton in this community, and we hope to blow him up. Simeon says, other atheist song suggestions. That's what she said. The Three of Us by Streetlight Manifesto, very ska and punk coded. Oh, I can go for some ska. I could definitely do some ska. Are you familiar with the ska dance? It's called the skank. If you've never skanked before, you don't know ska. Just saying. I don't know. Think about it. Orange County Supertones, we can bring it back. Dexter's Lab says, what you do, looking forward to No Rapture November. The thing that bothers me most about major religions is the sheer number that don't read their book. Actually, I'm with you. Even when I was a believer, I hated this fact. I hated it so much that people wouldn't read their own holy books. That's the most important thing they could do. And Jennifer says, no, too many raptures so fast. I know. If you do too many in a row, it's like the boy who cried wolf. Now no one cares. No one's just another fake rapture. And Zachary, thank you for the super chat, says, I debated you and Blitz the other day, but it seems like you're ducking me now. I don't know why. You're not in the queue, Zach.
Is that supposed to be Zachary Z that we just talked to? Zach
is that the Zach we just talked to? I bet it is.
Yeah,
I would not be surprised. I'll never understand why people think we're ducking them as we're talking to other people. Like, like we don't know who you are. I don't know if you guys know this. Even if I've talked to you before, the likelihood that I'm going to recognize you after one conversation is not very high. I'm not ducking anyone. I don't know who literally any of you people are. None. Almost none of you. I don't know who you are. I have no reason to duck you. I don't know anything about you. Clever, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says I came upon a bird's nest one time. Boy, were they pissed. Yeah, that's gonna set them off. That's gonna set them off. Those eggs are already fertilized, friend. You don't have to worry about that. And Sheik says when people believe they are the chosen people, they can easily rationalize genocide against others. That's my point. When God is telling you to do genocide, you simply cannot question it. You just have to follow along.
One of the worst things is when you start hearing the apologetics that all those other people were Nephilim. In other words, dehumanize them. And if you can do that to ancient peoples, you could easily do that to a modern day group of people.
I know. I do actually kind of enjoy that talking point. That when you get someone that does Nephilim talking points, it's going to be wild. We got 2 more super chats for now. Eric, thank you for the super chat. It says 99% of people 99% of all people ever have been penniless dirt farmers or prehistoric nomads, yet everyone's previous lives happen to have been rich and famous. That's actually a really good point, Eric. Most of the past life regressions I've listened to, they are like, it's a downgrade to what they're at now. Like they really glamorize the past life. That's actually a really good point. Or they had like an untimely death, something of that nature. And Gretchen, my friend, great to see you again. Thank you for the 666. Hell Nero says, I like the live background. We get to keep an eye on Doug and Sharon so they can't get up to any shifty shit. Don't take your eyes off them, guys. Listen, Doug and Sharon are not up to anything. They're rock hard all the time. Rock hard for you, Gretchen. Look, their eyes aren't even moving. Their eyes can move. You've seen me move the eyes before, but they're not moving right now because they got their eyes on you. You're the apple of Doug's eye. Randy, thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That is huge, my friend. I super appreciate that, Randy. Great to see you. All right, let's get our next guest in here. Looks like it's going to be this Jimmy Jr.? The Jimmy Jr.?
Yo, what is up?
What the? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Jimmy Jr.
Thanks for bringing me up. Wait, what? How do I show my face?
You got to turn your camera on. Hold on. Let me see if I can request it.
Yeah, hit their camera icon.
I'm hitting it, though.
It should pop up a box. Yeah, it should pop up a box that allows you to turn the camera on.
Live access needed to go live.
At the bottom.
Never mind. What's up?
You might need to have a certain number of followers to use your camera in a live stream.
Well, I'm way behind there. Gentlemen, thanks for having me. Dude, I was listening to this guy, and every time he said the other side and then brought up seemingly communist governments, I was cringing a little bit because it's not as if like you lose your faith, you deconstruct from Christianity, and all of a sudden you decide that you want to be a proto-communist government, which, by the way, I don't know if he knows this, and a lot of theists that try and make this argument, oh, well, communism leads to atheism. There has never in human history been a successful communist government. Even the governments that are on Earth now that claim to be communist have more in common with fascism than they do with communism. And you're right, to the point that you say that they are Buddhists in China. They aren't tracked as being religious, because if they are, they're targeted, right? So many of them, by the census that they have in China, for example, state that they have some kind of folk religion, or some religion that's not one of the major world religions. Otherwise, they look as if they're challenging the government, right? Same thing happened with the Soviet Union, right? It wasn't because they were atheist that they led some kind of genocide. No, they were a political party that, if they had followed the structure of communism, would have been challenged by the working class. So instead, they committed a genocide against them. Same thing Mao Zedong did. right? This had nothing to do with, hey, let's kill millions of people. 50 million people died in China under Mao Zedong. Let's kill them because we're atheists. No, it's let's kill them because if they unite against us, we will lose our political position. That's what that was, you know. And so for theists, every time a theist tries to cite a would-be communist government, who by definition is not actually communist, as the alternative to Christianity, is just flat out wrong. I don't think that they, not only do they not know their book, but I don't think they know much about the politics that they're talking about. And so I was cringing a little bit when this guy was trying to routinely jump back to, well, the opposite of Christianity is communism, which is essentially what he was saying, and therefore brutal campaigns against their own people. You know, there have been I think the agreed upon number is like 69 to 70 million deaths at the hands of Christianity, intentionally, because it's a Christian movement. But there is absolutely no atheist movement, to your point. And so he was kind of annoying me a little bit, and I wanted to tell that to him. That's why I kind of requested to come up. But I appreciate.
If I'd realized it was you, I would have brought you up when he was up here. I didn't realize you were in the box.
Yeah,
Sorry,
well,
man.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you letting me come up and just rant a little bit. You know, I think a lot of theists have that perspective. You know,
Right.
And so
Yeah.
I want to just squash that.
Well, now that I know what your TikTok account looks like, next time you hear some bullshit and you need to pop up, pop up.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. All right,
buddy.
guys. Well, don't let me take any more time from you guys. You guys are doing great. Dalton, good to see you again.
Good to see you too, Jimmy.
Yeah, you guys have a great night. I'll be listening. I have popcorn and wine, and
I love it.
I'm enjoying myself. I'm enjoying myself big time. All right, you guys have a good night.
Good to hear from you, buddy. Jimmy
Take
Jr.
care.
You guys might not know Jimmy Jr. Hosts with the ACA, but he's got obviously his own TikTok account. Make sure you follow him before he leaves. He's already on the screen. Click on him, drop him a follow. Make sure you're following Jimmy Jr. Jimmy, you've got credentials in history, don't you?
That's right. So I have a bachelor's degree in history. I have a master's degree in diplomacy with a concentration in international commerce. So a little bit of economics, and then my major research area there was studying how religion has impacted women, and how the religious impact on women can affect a country's economy. So any work that you guys are looking to do, and I'm not talking to you, but the viewers, if you're interested on the religious impact of women, the more orthodox the country, the lower the likelihood that the female population is employed, and therefore the weaker the economy. If you get into a Western type country where they used to be predominantly Christian, but they have kind of subsided, like the United States, well, I don't know if in the last 5 years you can really say that, but if you look at the number of women in a given country, between about 60 and 70% of them need to be gainfully employed. And that usually speaks to the stronger economy. So if you look at Saudi Arabia, which has like 40% employment, which is up from 10 years ago, which was only 24%, their economy, even though it's low, even though their female workforce contributions are low, their economy has strengthened, corresponding to their to the increase in women working. Anyway, that's something that really interests me, because I think women, the most disparaged group probably by religion, who have made the most significant gains, I think, in the 20th century. It's easy to track that progress. So that's a little bit of my background. I've also was a military intelligence officer for 10 years. And so I studied a lot about a lot of different cultures around the world, and been around the world. And I feel like I have some things to offer, you know? So anyway, anybody wants to chat, you know, just look out for me. But yeah, you can find me on Talk Heathen usually.
Yeah. Good to hear from you, buddy.
All right, man. You take care. You guys take care. Have a good night.
Cheers. Love Jimmy Jr. Jimmy's awesome. Hopefully we can host sometime on AXP together. I would definitely really enjoy that. We've got Doi. I can't pronounce the entire thing because it's cut off. But we've got Doi with us. Doi, are at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I am 26. Yeah, I believe in God.
Cool. Do you believe in a particular God or like a generic God?
I'm a Christian. I believe in the Christian God.
Cool. Do you believe in the Trinitarian version?
Yeah, normal standard Trinitarianism.
Okay. What would be the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
If you prefer me to bring up like my favorite piece of evidence, I can. But I was wondering if we could go through your favorite reason why you think he's definitely not real, if you're willing.
Well, I think Christianity is just false on the face of it because Jesus wasn't the Messiah. And if Jesus is not the Messiah, that means he's not a Trinity, which means Christianity's dead on arrival.
So that's your favorite one, that Jesus isn't the Messiah?
Yeah.
I'm sure you've heard of the two messiahs idea, right? From the Old
Yeah.
Testament.
Yeah.
Well, not from
That's not in the Old
not
Testament.
from the Old
that's,
Testament.
That's in the Talmud.
No, it's like
Yeah, it's in
yes.
Sukkah 42 or 43. And there's a vague recollection, there's like a vague mention of multiple messiahs in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's not sure because there's one spot where there's as many as 4 of them, and another spot where there seems to be 2 of them. They're two
Yeah,
kind
it's
of.
not like explicitly spelled out in the Old Testament.
It's kind of misleading to refer to them as the two messiahs, because like as if it's like Messiah with a capital M, because it's really just you have the anointed son of Joseph. It's not really a Messiah figure as like proper Messiah.
Also,
yeah, it's like it doesn't like the term Trinity. It's not in the Bible, but people they deduced it, and that's what I mean, because it seems like there is the idea of this revolutionary Messiah, but then also this sacrificial one. So,
Zechariah 12 is the passage that Zechariah 12 is the passage that rabbis usually point to be referred to the Mashiach ben Yosef, but it's like all it talks about is an individual who's like killed in battle, and that's really like this. They're really deriving a lot from the text that isn't there.
Well, I mean more from Isaiah 53.
Isaiah 53 is not Mashiach ben Yosef in any Jewish tradition.
There's not Mashiach at all.
Yeah, I'm not a Jew, but from like a Christian holistic look from the Old Testament, I think you would derive from it that there are two like roles, for at least 2 roles, Messiah roles, and that Jesus will fulfill both of them, and he already did the sacrificial one, and he's gonna come back for the liberation one.
Do you know why Mashiach ben Yosef is called Mashiach ben Yosef?
Because he descends from Joseph.
Yeah, was Jesus a descendant of Joseph?
I don't know. Was he?
No, he was descended from David, supposedly.
But there's 2 tribes of Joseph. There's Manasseh and what was the other one?
Ephraim.
Ephraim. There you go. Yeah, Ephraim. So Jesus wasn't from either of those tribes.
I mean, at the time of Jesus, the northern kingdoms weren't like part of Israel anymore, right? And a bunch of them fled.
Well, not exactly. Even when we read, for example, the book of Luke, it mentions a woman who's a prophetess, and she's from the tribe of Asher, according to the book of Luke. Like, there's a myth about there are these 10 lost tribes. In reality, a lot of those people remain in the land. They are the Samaritans, and they're also many other of them integrated into Judah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So basically, the Samaritans were mixed with other peoples, and I'm sure that some of them fled to Judea and became part of the Jews, right? But I think at that point the distinctions weren't so clear. So people could have had traces of their ancestry and of their tribe from their grandparents and stuff, but basically I feel like those lines weren't so clear at that point in time anymore.
You know who your daddy is. I don't know how you could.
Yeah, you know who your dad is, but you could have multiple ancestors from multiple different tribes at that point.
Yeah, but you'd only be counted as a member of one tribe. Even if you had a mother who was from a different tribe, your tribal lineage is determined by the father.
Yeah.
Well, I think there was no more concept of tribal lineage at that point anymore.
Well, then Paul's a liar because Paul says that he's from the
He's from the
Benjaminites.
Yeah,
right,
because
and
the
the author of
Benjaminites.
Luke is also a liar because he says the prophetess is from the tribe of Asher.
She might have been, but I just don't
So
think
they just didn't
cared.
know? They were
They
lying
didn't
about
care
it?
that much at that point.
Well, no, according to Paul, people were arguing over genealogies, so obviously it was very important to them.
What about genealogy were they arguing?
They were talking about
their tribes.
Yeah.
Well, if they're arguing about it, that means it's not clear to them anymore.
No, it is clear to them. It's
So
the
then what about-
outsiders. It's the outsiders that are accusing them.
If it wasn't so clear to them, you wouldn't have like these two contradictory genealogies in Matthew and Luke that trying to make the point that Jesus is from the tribe of David.
I think they were doing that to convince the Jews, but I think when it comes to like the core Christian spirit, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
So you make the claim that Isaiah 53 is about Mashiach ben Yosef, but
yes,
no Jewish person would hold to
yeah,
that.
I'm not a Jew.
Right. So imagine we were Jewish people living 100 years before Jesus.
Mhm.
Why would I think that Isaiah 53 is about a prophecy about the Messiah?
I would just look at it and see that this is about atonement and and
It's not about a Messiah, though. That's the question.
It doesn't say it's about the Messiah, but I would come to the conclusion that it is.
Okay, how? So let's role play. Let's pretend you and I are two Jewish men in a synagogue 100 years before the time of Jesus, and you are making the claim to me, Isaiah 53 is about the Messiah.
Yeah,
and I go to you, brother, what in the text should lead me to think this is about the Messiah?
I tell you that this is showing a guy that is somehow gonna buy our salvation.
Nope.
And because
It
he's
doesn't
gonna
say that.
buy our salvation, well, it does. If you look at it, his Isaiah 53.
Yeah, Isaiah 53 is not about a guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If this were about a guy, then why does the prophet refer to the servant as they in the plural?
Well, sometimes he refers to it as they, and sometimes he refers to it as a singular. It's
To
not
be fair,
always-
Jesus was a they them. He's part of a trinity, and the Holy Spirit's feminine.
Some people say that. I don't know if any of them are masculine or feminine, but you made a point earlier. I wanted to address it, but it slipped my mind. It was about he calls them they. That would be my answer, is that they is referring to God, but also he's referred to as a singular.
Certainly not referring to God.
Why is it not referring to God?
Because Christian theology doesn't teach that the Father or the Holy Spirit were like suffered in the crucifixion.
No, but
that's called patripassianism, and it's a heresy.
No, I agree, but they could have all been involved in it, because at the time when it's talking about the actual suffering, it's not saying
God.
they.
Was God? Yeah, it says in Isaiah 53 verse 8, because of the transgression of my people, they were afflicted. Was the Father and the Holy Spirit afflicted in the crucifixion?
The people.
No.
The
It's
people were afflicted
the servant.
Because of their How do you know? It could be either.
No, it's not. Because of the transgression of my people, they were afflicted, is referring to the suffering servant.
But you don't.
Is the one who's afflicted.
You don't know that for sure.
We do know that if you read the first 7 verses.
No. Yeah, like if you bothered to read any of the context in the passage, you would understand that this is clearly about the nation of Israel. Have you read anything before Isaiah 53?
I've read some of it. I haven't read all of Isaiah yet. But
did you read chapters 40 up to 53? Because those are the chapters you need to read.
I mean, I'll get to it, but my point is that...
So you have no idea what's happening in chapter 53 if you haven't read the chapters leading up to it then. The prophet tells you who the servant is on 8 occasions.
So who do you think that when it says that for the suffering of my people...
Doi, I apologize to interrupt you, but you didn't actually respond to the words that left my lips. I'm going to need you to respond to that. Isaiah told you 8 times prior to this passage, or whoever wrote it, who the servant is. Do you know who it is?
He says it's Israel.
Yeah, 8 different times he labels the servant as Israel. Like the author is assuming that when you get to 53, you know who the servant is.
Look, I'm regretting not having read it before coming to the discussion, but I can't comment on it. But there is one argument that I learned about it. It was that when he says that they suffered for my people,
Not for.
It doesn't say that.
To be sure, it doesn't say li pesha ami negalamo, which means for the transgression of my people they suffered. It says because. This isn't referred to vicarious atonement. This is like causal, like the reason that the individual is suffering is as a result of the transgressions of others.
So basically,
to be sure though, like it's irrelevant whether or not somebody is doing some kind of substitutionary atonement, because it would still be the nation of Israel. For the reasons that we said and for what Dalton said, because the one who's been stricken are they, it's the people.
So basically, you're saying that Israel is atoning for the sins of Israel.
No, nope, not even close. Who's speaking in chapter 53?
Isaiah.
Nope. No. Try again.
Who? I don't know.
The nations, Babylon specifically. So at the end of chapter 52, the prophet or whoever's writing sets you up so that you know who's speaking in chapter 53. That's why it drives me crazy that people read this out of isolation. If you just read 52:12, he tells you, says, you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go out in flight, for the Lord your God will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your regard. He's talking about leaving Babylon. It's time to leave Babylon. Your time of captivity is over. Then he talks about the servant. See, my servant shall prosper. He shall be exalted and lifted up and very high. And the last thing he says is, he will startle many nations. Kings shall shut their mouths because of him. For that which had not been told to them they shall see, and that which they had not heard they shall contemplate. So he's saying these nations, these kings of the nations that persecuted the servant, they don't know. They haven't been told. They don't have the prophecies. They don't know what's about to happen, but they're going to contemplate it. They're going to think about it, right? And the very next passage is a personification of the nations contemplating what they've just witnessed. Who has believed our report, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? Well, we know that's the nations. The arm of the Lord has been revealed to the nations. That says it in verse 10. The Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God, which is the freedom of the Israelites from Babylonian captivity, which he says in 11. So we know the people speaking is not Israel speaking. These are the nations speaking about what they witnessed with the abuse of God's servant, the nation of Israel.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
Right. So the context is really important, and I don't want to belabor the point, but like every prophecy in Isaiah 40 to the end of the book, every last prophecy is for the Babylonian exile period. Not a single one of them. Not a single prophecy is not for that time period. Everyone is, right? We have no good reason to go to Isaiah 53 and say, listen, every prophecy in this book from 40 and beyond is about the Babylonian captivity. Well, except for this one chapter, and only if you read it in isolation. I don't think that's an appropriate way to interpret the passage. I think if you rip it from its context, then you actually just lose the meaning of what it was originally about.
Yeah, I agree with you after seeing that. I didn't know it's quoted all the time, so I just took it for granted that it applied to him, you know?
That's okay. I did too. When I was a Christian, I thought Isaiah 53 was about Jesus. And because I grew up in a Catholic school, I learned about Isaiah 53 maybe like in junior high was the first time I heard it. So like throughout my Christian life, I just assumed that this was a slam dunk for Jesus until the summer I went to Bible college. I had a friend challenge me on the prophecies, and I went back and I reread all of them in context. And I was like, oh, and none of these are actually about Jesus, at least not directly.
Yeah, I was studying I was wanting to be a missionary to the Jewish people. And then I actually read the Hebrew Bible in its original context and language, and quickly found out that Jesus never fulfilled any prophecies. So I left Christianity for Judaism.
Are you still Jewish?
No, I left Judaism for atheism.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm still working my way through the Bible. I started like not too long ago. Now I'm at the part where it's all the sacrifice stuff, like how it gets really specific in it. I'm just
Sounds like
struggling my way through that, but
Leviticus.
I plan on, yeah.
Yeah, there's
Where
some
it's
fun
like
stuff in
really specific.
Leviticus, but you're right, some of it can be a slog. Like when you get to the dietary laws in 11 and whatnot, that's takes some work.
Right. But so you guys are both like really well versed in it, I guess, since you guys were both
Well, yeah, that's why we left.
yeah, well,
We lived and breathed and ate the Bible.
Right. Is there nothing in it that might indicate is there any truth to this like two roles of a Messiah, or is it completely fabricated?
It's not two roles of the Messiah. They are two completely different people, and this is an idea only found in rabbinic Judaism in the Talmud, and has no basis within the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah, if
There's
you go
no
to
basis at all. There's nothing you could point to that might hint at it or anything like that.
The only passage that gets pointed to for Mashiach ben Yosef is Zechariah chapter 12. Yep. But that individual is never called anointed or Mashiach in the text. And it seems like they are simply just, and they're never even identified as a descendant of Joseph. They're just described as an individual who dies after the battle that takes place at the beginning of Zechariah chapter 12, and the people of Israel see them having been thrust through and killed, and as a result, they repent and turn back to God.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got the quotation if you want to write it down and take a look at it later. You want to look at, I said Sukkah 42, it's Sukkah 52. It's got the references to the multiple messiahs. In fact, I wrote I made a document some time ago. I'll share the screen with you. That's got the mentions of the two messiahs within Jewish texts. The first is Sukkah 52b, verses 11 through 12, and the next is Sukkah 52a, verses 2 through 6. And then you'll also find in Kol HaTor 271 and Kol HaTo 272. It should be it. I think there we go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what the heck is Kol HaTo?
This is a typo. Don't worry. I was having too much Kraken when I wrote that the first time. Still in chapter 2. And they reference Psalm 24, possibly Psalm 24:3, and then one Dead Sea Scroll possibly mentions it. There's more than one, but this is, I think, the closest one, which is 4Q 175. That's kind of where you get the two Messiah thing. But in all of these cases, they're two completely different individuals. In fact, one Messiah, it says, witnesses the death of the other Messiah. Like he sees the other Messiah die because they're two separate people.
In the Talmud, or you're saying in the Talmud, right?
In the Talmud,
yeah.
Yeah.
In the Dead Sea Scrolls, it's not Mashiach ben Yosef, it's Mashiach ben Aaron, the Messiah, the son of Aaron, and he's like a priestly figure. So, but again, a separate figure for Messiah ben David.
I see. So if there isn't like a Messiah, so the Messiah was strictly, from what I'm understanding, like one to militarily liberate the Jewish people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what the prophet said, right?
Right.
And he also builds a temple and reinstitutes the Levitical priesthood and sacrifices.
Because the sacrifices thing, I could kind of reconcile that with Jesus. If he reinstitutes the sacrifice and is the final sacrifice.
Well, it's specifically the Levitical priesthood that he reinstitutes. We read in Jeremiah 33, verse 19, that that's the Levitical priests that will reign forever.
He himself has to be a Levite, or does he just institute one?
No, he just reinstitutes the Levitical priesthood and with this.
Yeah.
Because I could look at this and you might think this is a stretch, but he did institute a priesthood.
Yeah, the
Not a
Melchizedek
Levitical.
priesthood, which is
Yeah.
contrasted to the Levitical priesthood. But as you look above in the text above, it specifically mentions, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings.
And would you find it too much of a stretch to say that this priesthood that Jesus instituted would be like a fulfillment of this? Maybe it's like a new Levitical priesthood. Too much of a stretch?
No, too much of a stretch.
Sounds like a
So it's all
contradiction.
based on it's all based on a mistranslation of Psalm 110. Because in like a Christian New Testament will say that there's an order of Melchizedek, but if you read Psalm 110, there is no order of Melchizedek.
Yeah.
Why do they think that it says order of Melchizedek?
Probably textual error of some kind.
Mm-hmm. So, what about the idea that he will come back to be that Messiah?
I mean, you can say the same thing about Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson or Bar Kokhba or Shabtai Zvi. Literally any failed Messiah.
I'm still holding out for Bar Kokhba. You know, he could rip trees out of the ground with his bare hands.
I haven't heard that story before. Well, Jesus could make him disintegrate with one look.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But you guys are like putting these guys on par with Jesus, but the effect that Jesus had on the world was like far greater. Don't you think that gives him a lot more weight?
That's only because he happens. The only reason he had far more weight is like unlike the rest of these Mashiach individuals, his specific cult got filtered in through the Roman Empire, and got spread by the Roman Empire. If Bar Kokhba's like whole little thing would have done the same thing, we would be talking about him instead of Jesus.
But you think that this other, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but why do you think he would have succeeded like Jesus did?
Jesus didn't succeed. He got murdered and his own people rejected him. Christianity was not a Jewish movement.
No, I don't mean like in terms of it being a Jewish movement, but I mean as far as his quote unquote cult becoming the biggest religion in the world. Like it could have much more easily not spread, right? Like it just got crushed and forgotten.
The reason Christianity survived is mostly because of Paul. It was thoroughly Hellenized. I mean, as soon as you have a Jewish cult where you no longer have to chop off the tip of your penis in order to become a member of the cult, it becomes a lot more popular to non-Jews.
Right, but like if you tasked anyone with the project of creating a religion that would become like the most dominant religion in the world, like what would be the odds of that actually succeeding? Just not cutting.
Kind of irrelevant what the odds are. If you had the power of the wealthiest government on earth, it's pretty likely that you're going to be successful.
Yeah, but before getting there,
so what?
You know what I mean? It's
Christians
like
didn't know that the Romans were going to adopt their religion.
No, they didn't. But the fact that it grew so big that the biggest empire in the world would adopt it is still a big deal.
It didn't actually. It wasn't that big in the first 3 centuries. It didn't really grow until after the empire adopted it.
Yeah, in
you
fact,
think the empire adopted it when it was small? Like how?
Yeah,
what percent?
Emperor Julian mentions that it was just a Galilean movement of like poor fishermen, sailors, and widows.
What percentage of the population do you guys think were Christians at the time when it was adopted?
It must have been a
very It must have been very small. It must have been extremely small because like Pliny the Younger, who actually had to like go and investigate to find out anything about Christians because he knew nothing about them. If they were so popular, you would think he would have known about it.
Could that have been because they were like underground, but like still a sizable portion of the population? I thought they were like 10% of the population.
They were underground because they were having unauthorized meetings about a king that wasn't the actual king of Rome.
Where are we getting this 10% number?
I looked it up at one point. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was around 10% of the population when it became the official religion of Rome.
I would
When the
find that
I
that could
think,
only
but
be
I'm not.
true because the Romans chased all the Jews out in 136. In 136, it says in the Roman histories that so many Jews became slaves that they couldn't find buyers. What Hadrian did to the Jewish people was like an entire decimation of the people group. I bet prior to that it would have been fraction of 1%.
I'm sorry, I'm not following what you said about the Jews with Christianity.
It was illegal to be Jewish, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
The
you're saying
Romans
that
outlawed
a Christian was
Judaism.
being a Jew. You're saying being a Christian was the Romans viewed that as being a Jew.
No, I'm saying that's why the Christians were still there, is because they weren't Jews.
Right, but I'm saying if they were 10% of the population at that point, that's
Well,
like
we don't
an
know that they
extreme.
were. That's a dubious number.
No, I know, but I thought that you were saying that as a counter to what I was saying.
No, I'm saying both. It's a dubious number, but even if it was true, it's only because all the Jews got chased out.
Yeah, but why would the Jews being chased out increase the Christian population to 10%?
Because if you've got 1 million Jews and you've got 100,000 non-Jews, and the Jewish population gets cut in half, then your percentage of the population goes up.
But you're talking about Israel, right? I'm talking
In
about
Israel.
Rome. No, I
Oh,
was talking about
the
Rome.
population of Rome, 10% Christian?
Yeah.
No, that's ridiculous.
Okay, so you're saying that's completely out of the question. When at the time where it got adopted officially.
What was that?
What? There's no numbers. Nobody has numbers. No one's taking a census. I don't think you're. I don't think you know how history works. There's no census of religion.
I'm pretty sure Romans did censuses.
They didn't ask you what your religion was.
And if you're a Christian, you sure aren't telling them.
Yeah, but at the time, once they would adopt Christianity as the state religion, then they would have no problem doing a census about it.
That wasn't until 382 under Emperor Theodosius II.
Right. So at that point, we must know what percentage of the population was Christian.
At this point, Christianity has been a legal religion in the Roman Empire for 70 years.
Yeah, after Theodosius II, they were forcing it on people. They were already forcefully baptizing Jews under Theodosius II.
Okay, so between when it was allowed and
Doy, you're really nice, but I don't see how this argument helps you at all. This is not a good argument for your position.
I'm not trying to make an argument. I'm just trying to get the facts straight for now, because I'm just wondering what percentage of the population was Christian from the time where it was legalized.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows, nor do they care.
Okay, and so what you're basically assuming that it was a small minority religion.
It was
when it got adopted as the official religion of Rome.
Yeah, it was.
Why would they adopt super tiny religion?
Well, it wasn't. That's not how it worked. They didn't just take a tiny religion and adopt it as the official religion. They made it a valid religion. And the guy who made it a valid religion, his mother was part of that religion. Obviously, that had something to do with it. So the guy said, yeah, my mother's a Christian. We're going to make it a valid religion. It wasn't until emperors later, way after Constantine, where they started mandating it, 2 or 3 emperors later. So it wasn't like Constantine just said, hey, here's a tiny religion that I like. Let's mandate it. It wasn't like that.
So it was because his mom was a Christian.
That's my take.
And how small personally do you think it was?
Don't care. It's not even relevant. So the size of Christianity when it was adopted by his mother or when it was allowed to be an official religion of the state is irrelevant. It's meaningless. Has nothing to do with whether or not it's true.
I'll tell you why I think it's relevant. Because imagine if there was just like a random pagan religion where
Islam. Tell me how Islam's not the same as Christianity in the early stages. It grew way faster. Mormonism grew way faster than Christianity amongst the same types of persecution. Like this is not a good argument. The growth of a religion has nothing to do with whether or not it's true.
I mean, depending on how it grows.
No.
Why not?
The growth of religion has nothing to do with the validity of the religion.
Well, wouldn't you say that
not remotely
that
true?
Depends,
is Mormonism true?
wouldn't it depend on
Is
how
Mormonism true?
No.
Okay. Did it grow super fast?
Yeah, it grew faster than
Yeah.
Christianity.
That's why this is a bad talking point. This is not a talking point that's in your favor.
Because I do think that the things that I believe in the devil as well. I think the devil will lead people away, and he will be powerful at it.
Well, I would say the same thing
yeah,
about
can be-
Christianity. Christianity was invented by the devil to lead Jews astray.
But
Deuteronomy 13 tells you that God's going to do that. Have you read Deuteronomy 13?
No.
God literally says he's going to send false prophets to lead the people astray and have them not follow the commandments anymore and worship a different God. So if prophets or those who divine by dreams appear among you and show you omens or portents, and the omens or the portents declared by them take place, and they say, let us follow other gods whom you have not known, that's Jesus, and let us serve them. You must not heed the words of those prophets or those who divine by dreams. For the Lord your God is testing you to know whether indeed you love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your soul. The Lord your God you shall follow. Him alone you shall fear. His commandments you shall keep. His voice you shall obey. The minute somebody comes along and says God's got a different name and he doesn't want you to follow the commandments, that person's a heretic. He's getting killed.
But when did he say God
enough,
has a different name?
Jesus is not the same as Yahweh.
Right, but
ironically
can God have
enough,
like different titles like Adonai, Yahweh?
Those are not names. Adonai is a placeholder.
Right.
Also, worshiping a human as God is pretty frowned upon in Judaism. Ironically enough, though, Justin pointed to Deuteronomy 13. There's another 13 passage that speaks about false prophets, and it's Zechariah 13. It describes false prophets who wear garments of fur, like John the Baptist, and a false prophet who has wounds in their hands.
No way.
Yeah, it's wild too.
That's.
I did a video on this a couple weeks ago because I had a Christian come up to me and insist that Zechariah 13 verse 8 was about Jesus, and I was like, hey, if you wanted to be about Jesus, my dude, you're more than welcome to believe that, but doesn't bode well for Jesus.
Oh wait, he was saying which one was about Jesus?
Zechariah 13, I think it's verse 8.
That's the one with the wounds in his hand?
Yeah.
But so he's on your side.
No, this was a Christian making the claim that Zechariah 13 verse 8 was about Jesus. He didn't realize that the context was that this passage was about a false prophet.
Okay, right. I guess. $18, you said?
13 verse 8. Yeah, this used to be a very common talking point for evangelicals who wanted to convince Jews that Jesus was the Messiah, but then they stopped using it because of the obvious implications.
Mm-hmm.
Context matters.
So when you're saying that it says that there's going to be false prophets, it's at that point the prophets aren't done, right? There's still going to be prophets, and it's warning you to discern the right ones from the false ones. Am I wrong?
No, it says there won't be any.
Okay,
yeah,
at that
Zechariah
point,
13 is only about false prophets, and one of those false prophets are the ones who receives the wounds in his hands in the house of his friends.
And at the point of Zechariah, they believe that the prophets are done, that there aren't going to be any more true prophets.
Not in the last days. This is a prophecy about the last days.
And there's going to be no one on God's side in the last days?
No. That's not what it says.
Gotcha. So, and the thing that you said about him having a different name, if he is God and he's born, why would it be such a big deal for the name of him as a man to be different from Yahweh? Because he would have been killed right away if he went and called himself Yahweh.
Well, yeah, because he wasn't Yahweh. If Yahweh appeared in the flesh and it was actually Yahweh, he could have proven that it was really Yahweh. He could have done a miracle to get himself not killed and demonstrate that he really is Yahweh. But Isaiah says, By myself I have sworn from, it was God speaking, obviously. By myself I have sworn, from my mouth has gone forth righteousness, a word that shall not return. To me every knee shall bow, every tongue shall swear. Only in the Lord, only in Yahweh, it shall be said of me are righteous and strength, and so on and so forth. So God's saying only in Yahweh is every knee going to bow. That's it. The name of Yahweh is the name above all names. So when you get to the New Testament, and it's Paul says every tongue, every knee is going to bow and bend in heaven and earth and under the earth, and every tongue should confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. That's blasphemy.
I
Yahweh
mean,
is Lord,
unless Jesus Christ is Yahweh.
but he's
In
not.
that case, it wouldn't. But like, what makes you say that he's not Yahweh?
Because he prayed to Yahweh. He says the Father is greater than I.
Yeah, but according to like normal Trinitarianism, the Father is Yahweh and Jesus Christ is Yahweh.
No,
But is
that's
God greater? Is God greater than God?
And well, the Christian answer, I think, if I'm not mistaken, would be that he's greater in rank. For the time
then
being,
he's
that
not
Jesus
Yahweh.
is infinite.
If
Who's
Jesus
not
is
Yahweh?
Yahweh, then Jesus must be equal to Yahweh.
No, but he temporarily demoted himself.
Can God's
In
nature
terms of
change?
no, his nature didn't change, but his status changed.
That's the nature. You can't change your status.
I mean, I would disagree that your
How can God
status is
change his status?
by
Well,
becoming a man,
status
and literally
is
just
an abstract concept.
by literally just declaring it.
No, status is an abstract concept. It's not a thing that exists. It's just a ranking. It's a hierarchy. It's not a thing that you can manipulate. Like, just becoming a man doesn't automatically change your status.
I mean, why not?
So the Trinity, well, first of all, because status is subjective. There's no objective status. It's just something that we as humans do. We rank things.
Right,
But
but
like
if
the
we could,
Trinity
if
is
we could, if
entirely
it's subjective,
illogical, because if Jesus is 100% God, which I
Mhm.
assume you believe, 'cause it says the
Yeah.
fullness of God was pleased to dwell in him. If Jesus is
Mhm.
100% God, then he must be 100% Yahweh.
Yeah, they're all three persons of the Trinity are 100% Yahweh.
Okay, well, that can't be true, because there's things that Jesus can't do, and there are things that Jesus can't know, and there are he's not omnipresent.
Yeah, while he's incarnate, he's not omnipresent, but I'd say that
Well,
right
he
now
never
he is.
was. No. Well, I could say that about my dead aunt. I could say my dead aunt is omnipresent. You can say that about people that don't
Yeah,
exist anymore. But
By the way, Jesus speaks about having received God's name. He says, "Holy Father, bless them in your holy name, your name which you have given me." If he is Yahweh, he doesn't receive any
well,
name. Like he
I
doesn't
think
receive Yahweh's name from Yahweh. He
I
would
think
have it
that's because
inherently.
he's eternally receiving it, because he's eternally begotten.
that's a meaningless statement.
Why?
You can't eternally receive something. The action actually never completes. If you're eternally
Right,
doing something,
exactly.
then
It's
the
not.
action never actually gets completed, which means it's a meaningless statement.
Well, the action doesn't get completed. It's an eternal action.
So then he
So
hasn't
maybe,
received
So
it.
he
maybe
has to receive the
receive is the
name.
wrong word, but we don't
You
have a right
can't
word.
receive
It's
anything if you're receiving it eternally, because it means it never gets completed. Like if I said I'm
fine,
starting
man.
a fire eternally, the fire never actually got started yet,
Exactly, yeah.
which means I didn't
So
start a
we
fire.
just, I mean, look, we can't use these like finite words. We don't have the right words for it. So yeah, maybe you're right. We can't use those words.
Yes, we'll use well, there's a made up language out there that perfectly describes all this, but we don't have access to it.
But I mean, we could add qualifiers to get closer, but they won't like be 100%. They won't be like 100% effective at describing it, but we could do our best.
Words don't mean words.
So how come Jesus didn't know the day nor the hour of the return if he's all knowing?
Because for the time being, he had emptied himself of divine knowledge.
So then he wasn't
All
God.
he
It
had
is
was like,
so he wasn't God then. Just if he
I mean,
didn't
God could
have
hold back
omniscience, that means when he was on the earth he wasn't God.
but why is it so crazy that God could temporarily um, stop his omnipresence? If he was all powerful, wouldn't he be able to do
It's
that?
not crazy.
I-
It's that he's manifesting as an entirely different individual and then praying to himself like a psychopath.
No, he's
If
not
God
praying
wanted to
himself.
limit himself, this is why modalism is the only sensible way to look at this. If God wanted to lower himself temporarily to come on earth, he would just come here and then that's it. He's not praying to anybody in heaven. That's nonsense. That's crazy.
Yeah, but if God has 3 centers of consciousness, then he could do that. That's
That'd
what
be
the Trinitarian
crazy. Why
formula
would we
is,
think that God has 3 centers of consciousness?
because it seems like he does by reading the text.
That's a mental
No, it doesn't.
disorder. Like
It's not.
if any
Having
person
three-
if any person on the earth had 3 different centers of consciousness, we would say that they had some sort of multiple personality disorder.
I
think that
don't get from the text that God has 3 centers of consciousness. I get from the text is that you have God who has his own consciousness, and you have God's Son who has his own consciousness and his own will, because he expresses like, not my will but your will be done. God has more than one will now. I mean, it's schizophrenic at best.
I think when he means will, he's like, not the desires of my flesh be done, but
He didn't say the desires of
divine
his flesh.
will
He
be
said
done, which is
will.
also. I'm sorry.
He didn't say anything about his flesh.
Yeah, I know, but
Jesus didn't have fleshly desires. God can't be tempted. The Book of James, chapter 1.
According to standard Christianity, Jesus was tempted in every way.
Then he
a
wasn't
regular
God.
human is.
Bible says
Yeah, he
God
was
can't be
tempted,
tempted.
He was tempted, but he didn't fall into any of
Then
his
he
temptations.
wasn't God.
Why not?
God can't be tempted.
That's
Why
James.
can't God be
James
tempted?
chapter 1. Because he's all knowing. An all knowing entity can't be tempted in anything. They know the future. Jesus didn't know the future. He wasn't all knowing. He could be tempted because he wasn't a God. Jesus lacked any of the omni properties. He didn't have any omni properties, which means he's not God if you think God has omni properties. He could be another God. He could be a second or a third God, but he certainly isn't Yahweh.
But you don't think infinite being could temporarily change his properties?
He's not
He
an infinite
could,
being.
but then he wouldn't be in
No, I'm
heaven
saying if
still.
he
He
is
would be
Yahweh.
on the earth.
But why couldn't he also be in 2 places at once? One of his centers of
Because he
consciousness could be
still
in
only
heaven.
has one consciousness. The minute you
No,
add 2
he-
consciousnesses, you've got 2 gods.
Also, we don't have
But
any good
if they're
reason to
animated
think the
by the
God of the
same
Bible
spirit.
is. We also don't have any biblical reason to think the God of the Bible is an infinite being. It definitely doesn't read like that.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that's more. It comes from like Greek philosophy merging with Christianity.
Yeah, so Greek thought, not
Yeah,
Judeo-Christian thought.
I would agree with you.
So besides introducing pagan philosophy, we don't have any reason to think that God is infinite.
I wouldn't disagree with that. So why can't a great being, forget like that I use the word infinite, why can't a great being temporarily change some of his attributes?
Because it would still be the same being. It would still be the same mind, will, and emotions.
By the way, temporarily change his attributes. That's contrary to classical Christianity, where God is meant to be immutable. Is one of the qualities of God is that he cannot change.
Yeah, God's
Well,
nature is completely unchanging.
Could his nature stay the same but just be confined in certain ways?
Let
Would
me ask you a
confined
question. Because, like, you're a really nice guy. I'm trying to figure out why you're doing these backward somersaults trying to justify the Trinity when, let's be honest, you know it's silly.
I mean, look, if you'd explained it to me without any prior like knowledge of it, yeah, I would agree.
Yeah,
But
like, it sounds to me like if I brought this concept up in any other religion, you would dismiss it out of hand, but you're willing
I
to
would.
accept the illogical concept because you already think Christianity is true, right?
Yeah,
So like it's
yeah.
painful for me to watch a smart, intelligent, well-spoken guy come up here and defend something that's clearly illogical just because you've already bought into the religion. Like you don't have to stay in this religion. You can still believe in a God even if this God doesn't exist. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I have personal experience. Yeah.
So do Muslims.
I know, but if I would just have to uh, say that theirs are like not true.
But
It
they
was
would say
too
yours are
vivid.
not true,
I know they would. I
right?
understand.
Like
But because I've
a
had this
Jewish person who has the Hebrew Bible has like zero reasons to adopt your religion.
I see why you would say that, but because of what I went through, and for whatever reason, I just knew it was Jesus. I don't know how to explain it to you. It's one of those things that I wish I could explain, but I can't. And because
How
of this,
did
this is
we?
why I'm doing all of these like somersaults. Because if there are these three centers of if these three centers of consciousness are the only way to explain this stuff. Because or else you're right. Why would
No.
God be praying to himself?
Arius like has a more coherent theology about Jesus. Even if I let's say for imagine I was a Christian today, I wouldn't be a
Mhm.
Trinitarian. I would hold to the theology of Arius because it actually
I
makes sense of what the
Well,
Bible
because Arius
says.
didn't
I
believe
agree.
that
I'd be
Jesus
an
was God.
adoptionist.
Right, he was an adoptionist. So
But that makes more sense of the text.
if adoptionism is true, then Jesus is not God.
I
Was
agree.
Arius
Yeah.
an
Yeah.
was
So
Arius an
from
adoptionist? I thought he
Oh no,
believed in
I'm
a
thinking of
pre-incarnate.
Marcion. Sorry,
Yeah,
no.
he was.
Aries was an adoption. I apologize.
Yeah,
But I think
Arius.
Arius also
Arius
didn't
believed
believe that
in.
Jesus was God.
Yeah,
He
Arius
believed.
thought that Jesus was an archangelic figure who pre-existed his birth.
Yeah.
It was divine, but just wasn't God, which actually makes much more sense of the biblical text.
Yeah, kind of like Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah,
Yeah.
makes much
I
more sense of the New Testament.
look from, and I know you guys aren't here to hear like the personal experience stuff, but it's because you were asking me earlier. From what I experienced, that it wasn't an angel; it was the God.
But yeah, how would you know it's
Uh,
Jesus though?
It's look. I really wish I could explain it to you. I just there's no way for me to explain it to you
how are you
rationally.
able to differentiate in your experience to differentiate between like an archangelic figure that's like almost like the image of God Himself versus God Himself? How are you able to differentiate those two experiences?
I was literally going over that today in my head, like how I would try to explain that to an atheist, and I there's no way for me to do it. I literally asked myself this same question today in the car. It's funny you're asking me it. I don't know how I could explain to you how I knew that it was God and not an angel.
The
I
Ebionites
wish
were
I
the
could.
adoptionists. Just so we don't lose
Yeah.
track of it. The Ebionites. It took me a second. I'm like, no, it couldn't have been Marcion. He believed in the demiurge, and I had to look it up. Like, who the fuck was the adoptionist? It was the Ebionites. I apologize, friends. Sorry, I
You're
had to
just
fact
like
my
me.
child.
So you guys were
You're
talking
just
about
like me.
like
If you catch on to something, you gotta find the answer.
yeah. If you guys were talking like why not this heretic, I think I do agree with one heretic. You know Apollinarius.
I don't know.
So
Apollonius
Sorry, not Apollinarius, Apollonius. I think
of Tyana.
I'm not sure. He was the one that he believed that the the divine spirit replaced like human rationality. It was divine rationality.
It must be a
And
very niche heresy. It's not one of the big ones.
I think he was like well respected by the early church fathers. They just didn't agree with him. But from what I've read, he's the one that I would agree on with the most.
Well, it wasn't Apollonius of Tyana, but it could have been another Apollonius.
Or maybe it was Apollinarius.
Could be. Could
Yeah.
be.
So yeah, this is basically where I'm at. But I'm gonna look up what you showed me, and maybe I'll be able to talk to you one day where I'm better educated.
Well, Doy, I mean, you've been fun to talk to. I mean, you're a nice guy. Is obviously that that you're thinking, your brain is functioning. So we just hope that you are able to put your personal experience aside and follow the data.
But here's the thing: like, how would I do that? You know,
Well,
like
let me
I'm
tell you,
convinced it's something.
I've got a friend named Morgan, and I'm not going to use last name because Morgan's on TikTok, and I don't know if he wants me outing his personal business, even though he talks about it publicly. But
Freeman.
Morgan, it was Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman. So Morgan used to deal with psychosis, and his psychosis would manifest as religious experiences. And the reality is, he didn't know that he was experiencing psychosis. He had no idea. It wasn't until many family and friends forced him to actually seek medical help that he was able to get the proper medication. And all of these types of experiences, like they stopped happening. He didn't have any more of them. As it turns out, there's a lot of religious experience that most likely could be filed under the label of psychosis, but to you, it's the most real thing that's ever happened because your
Yeah,
brain is manifesting the experience.
I'd be guessing that in these cases, it's like it happens often, right?
No.
No, it doesn't have to happen often because again, you don't even have to experience. You don't have to even be like be psychotic in order to experience these like hallucinations or visionary experiences. You can have normals experience these things that they can just be triggered by one event or another.
So it could just be like a one-time thing without you being schizophrenic or anything like that.
Yeah, human brains are like prone to having these sort of religious experiences.
They're very
You guys have
common
never
during
had-
periods of grief and suffering.
Yeah, the thing is, mine wasn't really in a period of because I hear that often that it happens to people when they're really suffering. You know, in my case, I was just doing fine. Everything was great, and then the next day, I was a Christian. It was so out of character for me.
Mhm.
All my friends and my family were like, "What the heck happened to this guy? Like now he's wearing robes and singing in the church choir." Um, I I've been trying to find a way to describe it, but I can't. And I feel like it would make sense with my worldview right now if you could reason your way to God. It would kind of be unfair to the people who didn't have that capacity.
Well, God doesn't care about fairness. He visibly appeared to Moses and others in the Bible. Like, that doesn't seem to be a concern of his.
No, but I think
Paul.
he chose to appear to those people that he found worthy enough to visit.
There we go, and we finally got to it. So I had this kind of thought when, like, the last stage of still being a Christian. It must have been 10 years ago now. 8 years ago. I don't know. 10 years ago.
How old are
I
you
don't.
now?
I'm past 40 now. I had
Oh, so
a
you
good
look
friend. We were talking about personal experiences with God. Now, when I was a Christian, I had some experiences that, like you, I would have said, well, it must have been from God, right? And he was going through a kind of a big crisis of faith at the time, and he was lamenting the fact that he's spent so many years, crying and praying, and he's pissed. Like, how come God won't show himself to me? And it almost nearly, we were at the driving range when we had this conversation. It almost nearly left my lips. Well, God will only reveal himself to people that are like sincere. I stopped myself because I realized that as those words were about to leave my mouth, I would have been an asshole because this is a friend of mine who is sincere. And the reality is, when you get to the point where the only explanation for your faith is, well, God picked me because I'm special, that's problematic because there's many people that I would say are way more special than I will ever be, and way more dedicated and serious than I'll ever be. Think of all the religious adherents in Islam that are fervent believers in Islam, but God will never reveal himself to those people.
But that's the one that I hear most often is Muslims getting these dreams and visions of Jesus.
But they don't. Listen, there's 2 billion of them. They're growing faster than Christians. I knew a Christian when I was in seminary that converted from Christianity to Islam.
And just real quick, are you Catholic?
No, I'm actually Oriental Orthodox.
So what do we do with people who have visions of Mary?
Oh, we venerate Mary.
Well, specifically visions that like corroborate Catholicism specifically.
I like, you want my personal answer or my church's answer?
Well,
I want the answer that you.
Yeah, I think we're
yeah,
concerned with what you believe.
Yeah, I think I think all Christian churches are valid. I think some more than others. I think honestly, if because I go to my ancestral church, because I think it's fine. It's a good church. I think my favorite would be Eastern Orthodoxy, and and then I think third place I'd give to Catholicism. So I think the Holy Spirit's active in all of them, and even in evangelical churches and Protestant churches.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Do you guys
I have a
mind if?
friend. I have a friend that was visited by two of the Hindu deities. What would you say about his experience?
I'd say like they were demons.
But he would say that your God is fake.
Yeah, I'm sure he would.
I mean, according to Paul, even Satan can appear as an angel of light. If that's like in part of Paul's like worldview, why couldn't it just be that your experience was actually a demon leading you away from the truth?
I think that your moral intuition, like I feel like you could train your moral intuitions. Well, what
But
we
isn't
call
Satan a master deceptor?
that's the thing. I think he could deceive you through sin. He could draw you in through your sinful desires, but I don't think that he could trick you by acting perfectly morally.
But
Then
Jesus
he would
didn't
just
act perfectly morally.
But if you worship
what did
Jesus as God and Jesus wasn't God, you wouldn't be acting perfectly moral according to the Hebrew Bible. You would be guilty of idolatry.
yeah, but that's why I think that Jesus is God.
But he's not for the reasons we listed prior.
I mean, look,
Like if
for
you,
now, I'm still on my Christian thing. But you were about to say something else. You
I
just
lost
brought up
track.
something. It was about Jesus,
Yeah,
but
he was
another
a
point.
fraud.
it
He's a
can't be
liar.
it can't be God if he's not even the Messiah.
Like he says that Isaiah 61 is about him. It's not. Isaiah 61 is about the restoration of the Israelites after the Babylonian captivity, which is clear if he read more than just verse 1. If you actually just make it to verse 4, it's clear that this is about the Israelites being restored to their land again. When Jesus stands up in Luke chapter 4 and reads from the Greek Old Testament this particular passage, not only does he add a line to it that wasn't there, it gets rearranged in a different order, and he just doesn't even understand the context of it. The guy was a goof.
Yeah, he makes the claim that he quotes a psalm in John 10, but says it's the law of Moses. Um, if this was God in human flesh, you'd think he'd know that Psalm 82 is not in the law.
Well, obviously, Dalton, that's a translation issue. If you look at the original Greek, it must be nomos for law.
So Psalm 82, and the one you said just earlier was about which part was it?
Isaiah 61 is what Justin referenced.
Yeah, Luke 4, Jesus goes to the synagogue and reads from the Isaiah scroll, according to legend at least. Because they quote from the Greek, not from the Hebrew scroll. And he says that today this has been fulfilled in your hearing. And he quotes Isaiah 61, verse 1, minus the last line of it. And then there's an additional line about a sight to the blind that's not actually in the Hebrew scroll that gets added.
Mm-hmm.
And the reality is that certainly was not about Jesus. Jesus didn't fulfill any of that in their hearing.
Mm-hmm. Earlier, I remember what you were going to say. You said that Jesus wasn't perfectly moral.
Yeah, because he's a liar.
So these are the lies that you mean that make him immoral.
This is clearly one of them. He also said that no man has ascended into heaven, which I don't know if it's a lie or if he's just dumb. He forgot about Elijah and Enoch.
I mean, that might have not been heaven. That might have been like
It was.
It says
realm.
heaven. It says heaven in the text.
But does it say, like, what does it say in the Hebrew or the Greek?
So
Hashemayim.
in the Greek of yeah, it uses Hashemayim in is it First Kings or Second Kings?
2 Kings chapter 1 or 2.
Yeah, and then in the Greek of the New Testament, it uses Oranos, which they're the same. They're one for one the same. If you were to read the Septuagint, it says that Elijah ascended into Oranos.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah.
he uses the same word in the New Testament when he says no one's there.
Yeah, no one's
And
ascended there.
And could it possibly be referring to two different places?
Nope.
Why
No,
not?
they
Do
didn't
you
have
see Elijah
because
floating around in the clouds?
No, I mean not literal clouds, but could he be like in a realm of the dead while heaven is the final one?
Nope.
Why not?
no,
Because he
their
ascended
view of
vertically.
heaven. Yeah, heaven
No,
was just
yeah, but I'm sure after he ascends vertically, he's actually he just doesn't keep floating up in space, right? He would eventually be transported to another realm after ascending
No,
vertically.
no, there's no alternate realms in the Bible anywhere. They have no idea of like anything beyond the firmament.
for them. God literally lives above our heads. If you travel up far enough into the sky, you're gonna find angels and God and all
Okay,
kinds
but
of
Yeah.
things.
they're clearly wrong about that, right? Like, and personally, I have to reconcile these things. So,
No, you don't have to.
I mean,
You choose
I'm
to.
telling
You
you,
you could just give it up.
I can't. I'm literally
You
convinced.
can.
Like, I can't. I'm telling you,
You could
this is
talk to a
something
good
that.
psychologist and they could sort through your personal experience. Your personal experience will never fix the problems of the Bible. The Bible is just dead on arrival.
I mean, look, could it be that there's people writing it with the inspiration of the Holy Spirit that could sometimes make some mistakes?
God inspired them to make mistakes? It sounds like he
No,
didn't do his job.
he didn't inspire them to make mistakes. He inspired them, and they made the mistakes despite that.
Well, what's going to be the point of inspiring them to write stuff if he can't finish the job and make it correct?
So that the gist of it is like will lead you to the right place.
But it doesn't. The gist of it doesn't get you to the right place.
Where does the gist of it get you?
It gets you to Christianity's false.
Yeah, if it's just saying if the Hebrew Bible is true, the gist of Christianity is not going to get you to God.
Yeah. Look, you guys, from what I've seen, are the most well-educated of the guys that are doing these like your God is false, prove me wrong thing. I hope I could talk to you guys. Well, yeah, by far. I hope that I could talk to you guys once I get like really properly educated on it, because I just don't know enough. I don't want to be here just like reiterating, oh, like I had this miraculous experience. You know, it's not going to lead us anywhere. Maybe we could do like a philosophy debate one day, like on theism, if you're down. But even that
We're
won't get us
down.
to Christianity, you know. So I really need to get like my Bible reading time up before I talk to you next time.
Sure.
But
That's fair.
I really appreciate you guys. I hope I don't know what time it is where you're at, but I hope you have a good night.
Hey, you do the same. It's great to talk to you, Doy. Thanks for being kind.
Thank you, guys. Bye bye.
Let's get some W's for Doy. He was nice, wasn't he?
It was fun.
We put some pressure on him. We put some heat on him, and he dealt with it really well. I mean, obviously, he did what he had to do to maintain his faith. He, you know, but still, he was a nice guy. Let me grab a couple of super chats, and we're going to get Zedamac. Am I reading this correctly? Hold on, I got to zoom in. Zamak, I think is what it says. Okay.
Branch? Zemach.
It's in English, so I'm not.
Oh.
I know.
We'll see.
Team S says, when will we get you on Jubilee or some big debate against someone like Frank Turek? The love of Doug must be spread to all corners of the earth. Well, I don't know. I tried getting on Jubilee. I think there might be some actual application process. I'm not aware of how to do it. I got to talk to some people that are more in the know, but I'm hoping to get on Jubilee eventually. I think it'd be a really good platform to just go on and cook. And if I get accepted, I'm going to get Dalton in there somewhere.
If I had to pick someone for you to debate just for the fun of it, it would be you versus Cliff Connectal.
Oh my gosh. He's a train wreck. He has no idea what he's doing, but I would listen, I would pay to get into that debate. You don't pay me for that. I'll pay you. Let me sit down with this guy in front of a camera. Hey, everyone coming from the Sarah raid. Welcome in, friends. Frank, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says just a quick question to the atheistic song playlist. Oh, quick addition to the playlist. The God That Failed by Metallica. I forgot about that one. I feel kind of bad. I watched a lot of Metallica, or listened to a lot of Metallica. 20 Prophets versus 1 Rock. Hell yeah, Mezzo. Doug wins. Absolutely. The song is a great song, pretty distinctly atheistic vibes. I'll have to give that a look, Frank. Thanks for the, I haven't listened to that in years. I mean, it's been so long, probably 2 decades. I'll definitely give it another listen. Thanks for that. Breyer 560 says, what's going to happen to all the Christians who are inside buildings if they're all going to fly into the sky and get raptured? That's a good point. How is a rapture going to happen if you're indoors? Nobody thought this through.
Hey, if you watch the movie, This Is It, This Is the End. Have you seen that?
Mm-mm.
It's got Seth Rogen and James Franco in them, and they're playing themselves during the Christian apocalypse, and it starts with people getting like beamed up. It's hilarious. You have to watch it. You'll love it.
I'll definitely watch that. I'll put that on the movie list for sure. Sounds like a good Halloween movie, even now that we're in October. Godwin says, per Doug, are you allowed to eat a variety of pretzels? I am, but I'll tell you my favorite are big salty soft pretzels. So that's the way I like it. Rock hard for Doug, but soft for pretzels, friends. And Tim says, I worked at the Tickle at the Tickle Me Elmo factory, sewing on 2 red cotton balls, send it down the line, fired day 1. I was supposed to give it 2 test tickles. Oh, that's good. I see what you did there. All right. We'll get a rim shot for that. Not a rim job, rim shot. Yeah, that was a good joke. I appreciate that, friend. And Noko says, Satan was the good guy. Couldn't agree more. Hashtag free Satan. And former prophet Nathan. That's a great name. I like that. Thank you for the super chat. I've decided that I am not going to pretend to pray or bow my head at family events. I don't disrupt the prayer, but I will not engage. Thoughts? I think that's up to you and how your family is. My family, they wouldn't care what I do. They're not offended that I'm an atheist. They're like, I don't pressure them on it. Like, we don't debate it. So like when we do family functions, I just bow my head like everybody else. It doesn't hurt me to do it. Like, they're my family. I love them. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I do the same. I just bow my head just in solidarity, I suppose.
Yeah. I don't think like, and I get it. If your family is like really hardcore and they're like, they think you're a dirty, rotten atheist and they have to force religion on you, then yeah, fuck them. Don't join in their festivities. But like, yeah, if they're nice and they're not giving you a hard time about it and you love your family, I mean, it doesn't hurt to be courteous. You know what I mean? It never hurts to be kind. Author Jack says, fun fact, did you know that 99.8% of men don't bleed the first time they do the deed? Listen, that's a great fact, but I got to know about that 0.2%.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I've got big questions about the 0.2%. What's happening with your junk that you're... I mean, I guess if you move the wrong way...
If you've ever watched the movie Teeth, you'll know why.
I mean, the single word alone could explain a few things. For sure. And Hammond says it's always the KJV guys. It is. The KJV guys are unhinged. They've always been unhinged. I'm convinced that unhinged people are instinctively attracted to KJV onlyism, the same way they're attracted to any other conspiracy theory. Here's something that makes me feel special if I believe it, and I could make other people feel less than. You know what I mean? Whether or not it's true is irrelevant. Ursmont, good to see you, says, thanks, caller. I'm choosing Satan 1,000,000%. Hey, Adele is with us tonight. Great to see you, Adele. I hope you're doing well, and thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says Justin sending a donation to help you heal after how scary Jesus Warrior was. You know what? He nearly cooked me. I almost shut down the live. Miss Michelle, thank you for the face paint. He was cooking me so hard, I nearly took Doug off the shelf and became a Christian. I'll let you know. The couple days till Sunday, I'll let you know if I'm going to attend. Rock Hard for Doug. Speaking of Adele, our friend Rock Hard for Doug's here. Thank you so much, my friend. Says, I got a Rock Hard for Doug chip in my forehead. Hell yeah. I'll get the Doug chip any day of the week. Oh, man, that's great to hear. I hope you're doing well, buddy. And Chip, thank you for the super chat, says, here are 2 more good insults for you. I love a good one. Justin, fuck nozzle and twat waffle is a classic. Rock hard for Doug and simply went for Sharon. Listen, I love twat waffle. That is one of my favorites, actually. I'm glad you brought that into the conversation. Dr. David, again, thank you for the super chat, says, Jeepers Creepers, a.k.a. Jesus Christ followers like Mr. Eat Shit Exhibit, the true hate of Christian love. He's a total Dalmatian. I don't know what a Dalmatian is, but he was certainly a dullard. Say that. That's what I'm saying. Ellis with a lowercase e. Ellis, thank you for the 7-Eleven. Thank heavens. Says, I love the faith Christians don't have in their God. It seems their Holy Spirit will short out in the presence of a chip. Actually, that's a very good point. It's weird that like Christians could be so overcome by a chip that they can make a mistake, get a chip, and then now God's going to curse them.
When I was moving away from when I was a Christian, moving away from the chip was a literal physical object to more of a spiritual thing, was because it occurred to me that what if someone held you down and like forced an RFID chip into your hand? Would you just automatically be cursed to hell as a result? Didn't make any sense.
None at all. I'm 1,000,000% with you. Cameron, great to see you, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. So, Justin, your time is so precious, so please don't waste it on these guests who have an IQ of under 50. I'm begging you, dodge number 5. Ian. You're right. You know what? I shouldn't waste that much time on those types of guests, but to be fair, like, it's entertaining for a little bit to see somebody unhinged come in representing Christ so well. Drew Smith, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I assume that I'm sorry, I got so used to saying it. I assumed that RFID guy wasn't an EE, and you nailed it. Not even close. But, I mean, anyone with even a minor background in electronics could see the problem with the microchip discussion. It's not a good one. RFID, passive RFID isn't really going to get you anywhere close to what Revelation 13 is suggesting. David Burke says, dropping by. Well, thank you, David Burke. I appreciate you dropping by, and thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, to say hello, do Christians think the universe will go on forever? Kinda. It's going to get renewed. If so, why can they not believe it has been around forever? Because, well, they have to believe that there was a beginning, because without a beginning, then there's no gap for them to fill. They're doing a God of the gaps. But if there's no gap, they're like, fuck, we got to make a gap to put God in. And that's why they're so insistent on there had to have been a beginning of all things. Even though, like in classical theism, like in ancient Greece and Rome, they wouldn't have said that there was once nothing. I mean, they would have committed to all kinds of eternal states of affairs in the past, with or without various gods. So yeah, it's kind of silly. Varen says,
people can start typing in RFID for Rock Forever and Doug.
Oh my gosh, we could start doing RFID and rock hard. Yeah,
make it happen, people.
Oh boy. Varen, thank you for this another super chat. It says, heard you mention Esther Hamori a while back. Currently reading God's Monsters. Yes, super cool. 100% would recommend. Esther is stellar. Her first major work that people are familiar with, When Gods Were Men, stellar work, kind of expensive, kind of pricey to get a hold of. There are ways to get it if you know how, but I always recommend paying for it. But you'll never regret not getting that. Or you're never going to regret getting the book. Just pay the money for it. It's really good.
Such a cool book.
Yeah, she's stellar. I love her. Kevin Schlong, amazing name, and thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, I'm saying the universe has answers we'll never get because it's beyond comprehension. I like your show. Here's 20. Well, hey, thanks, Kevin. The universe has more answers than God. We can say that. Like, whatever answers we're going to find them from studying the universe and not from the God thing. And Cascade, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, by the way, Zach, I did not forget your conflation with military service. Yes, you caught it as well with military service and slavery yesterday. How dare you insult my fellow service members' service just so you can attempt to wiggle out of your slavery apologetics. Yes, that's exactly what happened. I'm glad somebody caught that. Thank you, Cascade. I really appreciate that. And Penelope's with us as well. Penelope, thank you so much for the spirit. It says, Zach should know that the largest Protestant denomination in the U.S. is the Southern Baptist Convention, which was established in 1845 for the purpose of promoting slavery. Just saying. Yeah, we agree with you. We were saying the same thing too. All right, friends, I'm going to grab another guest, and then I apologize. We had so many super chats came in that I'm really behind because we had those long conversations, but we were having good conversations. That's why I let them go so long. So after the next guest, I'm going to read all of the remaining super chats. Okay. All right, let's grab Zet. How you doing, Zetsamak?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So I'm going to say this is the first time I've ever even tried anything like this. So I will admit I'm not going to have all of the best answers, but I do have some questions.
Well, we just ask that, guests be honest. That's
Sure.
all.
Yeah. I mean, you do start with your God is imaginary and then prove me wrong, which I've always kind of found it interesting that those two things, even when it came to Stephen Crowder putting that up in the first place, you start with a claim and then you put the burden of proof on whoever comes up to speak, right? But if you're going to make a claim, would not the burden of proof be on who makes the claim? So if you're going to say your God is imaginary, I would actually ask kind of where you come from with that. I have heard you both say that you were previously Christian, so I think that maybe you have some point of view on that. Of course, if you're going to make the claim, you have to have an idea about why.
Yeah, well, I think if we're talking about all God concepts, there are a couple like global arguments you can use, like the problem of evil. I think is a really powerful argument against basically all the God concepts except for deism. Deism, that God just like kicked everything into motion and then kind of fucked off. He doesn't really care what happens. But unless if you don't believe in deism, then this argument works for just about everything, which is it's kind of assumed. Now, theoretically, you could believe in an evil God. It does work for an evil God too. But you could assume that like if you have a traditional theistic God that's like good and knowing and powerful, that he doesn't want the evil happening here that's unnecessary, only the evil that is necessary. So then we could narrow it down to like, okay, what about unnecessary suffering? My favorite example has always been natural disasters. And the reason why I go to natural disasters is because God created nature, not humans. And so it's weird that we would believe in a God that like specifically created us to live in this location, but then made the location incredibly hazardous for us to live in.
Sure. Okay. I would say, I think from any worldview, though, regardless of if it's Christianity or if there's a God, any worldview, regardless of what you believe, has to account for suffering and has to account for pain and natural disasters and the way that the world works, right? So you do actually have to account for that regardless of which God you believe in or which worldview you decide to ascribe to. So if you are saying that from a non-God perspective, you'd have to still view the world as there's evil, there's suffering, there are natural disasters, there's pain. All these things are true.
Yeah, but atheism can account for that.
Sure. But can you account for it in a way? I would say that's the better question. Is there a framework for understanding the why instead of just the is? Because there is pain, there is suffering, there are natural disasters, pain, everybody experiences. But do you have an answer for the why behind the pain, or just it is because it is?
The why is because we are emergent from the universe, and the universe doesn't give a shit about us.
So the universe, then, in that context, is the uncaring God.
No, it's not a God at all. No.
That'd be debatable. Realistically, belief-wise, I mean, if you're going to say the universe is the cause of, then it is the causer.
Being a cause doesn't make you a God. Like if I roll a ball into another ball, one ball caused the other ball to move, but it doesn't make it a God.
Right, who rolled the original
causation? Well, there's no original ball.
Infinite regress?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the infinite regress still doesn't answer the question of why pain exists, or
it does.
It doesn't give a good enough reason for.
It does. Infinite regress isn't there to explain suffering. Infinite regress is
sure
just there to explain how old or infinite the timeline is. The reason why suffering exists is because there's no reason for it to not exist. We have no good reason to think that the universe, which is mostly chaos, would have one little pocket with zero chaos in it.
I would say it's interesting you attribute there to be a reason for no chaos within a universal or universe standpoint, but not within a Christian framework.
Because in Christian framework, God specifically created it with intention. In an atheistic framework, there is no intention. The universe, like
So
we're an accident. Life is an accident of the universe.
So there's no answer for suffering. Suffering exists one way or another, right? God or no God, suffering exists.
Yeah, the thing is, in the atheistic worldview, it's expected. In the theistic worldview, it's not expected. It requires apologetics.
It's anti the natural order, right?
No.
Yes. Yeah.
Suffering,
Pain and suffering.
Suffering is the natural order.
Biblically, pain and suffering would be against the biblical order, which is God's order, which is the ultimate order. Therefore, pain and suffering can exist within a framework of pain and suffering is wrong because it's now put against a right, which is the ultimate right.
No, nothing about right and wrong is entailed in my argument at all.
No, it's entailed in mine. Sorry.
Oh, I
wasn't
don't know
trying to
your
attribute
argument
that completely to you. That pain and suffering will exist one way or another. We've agreed on that. And that...
Not to interrupt, but I'm talking about
No, sure.
unnecessary pain and suffering.
Well, in the atheistic worldview, every pain and suffering is unnecessary. There is no necessary pain or suffering in atheism.
Wait, but
It's
we're
all
talking about your
unnecessary.
worldview right now.
Correct, right. But
So in
your
your
defense of
worldview,
atheism
there
is
shouldn't
that
be
everything
unnecessary
is unnecessary.
suffering.
No, I'm not saying
Wait,
that it's
why-
unnecessary.
Why is there
Okay,
no
so then-
necessary suffering
yeah.
in atheism?
Every
I have
suffering
to go
is
to the
unnecessary.
I have to go to the dentist
Sure.
in 2 days. That's going to be I'm going to suffer in that chair. It's
Yeah.
necessary if I want to have this tooth removed.
To be sure, in atheism, which it could come in many forms, suffering is expected and necessary. Anything that the universe does is necessary by the nature that it couldn't be any other way. But the reality is, in Christianity, unexpected or unnecessary suffering isn't part of the equation. You have to find a way to make all suffering necessary somehow, or you would have to admit that God lacks omni properties.
I still might disagree with the idea that atheism can answer what suffering's purpose is.
It doesn't have a purpose.
Correct.
There's no
Therefore,
answer.
there's no necessary or unnecessary, but you couldn't say it's necessary or unnecessary because you don't have a framework to put unnecessary and necessary into within atheism.
We do have a framework. The word necessary just means it couldn't be any other way.
Unnecessary
without
means
a
not
God,
needed, necessary means needed. Yeah.
Without a God, everything
see
that
it.
is already necessary.
Necessary obviously means required, right? Essential. So necessary is essential to. Unnecessary would be unessential to, but there's still not an answer to pain in atheism.
Yeah, the
just
answer
is.
is that the universe doesn't care about you. There's pain because there's chaos.
It's still attributing a God category to the universe.
It's not a
there.
category. No, it's not a God category at all. The universe is chaos. Chaos causes harm.
Gods are supernatural beings which are worshipped. The universe doesn't fit any of those categories.
Yeah, until the
Criteria.
universe becomes
That-
sentient, it's not a God.
I do think that you have to believe in a non-God to believe in atheism. Therefore, it's definitely still a faith framework.
It's certainly not even remotely close to being true. You don't believe in a non-God. You just lack a belief in a God.
Which is a belief.
No, it's a
Lacking
lack
belief
of
is
lack
still
of
belief.
Nope, wrong again.
Calling lack of a belief is like calling abstinence a sex position.
I can't. Okay, I'm gonna take that as fair enough. I can't even upset at that. That's good.
Somebody
That's true.
clip
pretty-
that.
Please do. Actually, that's.
Oh, what's going on my
Mind
channel
input.
tomorrow?
I do still think that there's some defense here where, your God is imaginary. I do think that there's a better moral framework that's an interesting question more than just whether or not there's a God. Um, I think it's
Moral
hard to argue
framework?
that there isn't versus that there is. Yeah, sure. I think that just saying your God is imaginary does still put the burden of proof on. Can you prove there is not a God?
I can prove that your God's not real. So if you read
Well,
my
but how
prompt
could you do that?
carefully before you tried to burden shift, if it says your God is imaginary, your God's a
Sure.
Christian God, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it's easy. All you have to do is show that the God portrayed within Christianity either entails contradictions or that there's lies in the book that simply couldn't be true. Oh, like that's not even hard.
So you both were Christians in the past, correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, and you were led away due to
Studying the
logical
Bible.
The Bible.
inconsistencies, studying. Yeah, okay. And was there something
Me specifically, I
yeah,
went from
sure.
Christianity to Judaism, and then from Judaism
Right,
to
right. I did hear
atheism.
that earlier. Yeah, for sure. Which consistency do you think is the most egregious if you had to pick one?
I mean, I think the most obvious one that Christians are completely blind to is the position of the law. Both Yahweh, the entire Old Testament, all the prophets, and Jesus says that the law is not abolished, that it's in effect until heaven and earth pass away, and that you need to actually follow it. And then after Jesus dies, the message is, oh, nope, the law was bad. It was a burden. You don't have to follow it. In fact, if you even get yourself circumcised, Christ is of no use to you. That's a huge turnabout.
Right, the Jesus did not come to abolish the law but fulfill it. And then it's kind of moving the goalposts potentially when Paul comes in and says, hang on, wait, we're changing some things. Is that what you mean?
No, he contradicted Jesus' own words. Jesus says, I did not come to abolish the law. In Ephesians chapter 2, 14 and 15, Paul specifically says, no, he abolished the law.
Yeah, that's fair. Like I said, this is the first time I've ever done this, so I'm curious, but I'm not going to concede it until I know it myself, but
I can show it to you.
yeah, please do. Also, Mr. Morpheus is in the comments saying I knew she would crash and burn. I admitted from the beginning. I'm
love
more
Morpheus.
curious to have the conversation than have anything.
I think you're doing.
Yeah,
you're doing just fine.
So, yeah.
I would rather have the conversation than have a. I hate echo chambers. I think they're really boring. So
Yeah, I'm with you actually myself. So Matthew 5, 17 through 19, you already know the beginning of it. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish but fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Followed up by, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. And Jesus doubles down on the law on many occasions, even at the end of Matthew.
Certainly.
Matthew 28, he instructs his disciples to instruct others on all of the things that he commanded them already. But when you get to Ephesians, well, really all kinds of writings of Paul, Ephesians, Galatians, Corinthians, Paul is convinced that Jesus did away with the law. He says, for he is our peace, and in his flesh he has made both into one and has broken down the dividing wall, that is the hostility between us, abolishing the law with its commandments and ordinances, that he might create in himself one new humanity in place of the two, thus making peace. And he says even of himself, a Jew, in 1 Corinthians 9, verse 20, he states that even he's not under the law. He says, to the Jews I became as a Jew in order to gain Jews. To those under the law I became as one under the law, though I myself am not under the law, so that I might gain those under the law. But like if even Paul, a Jew, isn't under the law, then certainly he's just contradicting Jesus and the entire Old Testament. The Old Testament says that they have to follow the law for literal ever.
So there is, regarding Paul specifically, while he wasn't obviously directly involved with Jesus' ministry, was at least in contact with people who knew Jesus. And he does argue that Jesus' life sacrifice was completing the law with a purpose. So I would say there's Romans 10:4. I think it is. Hang on, let me make sure. I don't want to.
That was Paul's theology. But
Sure.
Paul wasn't getting that theology from Jesus or from any of the apostles, as far as we can tell.
Well, no, Paul did have direct connection with several of the disciples of Jesus.
I
Oh,
think
sure,
including
he had
John.
connections with
Yeah.
them, but what I don't think we can like say that he got his theology on the law from them.
Well, their corrections of him would have been very strict had he had been preaching something incorrect, especially because their interactions, especially with the early church and to the letters of the early church, and kind of the one of the reasons that Paul introduced all of his letters with names or whoever he was sending. One of the things that Christians would say is that you don't accept a preacher you don't know. Right? So somebody from nowhere comes in and says, hey, this is the truth I know. You would have to be introduced. And so Paul introduces, but Paul is introduced too. So they do spend a lot of time biblically talking about who has the authority in any way to speak about what Jesus taught, etc.
Well, the apostles taught,
Sure.
for example, that you're not supposed to eat food sacrificed to idols. But what was Paul's position on that?
Food sacrificed to idols?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't know. If you have a
1
biblical scripture,
Corinthians
I'd love
8.
to check. Sure.
Yeah, he tells the Corinthian church that they are at liberty to eat the food sacrificed to the idols as long as they don't cause others to stumble.
Oh, yes. I do know this. Sorry. Yep, I do.
Right. And now this is actually written after the Jerusalem Council. Remember the Jerusalem Council in Acts 15? They give them 4 laws. They don't burden the Gentiles because the law of Moses is preached in the synagogues every week, but give them only these 4. And one of the 4 is to not eat meat sacrificed to idols.
I do think that God is a little smarter than he's attributed to potentially in this argument, which is that God knows who can receive what at what time, and what would make the most sense at that time. And I know that that's probably not a good enough argument to you. And I'm not going to spend a bunch of time saying, I should convince you in that way, because if it's not convincing, it won't be. So I don't want to spend a bunch of time saying this should be.
But even
potentially
after the Pauline epistles, we have in the book of Revelation, the author of Revelation points to an individual he calls Balaam, and he says that this individual called Balaam, who is evil, is teaching that people can eat food sacrificed to idols, and this was after Paul's epistles.
So concerning food sacrifice to idols, which would be that part of Corinthians, the intent of the not allowing somebody else to stumble, it specifically does say where you are at in your heart with God, where it's between you and somebody else, where you don't cause the other to stumble, because ultimately it is between you and God. But super quick, sorry. We did derail for one moment just away from something I was going to say, and I would love to bring it back just one moment.
Yeah, take your time.
Yeah, just where we were talking about the fulfilling of the law. In Romans 10:4, Paul did write that Christ is the culmination of the law.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so there may be righteousness for everyone who believes. So those who potentially don't follow the law of the old still have to believe in Jesus, and that's the culmination of the law. There's also Galatians, which explains that the law was our guardian until Christ came, right? That we might be justified through faith. Mm-hmm. Right, so the faith has come, so we're no longer under a guardian. So the guardian was there up until, and then we're justified by faith, and the faith was in Jesus Christ.
But that's where the contradiction is.
Yeah, the irony of Romans chapter 10 actually is that the the Old Testament citation that Paul uses to uphold this argument that we are no longer under the law is a passage of scripture which he claims is about Jesus, but in its original context is about how the Torah is easy enough that anyone can observe it. The original passage is about observing of the Torah, the oral of the law of Moses, and Paul reapplies it to be about Jesus and uses it against the law of Moses.
Do you know what passage he's applying?
Deuteronomy 30.
Yeah.
Starting in verse 11.
In fact, if you go back a couple of verses of Deuteronomy 30, God makes it clear that during the Messianic age that they will be following the law that was given through Moses. It says, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. Now, we would recognize the period where God circumcises the hearts of the people so that all of them turn to God, as we read in Jeremiah 31. Sure. This would be the Messianic age, right?
Sure. Yeah, I could.
Sure.
I could potentially concede it. I'd have to know more, but yeah, we could go go there.
Well, it
for
certainly would
framework,
have
sure.
happened. It certainly would be future if it didn't already happen with Jesus then, right?
Correct.
And then it says, the Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today. So the expectation is that even during the Messianic age or the post-Messianic age, that they would be following the law. And of the law, as Dalton pointed out in verse 11, says, surely this commandment that I'm commanding you today is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away.
And I think that just from my framework, and once again, first time I've done this, so I could adjust my framework for sure, or even study. We'll see. But basically, that Jesus' fulfillment of the law by embodying its purpose when he died on the cross and when he came as the Messiah, which would be my Christian belief, is that as the perfect embodiment of the obedience of the law, he becomes then the fulfillment of its eternal purpose, which would be that by faith through him we're saved regardless of and not that he's trying to change the law actually too, because if we're talking about, he said he didn't come to change it, but through him, if he's the eternal embodiment of obedience and truth, our faith through him would also justify us within the law.
Yeah, that's kind of a meaningless statement. God wants you to actually follow the law. That's why it says in verse 10, when you obey the Lord your God by observing his commandments and his decrees that are written in this book of the law, because you turn to the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. Following the law is observing the commandments and decrees and actually doing them, being obedient to them.
And then our argument, I guess, back as Christians would be that because Jesus was the embodiment of the law, we would be turning to the law and therefore the commandments within Jesus Christ.
Well, Jesus Christ
and the
told you
decrees
to
within Jesus.
To follow these laws.
If I thought my rabbi was the perfect embodiment of Torah observance, and if I wanted to emulate that rabbi, it would necessarily follow that I would, like him, become Torah observant.
Yeah,
WWJD.
yeah. I think that your rabbi, though, and Jesus may be a little different, to be fair.
Well, I mean, their rabbi was Jesus.
Yeah, I would trust the non-Jesus
Jesus
rabbi.
Still God.
But Jesus agrees with Yahweh that you actually have to follow the law, not just believe in Jesus. He says, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. So teaching people to not follow the law is bad. That's why he says, whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. And you can do this weird equivocation by saying, well, if you believe in Jesus, automatically you're doing the law. But I mean, that's a
no, I wouldn't say that.
You have to understand that's not linguistically
and I wouldn't
feasible.
make that. I wouldn't make that argument, because I don't think that just saying I believe Jesus existed and died on the cross equals Christianity. I think that that's a silly belief. I think it's a silly way to look at reality. I don't think that knowledge of a thing is a belief in a thing. I don't think that knowledge of the Bible is a belief in the Bible. I don't think that knowledge of the Spirit is belief in the Spirit. I think that acting according to that belief means more than the belief itself.
So when Jesus told the rich young ruler, in order to inherit eternal life, you have to follow the commandments, why didn't he just tell him you had to follow me?
Because in order to make it to heaven, there's a distinction between, what people would call the unforgivable sin. I'm sure you've heard it before, which is blaspheming the Holy Spirit.
Mark chapter 3.
Right. Mm-hmm. The blasphemy. So there's the. Let's go back to Pharaoh with Moses. Everybody likes to quote that.
Pharaoh didn't blaspheme the Holy Spirit, though.
Right. Hold on. I'll get there. I promise it does make sense, actually. But that Pharaoh hardened his heart. And then eventually God hardened Pharaoh's heart. But everybody likes to just say God hardened Pharaoh's heart first. But that wasn't true. Pharaoh hardened his heart multiple times before. Blaspheming the Holy Spirit is that you know the truth. You have all of the tools to accept the truth. You've been given the truth on multiple occasions. And consciously, you could accept that it is true, and you therefore decide it is not. That's the unforgivable, because you've chosen to separate yourself.
That's not what blasphemy even means.
Blaspheming the Holy Spirit, certainly it's the knowledge of the truth of the Holy Spirit and intentionally disregarding the truth
plain
of the Holy
No,
Spirit.
rejecting
pla-
somebody is not blasphemy. So blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is when you witness the power of the Holy Spirit. It's what the Pharisees were doing. They were watching Jesus cast out demons using the power of the Holy Spirit, and they said, "No, that's Beelzebub." That's
Correct.
blasphemy of the Holy
The
Spirit
full
when you
knowledge of the Holy
physically
Spirit.
when you actually witness the Holy Spirit at
Correct.
work and then you say that that's demonic. That's blasphemy. Just not accepting something as being true isn't blasphemy.
No, and not accepting something as being true with the full knowledge of it being true, it would be blasphemy, yes. The
No, I
intentional
disagree.
disregard.
But blasphemy in every other case in the Bible is referring to like speaking negatively against an individual. Like, for example, if you blaspheme God, you're speaking negatively about God. If you blaspheme Jesus, you're speaking negatively about Jesus. If you blaspheme the Holy Spirit, this is just a matter of speaking negatively about the Holy Spirit. The reason that later Christianity has come to reinterpret this to make it a commandment which is so hard to actually break is because of, if you read it plainly, it becomes very easy to fall into this like belief that there's a sin you can commit that'll like permanently like cut you off from God, which makes people uncomfortable.
Well, I would disagree a little bit there. The sin you commit specifically is that you've chosen to separate yourself intentionally from God.
No.
That's a completely
Not believing
different
God
thing.
has nothing to do with choosing to separate yourself.
Not believing in God when you have the full truth of whether or not God exists certainly is choosing to separate yourself.
No,
You've made the
you're
decision with
assuming
every...
that the person knows that they have the full truth. I think it's a very rare occasion where somebody actually knows something to be true and then says, "Fuck it, I'm just not going to follow it." That's really weird. I don't know anyone who does that.
Actually, I mean, one of the most famous Christian apologetics of all time said he was dragged kicking and screaming into the faith only after being approached by so much truth and couldn't back out of it.
That's just rhetoric. Are you talking about Lee Strobel?
C.S. Lewis.
Oh, okay. Lee Strobel uses the same thing. That's just rhetoric. I mean,
Stealing.
at the end of the day, you are either convinced of a proposition or you're not. And like, for example, I can't choose to like disbelieve in gravity because it's evident to me. I could never
on the internet, some people do. Sorry. Okay, continue.
That's just because they're ignorant and stupid. But no one can actually know the truth and actually willingly like not believe it. That's an impossibility.
I would. Gosh, I try so hard to be like very respectful. I would heartily disagree that people can know the truth and still disagree with it, because I think that there's a lot of truth out there that people very consciously choose to disagree with.
I mean, they can lie about it. They can tell people they don't believe it. But if you know the truth, then it's logically entailed that you also believe the truth, even if you're denying it.
Yeah, even
Like,
then, I think that you can contradict your own spirit. I don't think
Right, yeah,
I don't think that's wild at all. I think people do
you
it all the
can
time.
you can lie to yourself and act in a way that's not in accordance with your belief, but you would still believe it. But listen, I don't want to get lost in the semantic fog of
Sure.
this debate. We can just agree for now that what Pharaoh did was he witnessed the power of God and then denied it, except for the fact that he asked the Israelites to pray for him. That's neither here nor there. The reality is, I don't know what this has to do with the actual discussion about Jesus and the law.
TTE wants up. He says, "My turn." Funny enough. Once again, I think that following Jesus is more than just fulfilling the law. If we were to look at the Old Testament, I think that following Jesus is changing your behaviors specifically to align with the way that Jesus lived, the way that Jesus acted, the way that
Which
Jesus
was according to the Torah
exemplified.
He was Torah observant there then. Like if you want to change your literally, in high school, as I was transitioning from Christianity to Judaism, I used to wear a bracelet that said WWJD on it. What would Jesus do?
I've
and my answer to that question was he would observe the Torah.
Yeah, I would have to look more into realistic. I mean, I'm never gonna pretend to know something I don't. So I would love to more look into. Yeah, I can also speak English. the kind of Jesus Torah observance, and then maybe where some of those diversions are, because I don't think that they were created in a vacuum, and they could have been truly created through Pauline doctrine, which is a big contention, especially with Islam, of course, with Christianity. So if Pauline doctrine was the big kind of contention between Jesus' adherence to the Torah and kind of the creation of Christianity, there may be an argument there, but I think that there's certainly people who have broached that are much, much, much more intelligent and well studied than I am.
Yeah, I think the other problem too is like there are so many passages in the Old Testament that just tell you that the Messiah is going to keep the Levitical priesthood intact, and they're going to give like actual Levitical offerings, that even if you believe that Jesus somehow agreed with Paul, it would just put Jesus into the heretic camp as well.
If Jesus was a heretic, that's not a great it's not a great image for the rest of the world.
I mean, yeah, if you add to or subtract from the law of Moses, according to Deuteronomy 4:2,
right,
that would make you a sinner. And so if Jesus added to or subtracted from the law of Moses, he would be a sinner.
I honestly could talk to you guys for days, and it's weird. It's on YouTube in front of a couple thousand people, but
I actually don't know how many people are here. I haven't checked
I think
in a while.
there were like 1,400 that were watching it first.
600
I was like, oh man, why am I even
on the
asking?
YouTube.
Yeah, I knocked them out there. Like, I'll see you later.
No, we've got 600 on the main channel, and let me see on the DZ Debates channel. We've got, because I'm on 3 channels right now. Yeah, we got 1,400 on the other. So we got about 2,000 on YouTube and like 500, 550 on TikTok.
Hey, my calculation was correct.
That's pretty good.
Good at estimates. I had 2 other things. I'm not gonna keep going because I don't want to take anybody else's time either, but I do appreciate the conversation. I did want to ask you guys, just in the future, one for a framework of the question, because I do think it's a more interesting question. I think I brought this up once, but it wasn't a great context, so I'll be fair and say it here. I do think that a better question is a better statement is, instead of your God is imaginary, maybe talking about what worldview has a better moral framework for understanding reality.
Why? I don't care.
Because I think that I think that a moral framework, because we can't actually state whether or not God exists or doesn't, because we actually can't prove it. It's just a non.
I can prove that the Christian God's not real. We can do this all night. It's not even hard.
Right, but it's really not proving whether or not a God is real, or whether or not my God is real, or whether.
Well, that wasn't my goal. My goal wasn't to disprove somebody else's God. My goal is to disprove your God. That's why it says your God is imaginary.
I read it. I promise I can. My claim
is not all gods are imaginary, although I think I can make that argument, but that's not my claim.
Right, but it's not a defensible argument at the end of the day.
I actually think it is.
There is no way to prove or disprove that a God does or does not exist.
I disagree.
Yahweh.
That's fine.
Doesn't exist.
That's fine. I think it's nonsensical to make a claim that's unprovable.
It depends on what kind of God you believe in. Do you believe in a God that actually created shit, or do you believe in like the Greek pantheon where they just are co-eternal with the universe?
I think, I'll say it again, I think that the more interesting question, because I don't think whether or not God exists is provable or unprovable. I don't think that you could
but your God
make
is
a defensible. No, I'm not even making that claim.
But whether or not your God exists is provable. So which means your moral framework in Christianity is useless to me.
I'm actually not making that claim, though. My claim is that there is no way to prove or disprove that a God or any God does or does not exist.
Could you, for example, let's pretend we're not talking about Yahweh. Do you think we could prove that Zeus doesn't exist?
Sure.
Okay, we could do the same thing with Yahweh.
But you could also not prove it. I think that there is a line that I think anybody who's rational could agree with, that there is no proof of a yes or no certain statement that a God does or does not exist. Any God, regardless.
No one said a damn thing about proof. I have no idea why you put that on us. So
I'm not even. I think you're misunderstanding.
Having an argument or having a belief is not about whether or not you can prove anything, like whether or not you can like firmly demonstrate it. It's whether or not your belief is warranted based on the evidence available. And the evidence that we have available would suggest that nothing created this mess. Like the universe is eternal. It's always existed. It always will exist. Our solar system's not going to exist in a couple billion years. We're going to collide with another solar system. And then maybe in another trillion years, we'll collide with another solar system. Like there's nothing in here that points to a God. Nothing.
Yeah, there's nothing that doesn't.
No, literally nothing points to a God.
Nothing doesn't point to a God if we're talking
Give me
about
one
this,
thing that
like,
points to a God.
The building that you're sitting in requires a builder, the creator.
Did God build this building?
Creation requires a creator.
There's no creation.
But is it?
It's eternal.
Yeah. It's just
So
nature.
you believe in an eternal. So you still believe in an eternal. This is silly. You're providing God's like attributes to an eternal
I'm not.
nothingness.
I'm not
No, 'cause
applying
the
God's
universe isn't-
attributes. I'm just
So
saying
where
the
did it
stuff.
come from?
It didn't come from anywhere. It's eternal.
So it's infinite regress.
Yeah.
So where did it come from?
It didn't. If it's eternal, it
So
doesn't
you
come
believe
from anywhere.
that it came from nothing. Therefore, you have a faith
Wrong
system
again.
that nothing came from nothing.
No, I don't believe that. There was never nothing.
You can't.
Listen, I
It's
know you
infinite
read this
regress.
in like Frank Turek's I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist book, but these aren't good gotchas.
Did
If you
not.
think that the universe is eternal, it didn't come from anywhere and it didn't come from nothing. It's always existed. That'd be the same as me asking where'd your God come from. You'd say we didn't come from another anyway. He didn't come from anywhere. He's always existed. It's the same
Right, so we have
claim,
the
except
same argument.
the difference is we know the universe exists. We have no data for your God existing, and we have no reason to believe that the universe didn't exist. We have no data points to suggest that our universe was once absolutely nothing.
So we still believe in the same thing.
No, not
You
even
believe
remotely
that there's
true.
the infinite. I believe
the
there's the
universe-
infinite
No,
mind.
I believe.
You
I
there's
don't believe in the
nothing.
infinite. I believe that time doesn't have a beginning.
So you still
And
believe in
also,
the infinite.
No,
the universe
I
is
don't.
not all-knowing or all-powerful or having any of the omni qualities.
Just because something doesn't have a beginning or an end, it doesn't mean that it is God. That's not how that
No,
works.
I didn't even say that it was. You just have to believe that that's true.
No, I don't. All the
Well, I bet
evidence
you
we
do.
have
Well,
points towards that. What evidence?
You-
What evidence could we possibly point to suggest that the universe once didn't exist?
Well, where did it come from?
It didn't come from anywhere. If you can't get
Correct.
something
You
from
have
nothing,
no
and we have
evidence.
something, then
But
well,
you
we
have no
do.
evidence.
Do you want to hear the evidence? You didn't even ask for it yet.
Sure. What's the evidence that the universe came from nothing and is
Okay,
infinite?
we'll start with your argument,
nothing.
which is
No, I
that
asked
if
for
you
yours.
if you can't get something from nothing and we have something, then it's logically entailed that there was never nothing. So we have no reason to believe that there was never nothing just on logic alone. That being said, if matter and energy can't be created nor destroyed, then science agrees with us that there's always been something. Fundamental particles have always existed. There's always been something. And the latest DESI data shows us that the universe is possibly going to regress and collapse back in on itself eventually. And we're probably going to have another big bang. And we've probably been in an infinite cycle of endless bangs and crunches for all of eternity.
So it comes from nothing and goes to nothing.
Not
No,
even
it
remotely
doesn't
true.
come
There's
from
never
nothing.
been nothing. There's no such thing as nothing. Nothing never existed.
So you believe in eternity.
I believe in infinite time.
Yeah, I really, maybe I'm too stupid to be fair. Maybe.
I don't
potentially.
see why this is difficult.
No,
The
it's
universe
not
is not
difficult.
sentient. The universe didn't create anything.
No, I do understand.
The
I
universe
do
just
understand your
exists
argument.
at all points in time.
I think that you're making a concession for yourself to believe in an infinite
I'm
without
not
a creator because
conceding.
there's
I just gave you
because
the data
there's
points
no,
that lead to my conclusion.
But there's no
what are
evidence
What are
for
the
that.
data point? I just gave you the evidence. You want to hear it again? Were you listening?
I swear I'm not
What
that dumb.
What were the points that I covered?
We were pretty polite.
What were the data points that I covered that led to my conclusion?
That scientifically we can see that the universe may be collapsing and we may be running back into another collapse that restarts the universe again.
And what I
don't
say
see
before
how
that?
That's evidence.
What I say before that?
No, missed it. You can say it again.
Okay, we'll start at the
syllogism.
beginning. Okay, logically, we can conclude that there was never nothing. If you can't get something from nothing and you have something, then logically there was never nothing. And even in your worldview, you don't believe there was ever nothing because God is something. So neither one of us believe that there was a state of nothingness. Neither one of us. The only difference is I believe in the thing that I know exists. You believe in a fairy tale. I don't believe in fairy tales. That being said, the next piece of data is from actual science, which is that matter and energy can't be destroyed. You can't create it, you can't destroy it. If there was a way to destroy it and there was a way to create it, then we could say, I don't know, it looks like somebody could have created this shit. But the reality is, we have no evidence that that is the case. And we have no evidence that there's a time limit, that fundamental particles like time out, that they stop existing at some point, or that they came into existence at some point. As far as we know, quantum fields have always existed for all time, and we have no evidence to the contrary.
You won't accept this as true, most likely, but biblically, if God made Adam as an adult, he certainly could make the universe as whatever infinite he could want.
That doesn't address anything I just said.
Well,
do we have any evidence that the universe was created from nothing?
I mean, God could just say, hey, universe, here it is.
Could not, but do we have any evidence that the universe was created from nothing?
Not necessarily, no. Do we have any evidence it was created from nothing?
Just positing like my imaginary friend who's all powerful because I said so doesn't fix the problem. We need evidence that would suggest that your imaginary friend did the thing you're positing.
Just to be clear, just so we can make sure that she's tracking with the conversation. Do me and Justin believe the universe came from nothing?
No, you believe it's infinite.
Okay, just making sure.
No, that felt a little...
But you believe that it came from nothing. You believe that there was once no universe.
No, I believe it came from an infinite God.
God spoke it into existence. But what's the evidence that the universe once didn't exist?
It certainly could have with God.
No, what's the evidence?
Could have.
Right, but you don't have evidence either, realistically.
I did. I actually just gave you 3 pieces of evidence,
and you didn't. The evidence
you didn't
that
track.
you believe is true.
So
sure, and I can believe things are true too.
We have zero evidence that something could even come from nothing. The default position, therefore, is that the universe has always existed. That's just the default position until such a time as you can demonstrate that it could come from nothing.
And even then, the Christian worldview wouldn't be that it came from nothing. We would still operate on a worldview that there's an infinite that exists. So we're still both believing in an infinite. It's just the designation of the infinite that we disagree on.
Except for we have actually demonstrable evidence of nature existing. We don't have demonstrable evidence for supernature. So ours requires us believing in less things. You believe in the universe and God. We just believe in the universe. Less complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that probably there's another argument there that I don't. Once again, not going to argue something I don't know. I could probably think about it and come up with it at some point, but promise not materialize it. What I was going to say that kind of led up into all this, though, and I'll leave it at that because I don't want to take time away from TTE, who has been so patiently waiting.
Well, I hate to tell him I'm going to bed in 45 minutes.
Fair enough.
We still got super chats to read, so I don't know if he's going to get in.
I'll boot myself out in just a moment. I would say that the one thing that has led me to Christianity that will most likely keep me in Christianity is that there's an answer for pain and suffering. There's an answer for objective morality.
Nope.
Yeah. Once again, we can
neither
have a
one of
conversation
those.
About that later. I think we could easily.
You don't have objective morals if morals come from God.
Yeah, objectively, God is the moral truth, and therefore I can attribute
does
all my morality
does God have
to
a mind? Did God's mind give you the morals?
Yep.
Then they're subjective. They're subject to the mind of God. If they're objective, they'd be outside of God's mind.
And yet they're all based on the same God, so
that's subjective.
All based
yeah,
on the same morality. Yeah,
it's called subjective.
Better than my fifis.
No, it's actually not
God's
better
fifis.
because in your worldview, it's God's
much
fifis, and you can't question it. So when God says you have to go murder babies with swords, you can't question it.
No, yep, we could have a much longer conversation about that one.
I mean, it's just true. God tells the Israelites to murder babies.
Yeah, this would be a much longer conversation.
And that's the problem with divine command theories. If God tells you to do horrible things, you can't question it. If God told you to go burn down the orphanage, would it be the right thing to do to be obedient?
To be obedient?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, see, there you go. That's the problem with divine command theory. Typically rational human beings will commit to atrocities like burning down orphanages.
I mean, rational human beings will commit to any atrocity as long as society supports it. So that's
As long as authority tells them to do it.
society. Yeah.
And that's not
Societal
necessarily true
norms
because
support all kinds of terrible things.
Nazi Germany supported like the genocide of the Jewish people, but there were citizens that didn't necessarily like care that the fact that society said that this was okay. So just because society says one thing doesn't mean that it automatically means others
Right.
people will agree with it.
Yeah.
Like you can be moral
mostly.
despite what society says, and you can be moral despite what you think God says.
Yeah, longer conversation. I appreciate you guys this time, though. I really do. I think
Yeah, it's good talking to you. Come back sometime. We'll definitely do a longer rendition of the moral argument because
Yeah, I'd love
honestly,
to dive into it.
I think the moral argument is another good argument for atheism.
I think it's a tough one. It's a deep one. There's a lot of questions about it. Yeah, I'd be all about it for sure.
Okay. Well,
yeah,
we appreciate you coming up and being candid with us, and we'll probably see from you in the future.
Yeah, happy to.
All right, cheers.
Bye.
You know, one of my least favorite things. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'd say I forgot to point this out that I think one of my least favorite things about the idea is that it gives an answer to like suffering. Is like it gives an answer.
Not a good
but
answer.
It is the right answer because what is 2 + 2 = 5? 5 is an answer, but it's not the right answer.
Yeah, if suffering is because Adam and Eve ate the fruit, that's not a good answer. Not at all.
It's very similar to Zach, who was like Christian because it had utility. Like I don't really care if it has like some sort of utility. I want to know if it's true.
Okay, so just to be clear, this is the newest Christian nationalist talking point. This is every right-wing Christian channel on the internet is doing this talking point, and the reason is because they can't win on whether or not it's true. They've already lost that conversation. That ship sailed a long time ago. That was a decade ago. That conversation's gone. Society has moved on. That's no longer it. So they have to do these dumb secondary topics like, well, it has utility. It brings about good things. Well, bullshit, it does.
I saw the video with you and Michael Jones, and that the whole point that they were just trying to bring up was that they weren't trying to. He didn't even want to address whether or not Christianity was true. All he wanted to talk about was whether or not it was like it had utility.
Yeah, actually, it's funny. They invited me to that like 2 or 3 days in advance, so I didn't have much time to put any notes together. But like, so I went out there. And I was shocked by how much Mike didn't, like in the middle of the discussion, he was like, we're not talking about if it's true, Justin. We're not talking about if it's true. I'm like, I mean, I realize that's not why we came here, but don't you think that's important?
Apparently
well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? All right, guys, we're going to read some super chats. I'm sorry we had a lot that got unread because we had some long discussions. So I apologize. We got a bunch of super chats. They're fun though. Guys, our community has bangers for supers. So hopefully we get some, I'm sure we'll have some good entertainment in here. Adam says Jesus Warrior is straight out of Babylon. That's good. That is good. Come on, everyone's got to get that one. That's an easy one. I like that. Thank you so much. And Hammond says, Jesus Warrior's prophet is King James. Peace be upon
him. Oh man. God. I wonder if any of these KJVers know about King James being a little bit fruity.
I don't know if many of them do, or if they care.
There's a whole Doctor Who episode dedicated to it. Y'all gotta watch it.
Is it really?
Yeah, they meet King James in one episode, and he's super obsessed with catching witches, but also he's kind of on the fruity side, and we love him for it.
We absolutely do. Luke, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Jesus Warrior thinks he's cooking, but it's just a gas leak. That's crazy. That's good. That's good, Luke. I appreciate that. And Tim with another one says, I like lick spittle and troglodyte as insults. Oh, troglodyte's good. I'm sorry I haven't used that probably in at least a year. That's a really good one, though. I do like chud as well.
That's a highbrow one. You got to wear a 3-piece suit when you call someone a troglodyte.
That is true. I'll make sure and bring my suit to the next cookout. Thorian says that Jesus guy had a good old Holy Spirit crash out. Sure did. I mean, I was here for it. It was at the beginning of the live stream. I had lots of energy, and I was like, yeah, let's have the nonsense and see what happens. Godless, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, I'm late. Did I miss the proof of God? Actually, you know what? Dalton and I have now converted to Christianity. The arguments were so good that I guess we'll see you in church on Sunday. Well, this is what it is. Jesus titty effing Christ. Thank you so much for the super chat, Fred. Says, thank you for never mentioning that I was found with a naked boy when the Romans arrested me. Just a friendly lice check, I swear. Yeah, you know, I don't browbeat that particular passage too much because I think there's a good explanation for it. I think it was an accident, but certainly what a weird thing to include in the text. Isn't that a weird thing that you think somebody with some common sense would be like, let's not, we don't need to
Yeah.
write about that. You know what I mean?
This is somewhat related. Just a really, really quick, I just want your opinion. Do you think the beloved disciple was Lazarus?
So I'm a little undecided, but my current opinion is that it was John. And the reason is, if you triangulate the beloved disciple and then also do a chronological ordering of the other gospels, it seems like the phrase beloved disciple gets used of John specifically in certain contexts, where when you look at the other gospels, John is always there in the same story.
Oh, I have to look at that out.
So that's how they're triangulating the beloved disciple, is not necessarily because it's explicit. It's because every time it's used in the narrative, and then you go to the other gospels where that narrative is told, you're like, oh, fucking John's there.
Interesting. I'll have to look that up now.
Right. It's one of the, you got to do it the side by side. You know what I mean? I did it back in Bible college. I did the side by side comparison to go on that route. Now, it's not to say that there couldn't be alternative cases. I just think that's the best one. Quofi reacts. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says that very useful. Actually, I finally made notes about the 666 Nero name babble. Rock Hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon. Hey, I'm glad you wrote down some notes. I actually have a TikTok video on this that I made like 2 years ago. I could pipeline for somebody who wants to watch it. Maybe I'll get around to making a full-length YouTube video on it showing the manuscripts. But yeah, I mean, the reality is even the early church and almost all theologians agree that Nero was the Antichrist from Revelation 13. I don't know how we're still having this debate in 2025. Godwin, thank you so much for the super chat. My friend says, regarding the mark of the beast, is it in the hand or the forehead or on the hand or the forehead in the original Hebrew? Well, it would have been in Greek, but my guess is it probably says on. It might say something like epi. I'd have to look at it.
Let me see. Great Richmond report. Given a mark. It's epi.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it would be a upon. Epi is a difficult word in Greek because sometimes like it can refer to like just a proximity, like an aboutness. But more often than not, when we see it in these phrases, it just means like upon, you know. So that's how I would read it. But the point that you're making is actually really good, which is if the mark of the beast was inside of your body, we would expect to see N for in, so, but we don't actually find that.
I'll have to bring that up next time someone talks about RFID chips.
Yeah, I actually think this is a really good point, Godwin. I'm glad you brought this up because now we've got another tool in the toolbox that we could bring out. That's really good. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, why do they think it's believer versus non? Shouldn't they be fighting each other? Leave us alone. We're not involved. Actually, they do sometimes. I actually like there's a couple Christian apologists that primarily just debate against Islam, and I don't fuck with them. So like if I have to choose between Islam and Christianity, if one of them's gonna be forced on me, I'm picking Christianity. So like it's one of those things like the the enemy of your enemy is your friend. It's kind of one of those situations. Like if there's a bunch of Christians that want to spend their time just trying to debunk Islam, I'm all for it. Go do it. I won't even bother you. But the minute they start coming for atheism, we got things to talk about.
You got a three-way fight between a Jewish person, a Christian, and a Muslim. Who are you siding with?
Well, I like Jews better.
Yeah, I would say you don't have, as a Noahide, you don't really have to observe all of the 613 laws. So I think I'm going to side with the Jewish person.
And they're
Less
pretty
bullshit to also
chill.
mess with.
Like they don't think that it's their job to go out and convert the world. You know what I mean?
And
like,
they're actually funny. They tell good jokes.
Oh, yeah. They're hella funny. Hella funny. Maybe Sadie says best effect. Guess woman had too many rights. I don't know. Maybe Sadie. I'm not sure. I understand your comment.
So the one guy, Zach, says that Christianity had the best effect on society, and like they're saying, I guess women had too many rights, which is why because Christianity took away rights from women.
Oh, it certainly did. Oh, yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, I mean, it's not like they had that many rights to begin with. What are you going to take away? Rock hard for Doug.
Let's say Viking women had more rights than Christian women, so when the Norse people converted to Christianity, women probably lost a lot of rights there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Rock hard for Doug, my friend. Thank you for the additional super chat. Says, how can someone with a straight face say Christianity is good for the world on flipping Columbus Day of all days? Oh, good point.
Should wrap that up.
What a great parallel that I missed, man. What we did. What Europeans did to the natives was horrific. Yeah, I know. I don't.
It's because so I don't even notice it. I was busy thinking about Thanksgiving, Canadian Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah, it really hurts me to think about what happened to the Native Americans, and I know Canada wasn't much better. Like I had friends that took Canadian history, and they said, "Hey, we were talking about the Native American genocide basically at one point." And he's like, all those Indians, we were still calling him, this is back in early 2000s. So all the Indians that you guys sent up to Canada, you know what we did with them? I was like, I don't know what you did with them. Like, we killed them on the way in. I was like, oh, fuck, really? Oh, no.
I'm actually super in favor of today's holiday actually being Indigenous Day.
Happy Indigenous Day for sure.
Yeah.
Columbus was not a good man. Nicasia says Christianity contains nothing uniquely good. I agree. There's nothing in Christianity that we couldn't have got somewhere else. All of the morals, the supposed morals you like about Christianity, we can find already in Judaism, in Greek philosophy, in some of the Roman writings, in Babylon, in Egypt. I mean, it's just the Bible's not necessary for any of it. And Dan Monzalowski says Zach is the personification of the checkmate atheist meme. Actually, I feel like at first, when he first came up here, he really thought that his arguments were good. I think he settled in, though, as we talked. I think you know what I mean?
Yeah, he by the end of it, he was at least thinking. So.
Right. Yeah. HP Lovecats, thank you for the 666. Big W, my friend. It says bad faith Phil bro, and I'll tell you what, we've seen a lot of them. We've seen a lot of bad faith Phil bros. We're with you on that. And Nicasia says our ancestors figured out the ethic of reciprocity when we formed tribes and clans to survive. Humanism for the win. 100%. Listen, like, people generally figure out that working together is better than not working together, and we've done it throughout history. Helping make a deconstruct says nuclear chemists know no world history. Nazi Germany, Soviet Union populations were overwhelmingly Christian. The Soviet Union used the church as control. That was the case, actually, and I know people point to like Stalin, but Stalin didn't get rid of the churches. Stalin didn't insist on atheism. It's true that he was an atheist, but like he never had a campaign for spreading atheism. So like I don't know. And Dr. Joe, thank you so much for being here, friend, and thank you for the $20 super chat. Big W says not just history. I have clients every week harmed by belief. She's a therapist, by the way. Also, well-being stats of secular, pro-social support, sex-positive countries are better than religious ones. Health, unwanted pregnancy, violence, and mental health. Yeah, if you just look at the stats of the secularized nations, like the ones we were mentioning prior, like Scandinavia, Denmark, even like Japan, you could include, like the numbers are just better, like just all the way around. And Jay, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, was there an overlap between your deconstruction phase and your tenure as pastor? Yes, actually, there was. I still remember the last sermon I ever preached, even though at that point I would have probably claimed to be an agnostic Christian. But the last sermon I ever preached, I was already out of ministry, and somebody called me and they just wanted to fill in. I was like, yeah, I can fill in. And it had been a while since I preached before, and I was kind of at the tail end of my deconstruction. And I remember sitting down with the Bible thinking, like, I don't know what I'm going to preach on because I don't think half of this shit's true. I'm like, I got to come up with something. Like, there's got to be. So I did. I put together a great sermon. It turned out really well. The audience really loved it. And I was able to do it just by using basic principles of humanism and just cherry picking which parts of the Bible I use to support these principles. Because you can do that. You can cherry pick parts of the Bible and put together a lovely sermon on, loving your neighbor, treating people right, things like that, that will really make people think and have them be convicted. So, yeah, but after I delivered that sermon, I said to myself, that was so painful to do, because I'm basically up here lying at this point, that that moment, I was like, I knew I was no longer a Christian. That was when I knew I was done, for sure. So, John Hunter, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, Zach, days get rid of Christianity when you get violent. Oh, sorry. Zach Days says, I didn't mean Zach says, get rid of Christianity and you get violent revolution. So you guys were wrong with that whole 1776 thing. yeah. I'd say that's basically what he was suggesting. I think he wasn't thinking too well about history. I don't think Zach is familiar with history, to be honest, but he was nice to us at least. Burns, I view, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, ethics is objective because it's grounded in the facts of reality and the requirements of man's life as a rational being, not in feelings, authority, or social convention. So it depends on what you mean by objective. And I'm certainly familiar with Ian's argument for objective morality because acting a particular way, essentially acting illogically, is against your well-being, and you need well-being and freedom of decision-making capabilities and things like that in order to be an agent. And since we are agents, we have to have those things. I get the argument. I don't know if I'm convinced by it. I think like logically you can work that out, but still I think you still have the same problem, which if there is objective morality, we still can't agree on what it is. We still have to fight each other out and saying, well, this is the objective truth, this is the objective morality, and this one's not. And we have to use our own subjective reasoning to get there. So while we probably could put together a logical syllogism that would end in objective morals, I just don't think it's beneficial to anybody other than to like browbeat a Christian that says atheists can't have objective morals. Like, it's fun to do it that way, right? But the reality is, from a functional standpoint, I don't think it gets us anywhere. Cool Will says, how can so many people be wrong? Well, Earth was flat, right? Yeah, Earth was flat. Slavery was chill. Like the ancient Mesopotamians were cutting off noses of slaves as punishment. They just, boop, nose gone. I mean, people believed all kinds of horrific shit in the past, and it was no one batted an eye at it until, times are changing. Zach, take philosophy before using philosophy. Helping make a deconstruct, that was what confused me, is he started with a philosophical argument and then out of nowhere was like, I can't define objective. What? You started with the philosophical argument. You don't know what objective and subjective means? I am baffled.
Yeah. If you're a Christian out there listening right now and you into the whole philosophy thing, you need to be able to talk about your positions using lay people terminology as well.
I agree. I do my best to never engage in highfalutin, snooty language. That's just a rule that I think is wise. Burns says metaphysically, reality exists independent of consciousness. I would agree with that. Epistemologically, knowledge is based on reason in accordance with reality. I agree. Yeah. I believe knowledge is gained by observing what we call the reality. I don't disagree with that at all, Burns. And Design, good to see you tonight, says Christians, slavery is objectively wrong. Christian nation's constitution. So here's the circumstances where slavery is okay. Yeah, as crazy that the so-called Christian nation, the new Israel, right? The new Israel quite often is said to be America, but we couldn't figure out the slavery thing with our objective morals.
Cyber was pointing out in the comments earlier that it was during the French Revolution, secularists had abolished slavery before America did.
Oh yeah, for sure. Saint Brush, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the 666. Says what? I actually have to explain what I mean. Guess I'm just a dictionary. I mean, that's basically his claim. He fell apart on the easiest part of the argument too. I wasn't asking him to define anything difficult. Alex says, I'm not the evil Christian. Well, the minute you advocate for the horrific stuff that Christianity did, you're evil whether you want to be a Christian or not. And Science Lover, thank you for the 349 THB, says philosophical arguments for God are BS. You can create a hypothesis, but it needs to be tested. So this is actually a really good point. When I first started streaming, this was the argument that I used to make on like this whole nonsense of like proving stuff through necessary existence. I went the hard engineering route of no. You can't say that something's true until you actually have positive evidence for it. And of course, Christians have nothing after that. Now, I still believe that is the case. Like in order to believe that something is true, you should have some kind of evidence that it's true, not just a feeling or a belief. But I think as I've gotten more into the debate scene, I'm willing to defend the harder positions, really just out of fun. Yeah, because the Christianity they don't have any answers, guys. Dwayne Hinton, good to see you again. Thank you for the 616. Says, I didn't write down New Testament options when I asked about translations the other day. What is the New Testament version that is best translated that y'all recommend? So this is a difficult question. For the New Testament, I still love the NRSV. For a long time, for the Old Testament, my preference was, in fact, the NASB 1995. And the reason why I used to like that one just for the Hebrew Bible was because they were really, like, they tried to be a little literal and wooden with the translation, even if it lost readability, if it was something that they felt needed some accuracy.
Mm-hmm. I would suggest the Message Bible. Just kidding.
Oh, well, good to know. We're gonna have to cut you now, Dalton. We're gonna block you from the channel, and we'll probably never hear from you again. I'm gonna be calling AXP in the line to make sure you can't get on now.
Blacklisted.
You've now been blacklisted. You're canceled. You are canceled. The Message is the worst abomination to all Bibles ever created.
You still haven't read the OJB yet. I still.
You're right. I haven't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta get on
actually,
that.
do you have the Bible app? Like it's on there. The OJB's on there. So when you get a chance, go and check it out because it
on
is
Bible Gateway.
wild.
No way, they have it. They do. Yeah, they do. The Orthodox Jewish Bible. They got it on Bible Gateway now. Okay, hold on. This is crazy. Okay.
Yeah, this translation's wild.
So Deuteronomy 13.
Check out a New Testament passage.
Okay, let's grab. Since we're already there, everyone knows it. We'll do Matthew 5:17 through 19 and see what it says. Do not think that I came to abolish the Torah or the Nevi'im. I did not come to abolish, but to complete. That's a weird. Why would they just include those two Hebrew words? For Omian.
Omain.
Yeah.
Just wait.
Truly I say to you, until Shomayim and Haaretz pass away. Not one yod, not one tag. Or I like the ornamental flourish a parenthetical quote. Will pass away from the Torah until everything is accomplished. Therefore, whoever annuls one of the least of these mitzvot, what are they doing? Given by Hashem. Hashem's not in this part of the Hebrew Bible. It's capitalized. Obviously to protect it. I mean, the divine name, but still, like, what's the point of having an? It's not a Jewish Bible. It's a Christian Bible.
It's targeted towards Orthodox Jewish audiences in order to convert them. To Moshe Rabbeinu, Christians don't call Moses Moshe Rabbeinu.
No, that's crazy.
That's why the Hebrew. That's why this isn't. This isn't really Hebrew. This is most of it's like Yiddish.
Let's say this is like a bastardization of Hebrew.
Yeah, it's Yiddish. Yeah.
If you know enough Hebrew to know what the words are when you sound them out, just put the fucking Hebrew word in there. What are we doing right now?
So I told you it's worse than the Message.
This is terrible. This is awful. I'm personally offended.
Yeah.
P.O., thank you so much for the $5 super. I can't believe this thing exists. Now I want a paper copy just to read it and make fun of it. P.O. says, Zach's main argument is a big, fat fucking argument from consequences. Like, honestly, who gives a damn? Praise the bug. Doug, I agree. That's really what he was trying to do there, which is like it was the contingency argument, but like he didn't finish it. And he pivoted away and then came back to it 20 minutes later. I mean, I would have been happy to do the contingency argument with them. I don't know why he pivoted away, but Nicasius says Stalin, Hitler, and Mao engaged in statuary and statuary? Statulatry? Is that a word? I don't know that one.
Yeah, let's find out, because it looks like here. Statolatry?
I think it's supposed to be...
Statolatry is the worship and idolization of the state.
Yes. Statolatry.
Statolatry. Like you have the word monolatry, monoslatry. This is statolatry.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. I think the first syllable would be stat. Or
statolatry.
That's a crazy combination of syllables. Let's not worry about that. But yes, we agree. We agree, actually, yes. Kevin says the Kibbolin is the most recent early... What is that? What are you guys doing to me? I don't know any...
Kybolian?
Guys, I studied electricity and Bible. I don't know these things. Okay, it's Kyboloin.
It refers to a book that presents a summary of Hermetic philosophy, which is it's Hermeticism from Hermes Trismegistus. The emerald tablets and all that nonsense.
Oh yeah, of course the emerald tablets. I forgot about the emerald tablets of Toth. Boogit, thank you for the super chat. Says Jesus fucking Christ, Zach. Those things didn't happen in the name of atheism, unlike the Crusades, and which were religiously fueled. They were indeed actually religiously fueled. They were sanctioned by the fucking Pope. Sonic Shroom says missionary work is human trafficking. I agree. Actually, that's I would say so. It's got to be a form of it. It should be a form of terrorism. Orin Patch says I was a hard atheist, but Zach is making me deconstruct even harder. Rock hard. For Doug and Simply Went for sure. I love it. I love it when we get a theist up here that reinforces everybody's atheism. Author Jack says I'm campaigning to add Amber to the pantheon next to Doug and Sharon. If you get it, you get it. Are we talking about the amber that comes from trees that are we have
yeah. And then it hardens like a rock.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, it matches the petrified wood, right?
Yeah, I was just thinking of Jurassic Park.
Unless amber is like a abbreviation for something I don't know about. I don't know. Thank you for the super chat, though. And April Newman, thank you for your super chat. And thank you for being a member. Says, don't have to read during live. Don't have to? Me or you? I'm so torn. I see what you're saying. Don't have to read during live. I'm so torn. If I watch you live at night, then I don't have anything to listen to the next day while at work. UPS sucks without D-Zone. I'm sorry, friends. I will be doing some extra live streaming during the work hours on Wednesday, because Wednesday I'm going to be going live. I think somebody canceled on the Wednesday night show with Matt Dillahunty, and so I'm going to be filling in for whoever was supposed to be there that canceled. And that starts at 7 our time, Eastern time, so 6 Dalton's time. And so I'm just gonna stream before it. I'll do a short stream before that, and then I'll switch over to their channel. So yeah, you'll get some daytime cooking on Wednesday, friends. And Michael, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says cafeteria Christians ignore the fact that Christian philosophy is based on Greek philosophy. I agree. St. Augustine, Thomas Aquinas, and all the philosophers in history start with Plato and Aristotle. I really do agree with that. I think Christianity would not exist if they didn't start including Greek philosophy. If it wasn't for like Philo of Alexandria and some of the early Christian philosophers like Origen and whatnot, I don't know if we'd ever get to what we have.
Yeah, I always make the point that Christians don't really worship the God of the Bible so much as they worship this hybridization between Yahweh and Aristotle's prime mover.
Ike says, Justin, did Jesus come from Nathan's hot dog? I don't know if he did. But I love some dogs. I hope Jesus has nothing to do with hot dogs, because then I'll feel guilty eating hot dogs. But
the Hebrew hot dogs.
Oh, Nathan's are Hebrew hot dogs?
No, Hebrew national, because they're Jewish hot dogs.
But this is Oh, Hebrew national. Yeah, I forgot about those actually.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen those. The stores where I live don't really carry them.
Well, when I was keeping kosher, I was all about them Hebrew National hot dogs.
I think if you go north closer to Cleveland, you can find them. We've got a bit of a Jewish population in Cleveland, but here where I live, there's not much. It's like, yeah.
We don't have a Jewish population here. They just sell it. They sell Hebrew National and Menashevitz for some reason.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. I'll have to check them out. I can't say I've ever actually had one, but so this question says, Justin, did Jesus come from Nathan's hot dogs? I don't know. There might be a joke in there, Ike, that I'm not catching, but thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. And thank you for being here and watching the channel. And Martin Papatera, thank you for the $10 super chat as well, says, what does a Catholic, I'm going to love this. What does a Catholic priest and Acme have in common? They both come on a boy's face when he turns 18. Yeah.
13.
That's a classic.
13.
That's a classic. To be fair, probably under 13, maybe 12. I don't know. If I had to guess, I'd say the priests like them pre-pube. I'm just guessing. Chaos Engine, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Great to see you, friend. Says, just wanted to let everyone know I started a business selling trampolines disguised as prayer mats. Not gonna lie, profits have been going through the roof. Amazing joke. Amazing joke. I appreciate that, Chaos. Good to hear from your friend. And Master Machadier is with us tonight. Good to see you, Master Machadier. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, Moses got tablets. We get stoned thanks to Doug. Get rock hard for Doug. The Holy Boulder. Book of Gravel 420. And Doug said, blessed are the baked, for they shall see the burning bush clearly. Indeed. Doug is pro burning bush, friends. Pro burning bush.
By the way, Justin, I'm 57 subscribers away from hitting that 1,000 marker.
Oh my gosh, that's right. Guys, Dalton needs 57 more followers on YouTube to get the 1,000 mark so he can get his channel monetized. While I'm reading the super chats, I need everybody here on TikTok, on YouTube. Go to Dalton's page. It's The Bible Guy Official. The Bible Guy Official, and let's get him over 1,000. Let's do it. Let's do it tonight, friends.
I'm honestly shocked how fast, like within 2 weeks. It's insane.
Buddy, we got you. We got you in this community. Room 9 podcast says this is much better than watching the Bills game right now. I don't watch the Bills, but I can tell you it's better than watching the Browns. I'll become a Christian again when Bills win a Super Bowl. See you in hell, folks. Well, it might be a while. To be fair, it might be a long while, but let me know, like if they make the playoffs, if you get a little bit nervous, we can talk you off that ledge. Tim Davidson, another super chat. Thank you, my friend, says, if you don't know, I'm psychotic. I have telepathic powers like ESPN Watch. The next caller won't have evidence for God. Actually, you proved it. You just proved it. You predicted that, and the next caller didn't have any evidence for God. You must be telepathic. I think I might be spiritual now, friend. And Design, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, to fantasize that the communists ditched religion to do all the raping and killing they wanted says a lot about some of the people toiling alongside us here in capitalism. Oh, you're at 988 now.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at it. I'm refreshing.
Let's fucking go, guys. Let's go.
Oh, wait, we got it. We got it. 1,000 subscribers.
That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah.
We did
Love
that
it.
shit.
You guys are awesome.
Yeah.
Love this community. Yeah, you're right, Design. Like, it's funny how desperate they are to villainize atheism, and the reason why they have to do it is because they know in their past it's full of horrors, right? So they only villainize atheism because they have to have a deterrent. So don't look over here. Don't look at the man behind the curtain. Don't pay attention to this horrible shit. And Zet, thank you for the super chat. I think you probably sent this before you came up. It says 925 or something. I would love to try this out for my first time. Well, Zet, you did try this out for your first time. And you were fun to talk to, Zet. We appreciate you coming up. We really do. And Nick Trail, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W friend says, this is crazy. The last time was being trying to send you a super chat. I had to really reach out to you so I can make the super chat. Had to shut off my app and my phone, and this is the way I could super chat you. Well, Nick, I don't know what's going on with your technology, but thank you so much. Doug bless you for your perseverance in supporting the channel. It really means the world to me that you support the channel while overcoming the technology to do so. Really appreciate that, friend. Big W. And he's a member. And there's another one from Nick. Thank you so much, Nick. Says, first Christian or one Christian. Hey, Jesus, do you believe in Christianity? Jesus replies with Christianity. I am Jewish. That's so true. Yeah. If you ask Jesus what religion he is, he'd say he's Jewish.
Yeah. Jesus, the irony of it all is that Jesus would feel more comfortable in a modern day synagogue than he would in a modern day Catholic church.
Yep. And Nick says that joke was for you, Dalton.
Thank you.
Help It Mega Deconstruct says, when they bring up Mao, bring up the Taiping Rebellion. I don't know about that. Where Jesus' brother tried conquering China. What? Second deadliest war in history. What? I don't even know about this. Now I'm learning, guys, I'm learning so much with these super chats here tonight. You guys are really pumping me up. It says the Taiping Rebellion. Okay, it's a civil war. Okay. Yeah, it's a religious war too. Shit. Okay, I'm gonna be reading about this rebellion tonight. I got it locked in my browser. Thank you for that. This can be my bedtime reading, I think. Ruth, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I assume it's some sort of a cult, Christian cult. It says, we are local followers of Doug and shared. We love that, Ruth. Can you share where you got that gonna fucking snap mug? Love it. Well, you know, it's funny, you can't read it right now because my screen is flipped. And the reason why my screen is always flipped is so that when I'm talking, I'm facing the guest. I might unflip it on the horizontal stream because I could just put the guest elsewhere. I can't flip it on the vertical stream because TikTok won't let you put the guests where you want them. But it's a snapping turtle and it says, gonna fucking snap. I love it. It's an amazing mug. I'm pretty sure I got it from Spencer's. But they are, the mugs at Spencer's are pretty seasonal. I don't know if they still have any. Check it out.
If you want to see something really crazy in your spare time, Justin, there's a great video from 7 News Spotlight on YouTube about an Australian man who claims to be Jesus of Nazareth. And it gets crazier. His immediate inner circle of followers also claim to be Mary Magdalene and the other apostles.
That's crazy. People are crazy. There's actually somebody on TikTok that's doing that.
Oh, really?
They're insane, by the way. They're insane.
Of course.
I don't know. I haven't seen them in over a year, but yeah. TikTok's a wild place. We've talked to quite a few people that claim to be the Messiah from TikTok over the course of our live streams. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I think I might know who you're talking about, actually. I think I've seen them before. Yeah.
Kevin Schlong says Corpus Hermeticum and the Emerald Tablets. I think that's clarification for your prior comment. I think Dalton had that figured out, so I appreciate that. Thank you for clearing it up, though, explicitly. Dr. Pizza in the house. Great to see you. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. That's generous. This is Justin. I need a tattoo in the oldest language possible that translates to "the future is looking bleak." Are there any online resources that you can trust to translate, or do I have to start emailing professors? Well, first of all, I would start emailing professors, because even if you use a translator, they're not going to do ancient languages like Sumerian. You might be able to, like, Egyptian hieroglyphs are pretty old, but as far as I can tell, you're probably going to do Sumerian, but the Chinese had writing at around the same time.
So I think one of the oldest languages that you can get like a really good translator for on the internet, like instantly, is going to be Tamil, which is the language of like it's like the pre-India language. Like it's one of the oldest languages that's like still being spoken.
Yeah, I don't know what the oldest language would be, but my advice to you: ancient language grammar is really complicated. I would not farm it out to Google Translate or any other AI software. The ancient language grammar is, and it even changes. Like, for example, like the original Hebrew grammar when it came from Proto-Sinaitic is not going to match the grammar of the Bible because it was influenced by Aramaic and it was separated by many hundreds of years. So, yeah, grammar is very meaningful. And I think like if you got an English tattoo that said "the future is looking bleak," except what it actually says is "the future was looking bleak." Like the smallest change in grammar could really fuck something up, you know?
Well, don't you know, Justin, according to a lot of Christians, even if it's written in the past tense, that could still be a prophecy about the future.
It's a prophetic perfect, of course.
Yeah.
Of course it's a prophetic perfect. Oh, goodness. David, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, with or without religion, good people can behave well and bad people can do evil. But for good people to do evil, that takes religion. Steven Weinberg. I don't know who actually said that originally. A lot of people have said it, but it's a great quote. It's so true. To get a good person to do atrocities, all you have to do is introduce an unquestionable authority source, typically God.
Baby paste.
Yep. Goes to baby paste right away. Or, as we found with our last guest, burning down orphanages. So.
Oh, this is a good one.
Adam, thank you for the super chat, says, in relation to Lubavitcher Rebbe, Messianic Jews are fond of saying, right idea, wrong guy.
The Lubavitcher Rebbe is Menachem Mendel Schneerson. He was like the last like grand rabbi. Yeah, so they're like, oh, because a lot of if you look into the Mashiachist, which are the people today who still believe that the Rebbe is Messiah, you see a lot of correlation, including they actually attribute Isaiah 53 to him because he got sick and died at the end of his life, and they say, well, he took on our sicknesses.
When it comes to Isaiah 53, if you interpret it as a human being, there's so many Jewish leaders it could have been. Like the idea that Jesus' suffering was somehow unique, it's like it's not even special. Design, thank you for the additional $10 super chat, friend. Says Jesus was the 100% best proof for Christianity and couldn't convince more than 10% of those who met him, executioners included. Now, what's your evidence again? This is where the argument gets really fun with Christians, because technically you would say, well, Jesus had to die, right? He could have prevented his death, but he had to in order to fulfill the scriptures. But the reality is God doesn't have to do anything. God could do literally anything he wanted to. If God wanted to save the world without dying, he could have saved the world without dying. It's just nonsense. Like, it's not even entailed that the person in Isaiah 53 dies. It says they're cut off from the land of the living, which so was Jeremiah. So like that just means they were exiled. They had left their land. It doesn't mean they're dead.
Yeah, the thing to point to is the Valley of Dry Bones, which is clearly about not a literal resurrection, but the resurrection of the national people, which is clearly it's just a motif that's found throughout the prophets.
That is, to be fair, though, if you interpret Isaiah 53 as an individual, you could say when it says they made his grave with the wicked, you could say that was him dying. So fair, am I not fair? Yeah, you could make that claim. Either way, though, there's no reason why you would apply it to Jesus.
If early Christians didn't believe in an empty tomb prior to the Gospels being written, and they thought Jesus was buried in a mass grave, him being buried with the wicked, they could easily apply that to him.
That's true, yeah. Aaron Leitz, my friend, great to see you tonight. Philo Dragon, it's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says Dalton and Justin, big W. Appreciate you so much. Hey, we appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the channel. And Dalton is a big W. And guys, we got him over 1,000. But if you're not following Dalton yet, if you're just now tuning in, go to his YouTube and give him a follow. Matthew says theology is basically arguing what color unicorn farts are. Yes. Yeah, theology is exactly that. In fact, I remember when I graduated from seminary, I posted a Facebook update of my graduation certificate. And one of my friends who's an ex-Catholic who went to like pre-seminary, he's an atheist, he commented on it, School of Wizardry, basically saying that it was from the same as having a Hogwarts diploma. And at the time I thought it was funny, because by the time I got through seminary, I was like, yeah, it is kind of silly, isn't it?
we used to joke when I was Christian. We used to jokingly. I had a friend who went to Bethel, like the supernatural school or whatever, and we used to jokingly call it the Bethel School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, because
it really is.
It's Christian Hogwarts.
It's pretty bad. It really is Christian Hogwarts. Rocky D. Gonzalez, thank you for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that, friend. And also, Holla Furphy, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the 666 ARS. Says, Jesus was eternally receiving it. My guy was insatiable. Over and over again. He could really take it, that's for sure.
That whole thing about Jesus eternally receiving God's name is just flat out contradicted by the text, because it's in the past tense, I have received your name. It's like completed action.
Yeah.
So
plus like any action that's being done eternally is an action that never gets completed. Like that's the dumb. If you say it's being done eternally, you have to say it's repeating eternally. But like if the action itself is eternal, then you have no action. Action entails a sequence of events from beginning to end. So eventually it ends, or else it never happened. The action didn't happen. Weird. That was a weird argument they brought up. Holler Furphy also sending out 20 DZ Debates gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Holler Furphy. That's huge. And I think by the end of the year, DZ Debates is going to have more members than Deconstruction Zone. I don't know. I mean, paying members, not following members, because one is 2 years old and one's 1 year old, but or not even 1 year old. But man, the memberships are climbing fast on DZ Debates. Lukey Head says, off tonight shift. Happy cooking. Rock hard for Doug. Simply what for sharing. Well, Lukey, thank you for stopping in. Thank you for saying hi and for supporting the channel. And I hope you have a great shift. Dr. Pizza says, God is powerless against iron chariots and Thorazine. Well, we know he's powerless against iron chariots, and I'm pretty sure he's powerless against child sacrifice and also against yeast. This guy has a skin problem. He can't get anywhere near yeast or he breaks out.
Or foreskins. That seems to be a
definitely
repellent.
foreskins. Yeah. Do you think maybe there's a backstory here? Like maybe he ran into a bowl of yeast without having his foreskin snipped and it led to a really bad infection?
According to this is a really crazy, like, sort of related thing, is that one of the I have to find this so I can show it to you. But one of the arguments that the rabbis make in the Talmud about that for why they believe that Adam was indeed circumcised was because, quote, Adam was made in God's image, and the implication being that apparently God is circumcised.
Apparently. Wow.
I'll have to find that. It's in Francesca's book, God and Anatomy. I'll have to find it and send you the reference.
I'll have to get on that. Thanks for that. Former prophet Nathan says Justin cooked someone on Isaiah 53. Thank you, Justin. Just cooked somebody. You mean you did? Oh, hell yeah. I love that former prophet. Listen, I apologize. I never did put my notes together for Isaiah 53 in the cheat sheet. I don't know if there's a good way to do it, but when my book comes out, you'll have a full discourse on Isaiah 53. It's going to be long. It's going to be beefy. And I think you'll like it, friends. Hank says, Heathen Playlist. I'm in a Faith No More tribute band here in Oz. Hard rock for the rock hard. I do agree. Hard rock for the rock hard. So the new song that I need to know is called I'm in a Faith No More. This is a tribute band. So which means there's an original named the same thing. There's two of them and I don't know about it. That's wild. Eric, thank you so much for the super chat. It says Jubilee hosting Fash and Medi killed it for me. I don't even know who that is. Who's Fash and Medi?
No, maybe they're referring to when that reporter, I think his name is Mehdi, was debating against all the fascists. You remember that Jubilee video?
Oh, I didn't see it.
It was very recently. One guy, he pointed out that this one Christian nationalist was just a fascist. Mehdi Hassan, that's right. He's a reporter. He goes, well, you're just talking about fascism. And the guy just goes, yeah, I'm a fascist.
I did see that clip.
Yeah,
I didn't watch the whole video. I just saw that clip.
It was a crazy video. It was a crazy video.
Yeah, that was like true colors on full display. That was scary. Yeah. He was a Catholic, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A hardcore traditionalist. Probably a sedevacantist.
It said women shouldn't even be allowed to vote.
Maybe, I don't remember. It's been so long since I watched it, but it was wild.
Midlife Crisis, man. Thank you for the 99 ZAR. It says Frank Turek and Mr. Banana are definitely God's most aggressive prophets. Best bra'i ways? I know what bra'i means. That's barbecue. I don't know what we'az. Does anyone know weaz? What that means in South African?
Here we go. Bra'i.
I have to learn 5 languages to keep these streams going.
Oh, come on, stop trying to correct it. Why he's mean.
Somebody say wishes. Right. It means wishes. Oh, you think it's a typo?
Oh, good wishes.
Best bra'i wishes from South Africa, meaning best barbecue wishes. Yeah, I'd buy that. Yeah, it's probably wishes. Good point. Good point, friends. Good point. I love how Twisted pointed that out. Twisted got worse eyes than me, and she is able to figure it out. Mere Banana says, you get involved at all that the Satanic Temple? I don't get involved with the Satanic Temple only because there's not one local to me. But if there was, I certainly would join the Satanic Temple. Hell yeah! I mean,
you can get a card. You can get a card. You can become an official card carrying member.
You could. Maybe I should.
There's a really great book for anyone who wants to know more about the Satanic Temple. It's called "Speak of the Devil." And it's written by like a reporter who's an outside observer, but it was a really good book.
I'll definitely check it out. I did read the Satanic Bible back in the day when I was in high school. And it was funny because my dad was terrified when he found the book in my room. And he was like, are you safe reading this? What if you get possessed? Yeah. I'm like, Possessed? I mean, the guy's an atheist. He doesn't believe in Satan. Like, he didn't think
Also,
Satan's real.
oh man, look, no. If anyone's a member of the Church of Satan, not the Satan, because that's the book from the Church of Satan, not the Satanic Temple. But if anyone's a member of the Church of Satan, sorry, but that book was cringy as hell.
Yeah, it really was. I didn't.
Yeah, it said if anyone enters into your domicile, I was like, okay, Anton, I get you cosplaying.
That was the feeling I got. It was super like if Chad was an edgy atheist teenager. Philistine, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says you should really check out the channel A Dose of Reason and watch his short video called Why Some People Turn to Religion and Others Don't. Fascinating and valuable research. I don't think I know that channel, but I'm going to look it up right now and follow it. A Dose of Reason. Sounds like a channel up my alley, actually. Wait me 1 second, and I'm going to check it out. Oh, my shit, I'm already subscribed. Must be a good channel. Hell yeah. I'll definitely check it out. Thanks for the suggestion, friend. And Design says, I assert suffering has agency. Behold, my God now exists, and no butt stuff. Yeah, I'll never understand that part of Christianity. That's why God would possibly care where you're putting your dingling. David says, atheist, e.g. non-smoker, is addicted to not smoking. What?
This is a reference to how non-belief they were asserting that non-belief was a form of belief. Non-smokers is addicted to not smoking.
Yep. Oh, excuse me, my gosh.
The other analogy is that it's like calling not being a stamp collector like a hobby.
The non-stamp collector is perfect for this, yeah. Lock4, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, good thing Sky Daddy told Paul he can make up whatever he wants. Seems legit. Yeah, and to be fair, the talking point she had is one of the only talking points that is legit. Like even the early church used it. If you read the Against Celsus by Origen, this comes up, and he basically suggests that the reason is that the disciples and others weren't ready for it yet. But it's a bad argument because like theoretically only what a decade, 2 decades, maybe past 3 decades. Like what happened in 3 decades?
One of the things that really makes a Christian short circuit is if they'll try to make the claim that Christians are no longer obligated to observe the law of Moses. Just simply ask them to make that argument without citing Paul and only citing Jesus. They won't be able to do it.
That's actually a really fun discussion. I've done that before. And at first, they're always really convinced that they can do it. And then you can feel their optimism fading as you're slowly working through the Bible with them. Prairie Palette, thank you for the $20 Connect Bucks, says, if God is omnipotent, then he is able to prove himself to all humanity. No confusion. The fact that he can't prove himself takes him from omnipotent to impotent. I agree. Or he doesn't care to, and he's an asshole. Right? Because if he burns you in hell forever for not believing in him, but he doesn't give you what you need to believe in him, well, that's his fault. Alex Eldridge, thank you for the super chat. Says, too long didn't read. Sister put 666 on Dollhead as a kid. Years later, it scribbled out and replaced with 729 for some reason. Anything fun that it could mean? I've never heard a reference to 729. I'm curious if somebody saw it and got weirded out by it and just erased it and put another number on there, hoping your little sister wouldn't notice. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm afraid, Alex, I can't help you out there, but your little kids putting 666 on dolls' heads sounds like deep indoctrination. McDubbin says, can a girl's heart be circumcised? This is a point that I've talked about a lot, which is that the covenant that God made with mankind is literally only with men. Like God's covenant, the thing that makes you part of the in-group, didn't even include women. Like you're a woman, you're part of God's in-group if you just marry the right man, basically. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there is such a thing as female circumcision. It's female genital mutilation, but the Hebrews, as far as I know, weren't practicing it.
No. Matthew says, "Lady, you don't know what you think you know." That seemed to be the case. That did seem to be the case. But I think she was polite about it at least. And Ghost21, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, I'm trying to get my father that I messaged you about on Discord, about to call in to debate you, but people who are willing to stone their own kids tend not to listen to them. So Ghost, I assume you're the one that messaged me about getting your father to call in the show on Discord, because that's what you're saying. And you're right. People that are willing to stone their own children are not really good listeners. For those who don't know the backstory, Ghost messaged me on Discord and said that his dad admitted that he would stone his own children. This is the child. So like religion's super toxic. Like people will stone their own children because of it. It's horrific to think about. And Design says, caller corrected. Caller? So you're saying I'm not justified. Yeah, she did try to go into some weird semantics on some of the topics. It didn't. I don't think it worked out too well. Jasper, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, atheists be like, we don't believe in miracles or God, but the Big Bang is the greatest miracle of all. No, the Big Bang's not a miracle. The Big Bang's not something from nothing.
Frank Turek alert.
Yeah. Big Bang, listen, we're glad that you wasted $10 on that utterly stupid super chat by letting everyone know that you don't know what the Big Bang is, but I mean, hey, we'll take your money. And Simple Programmer says, if you're reading this, I was raptured, yeeted right through the firmament. Well, shit, Simple. Did you write this before or after? Is this like Elijah's letter sent from heaven? What's happening right now?
First one to go.
That's one of my favorite Bible anachronisms, but there's actually an apologetic for that, right?
Really?
Yeah, you're never going to believe what the apologetic is. The apologetic is that Elijah literally wrote a fucking letter from heaven. That's literally the apologetic for it.
I heard there was one group of people who seriously believe that Elijah didn't go to heaven, and they said that Elijah went up into the heavens and then went back down onto a mountain, and there he lived the rest of his life, and that's where he wrote the letter.
That would be better, but that's not in the book.
No.
Yeah. Dr. Joe, thank you for the additional super chat, my friend. I appreciate that. It says, for the love of Doug, please tell Zetz that atheism isn't a worldview, that we aren't homogenous, and her assertions are erroneous. I agree 100%, Dr. Joe. Although, Dr. Joe, I don't know if we ever disagree. Thanks for being here, friend. Guys, if you need to talk to a professional therapist, Dr. Joe's got you. Join the Discord. She's active on Discord. You can get hooked up with her. Snipnut says God was going to create the universe until Jesus reminded him of the law of conservation of mass. That's what it was. That's what it was. Then he just made it eternally existing. Jake, thank you so much for the 666. Good to see you, my friend. Says, Pivotations 512. Blessed are the quick to redirect, for they shall never be corrected. Yes. It's like what the Christians do in a lot of these discussions is like when you're trying to run away from an alligator, they say don't run in a straight line, or they say for bears too, don't run in a straight line, zigzag, because they can't turn really well. I mean, that's basically what Christians are doing. They're like, you can't hit the moving target if I just keep changing the topic. I think it's like a self-defense mechanism. EH says, is Dalton still living with his Christian parents? Oh, I hope not.
For right now, actually, yeah.
Well,
I am. Yeah. So now that we are reaching that 1,000 subscribers and I can get monetized, hopefully we can change that.
Let's hope we can. Let's hope we can. Prairie Palette, thank you for the $10. Canadian says, another battle won. Good work, Justin and DZ Debates. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Prairie. I really appreciate it. And I don't know if I look at these debates as battles. To me, it's kind of like a puzzle. You know what I mean? Like you're trying to solve a puzzle, but sometimes they do feel like a battle when you get like a really crazy guest. Design, thank you for the additional super chat, says W Justice for discovering that not being able to lie means you're no longer religious. I gotta read that a second time. Justice for discovering that not being able to lie means that you're no longer religious. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think, did you mean Justin? I think that that is the case, right? When you're recognizing that following this thing would be a lie, you only have one of two choices, right? You continue in the lie or you change course. And I've known quite a few people that continue to lie. I know people right now that I went to school with that are in the ministry as we speak, trying to figure out how they're going to get out of it. They don't have anything.
It's been, when you're a minister and you're getting your livelihood from doing this, it's very difficult, which is why there are so many secret ministers who are atheists, and they're all part of the clergy project.
Yep. There's a ton, friends. And Prairie, again, thank you for the additional super chat. Says it's Thanksgiving in Canada. Actually, we learned that earlier this weekend, but I ain't giving thanks to Jesus or God, giving thanks to myself for working and putting food on the table. No Jesus involved. Hell yeah. Jesus didn't do none of that shit for you. You got up and you did it. And I'm proud of you. Because like you got to take care of yourself and you got to take care of your family. You got to do it. They got to do it. It's I don't believe in objective morals, but if there were objective morals, I think that would be behind the list. The Walking Dad, thank you for the $3 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Pac-Man says B-Day is in 1 hour, 14th. Great to spend it with y'all. Your 14th birthday?
On the 14th.
Oh, on the 14th, because today is the 14th.
It's in 1 hour. Would it be tomorrow? Yeah. Well, for you it is. You're in the
That's
future.
now.
I'm in the past.
Hold on. You sent that 11:45 and it's currently 12:29. In like 15 minutes, buddy. Happy birthday. Happy early birthday. Big W.
Happy birthday, Pac-Man.
And Lock4E says, best Bible translation is obviously Rapid with Jesus, 100%. And the Gen Z Bible, for sure.
I was going to bring that up earlier and ask if you read it.
Parts of it. It's pretty crazy. Luke says, OJB is the only actual Judeo-Christian text that I would say, no, it can't, no, there's no Judeo-Christian anything.
Also, if for anyone who's like, it's not the only like messianic Bible out there too. There's tons of messianic Bibles. The Tree of Life version, the complete Jewish Bible, which is another very misleading name.
Listen, every bookstore I go to that carries the complete Jewish Bible puts it in the Judaica section. They don't know. It's a scam. It's not a Jewish Bible, friends. It hurts me every time I see it. Oren Patch says, I imagine it sounds like idolatry, but for a state. Yes, Oren, we did gather that eventually, but thank you. You did recognize it. You did. And Prairie Powell, again, thank you so much for the additional super chat. Big W for the $50 super chat. That's super generous. Says, thanks for helping me on my deconstruction journey, DZ. Well, listen, I'm glad to hear it, Prairie. That is the reason why I started the channel. The reason why I started this channel is to help people deconstruct, and so that they don't have to do it alone. I deconstructed from this religion essentially alone by myself. It wasn't that great. I didn't enjoy it. It was very painful, but you don't have to do it alone. You can do it with us. So we're super glad that you're here. And thank you for being honest with yourself. And Tony says, for a Christian, the best kind of faith is blind faith. The Bible says so. It does. Yes. Yeah, the Bible wants you to have blind faith. Don't use logic. Don't use reasoning. Use blind faith.
Blessed are those who see, who believe without having seen. Yeah.
Indeed. And Graham, thank you for the super chat, says, I just bought the Kybalion. I will never pronounce that correctly. Kybalion? Kabbalion? Listen, that's a tough word. You know, that's outside of my diction. And the Nag Hammadi scriptures. You'll like the Nag Hammadi scriptures. They're pretty dope. A few days ago, I'm astonished that one of those was mentioned tonight. All hail Doug and the DZ. Well, thank you. Yeah, praise Doug. And guys, the Nag Hammadi scriptures are really fun. Like you got to read them up. It's super interesting to see like the fusion of Gnosticism in Christianity. It's worthwhile. Jim and Jay says, I never needed superstition. Touch wood, Douglas Adams. Or do you mean touche? Touch wood, touche, Douglas Adams? I never... Listen, Jim and Jay, it's good to see you again, buddy. I hope you're doing well. And I agree. We don't need no superstitions. Never did, never will. And Knight of Cypher? This is a name I don't think I recognize. Shouldn't we be worshiping Yahweh's dad, El? He is the elder. I mean, listen, that's the whole point of Christianity, is that they doubled down on the one God, even though prior to Christianity, there still wasn't one God in Judaism. So, like, yeah, I mean, to be fair, they should. Like, all Christians, if you want to get back to basics, should be worshiping probably like one pre-Christian, pre-Jewish Canaanite deity named El. I would concur. And Jamma J says 729 is 9 times 9 times 9. Oh, maybe upside down math. Oh, now I get just to double check. 9 times 9. Yeah, that's it. That's what 729 means. It's 999. And you just got to flip it on the head, and it's going to be 666. That's actually really interesting that somebody figured that out. Shit, Jam and Jay. That's a round of applause. That was good stuff. And Skeptic Goddess, good to see you. Thank you for the $6.99, friend. Says we actually have a National Indigenous Peoples Day in Canada, June 21st of each year. No shit, I didn't know about that. We need something like that in the U.S. We got to make this happen. We got to make it happen. And Noah's Lives, 8 Dead Babies on the Ark. Great to see you today, friend. Thank you so much for being here. So Elijah had one of those trampoline prayer mats. Yeah, that seemed to be the case. Just not enough to get him past the firmament. He got stuck up in that firmament somewhere. And Alex Eldridge, thank you for the super chat, says the 666 was an Omen reference. Oh, like the movie? I don't think I've seen it. We grew up in a strict anti-theist house. Watched my mom rip a Book of Mormon in half with her bare hands. Sad for 729. Shit. That's pretty impressive. Watching a woman rip a Book of Mormon in half. They're pretty thick. I've got one. They're really thick, actually. Big W there. And Luke, thank you for the super chat, says OJB is Judeo-Christian because it's trying and failing to be both. Yeah, we could agree there. I know Judeo-Christian is an incoherent phrase. Rock out for Doug and Simple Fisher. We agree, Luke. We agree. Judeo-Christian is an incoherent phrase, 100%. We 1,000,000% agree on that. I think that's our last super chat. Friends, who's live right now that we can go raid? We got to see who's live this late at night. I'm going to pull up the YouTubes here and see who's live. If we got anybody live on YouTube and TikTok at the same time, we can send everybody all to one place. Well, shit, Breakfast Tacos is streaming right now. He's got a group debate going on Your God is Impossible.
The cells of a human.
Your God is impossible. Let's talk about it. Are they debating right now?
I didn't say they were the same. When I said it, I was referring to human cells.
I thought.
Fuck, they are debating. All right, friends, I'm gonna put my friend Taco on the screen. Let's go raid Taco. Taco has some pretty chill discussions. They're not really all that amped up. They're usually pretty laid back. But it's breakfast. I'm sorry, breakfast. Sorry, fuck me. Breakfast Tacos. There we go. Breakfast Tacos on YouTube. He's got 3.7 thousand followers. I see 39 people watching. There's no reason why we can't get this thing up over 100, friends. Let's go raid Breakfast Tacos. And who's live on TikTok that we can raid? Someone's got to be live on TikTok. Someone gotta be live. Joel, Mezzo, Thinkers live? Fuck yeah. We got 379 people here. We need 379 people in Thinkers live stream. Thinker is amazing. I love Thinker. Yes, let's go raid Thinker. Tell them Dalton and Justin and Doug sent you. And I'll pop over there in just a minute and say hi myself. Her stream probably just started not that long ago. But yeah, let's go raid Thinker. Big W. Great suggestion. Dalton, thank you so much for joining me, friend. And I think we passed our 1,000. Like, heartily. I think his equipment froze. Did we lose Dalton? Shit. Oh, well. Well, thanks for being here, buddy. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for all the support. I really appreciate it. We got another one coming in right now, actually, before we cut. Prairie Palette, again, thank you so much. Says, what happened to people who were born before Christianity even started? Are they all doomed to hell? No fault of their own. Is that unconditional love? This is a good question. This is one of the questions that I used to ask as well, which is namely, if God could allow people into heaven prior to Jesus being born, that means Jesus never had to die in the first place. Now, Christians would just say, well, Jesus' death was retroactive. Well, I mean, if that's the case, like, it's so silly. Like what a weird thing that, like, he wouldn't tell you about it. You can do all these sins. It's okay because one day I'll kill my son and you'll be forgiven. Like, it's just a nonsensical view. You know what I mean, Prairie? But most Christians would likely conclude that that it's not retroactive. They would just say that God had a different system. He would allow you based on works and not on grace, right? That's really what the Bible teaches. But if he could let you in without Jesus, then he could let you in without Jesus at any time period. He's in control, you know? All right, friends, I love you. We'll see you again soon. We'll see you on Wednesday.